$28 billion. Here's another one, number 3. They've counterproposed non-citizens. The cost of that repeal would be $91 billion to all of you. Taxpayers, hardworking American citizens would be funding that. A provision that repeals the Obamacare special rule for immigrants. That cost would be $27 billion for taxpayers. A provision that ends Medicaid funding for those improperly granted asylum and parole under President Biden's open borders. The cost of that would be $6 billion. I think that's actually a low estimate. You know, President Biden intentionally opened the border and Kamala Harris for 4 straight years. By some estimates, 20 million illegal aliens came from every country all around the world. A lot of dangerous people came into the country. And you know what they did? They granted them all asylum. They gave them all this parole status so that they could roll on to taxpayer benefits. We've all been funding that. Republicans said, no, that does not comport with common sense. We're going to do right by Americans and not everybody else. We're not going to incentivize illegal immigration. And that's exactly what Biden and Harris did. It's what President Trump ran on to end, and we did that. It took the president about 2 months, and they closed that border tight. We don't have that problem anymore, but we still got to deal with the tens of millions of people who are here illegally. We're working on that. So the Democrats' so-called reasonable counterproposal would reverse all those common sense reforms I just listed and more. And I don't want you to take our word for it. I don't want you to regard this as some talking point. I want you to go read it for yourselves. Speaker.gov, go to press releases. You'll see it's the first thing listed. Click on the bill and go through it yourself and you'll see it. The results of all this would be $200 billion at least in taxpayer-funded benefits going straight to illegal aliens. Those are the simple facts. They cannot refute it. We have been making the rounds in all the media and every mainstream media outlet that we can get to over the last few days. And no one can challenge the facts that are on the paper. It's right there for everybody to see themselves. We have lots to say about that, and I'll answer some questions, but I want you to hear from the rest of the leadership team. And our majority leader who's been working really hard on all this is Mr. Steve Scalise. Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we mark day 2 of Chuck Schumer's shutdown, and that is for Senate Democrats to join with and vote for the bill that opens up the government and allows negotiations to continue. Surely by opening up the government again, it doesn't resolve all of our differences, but it allows us to negotiate without Chuck Schumer holding the American people hostage. That's really what's going on here. You know, we had a vote on this House floor 2 weeks ago, and 99% of House Democrats voted to shut the government down, led by their leader. Hakeem Jeffries whipped their members to vote to shut the government down. And so they're running around this town right now doing podcasts and trying to be commentators. They're doing everything but being legislators. When they had an opportunity to actually govern, House Democrats voted to shut the government down. And now that the government's shut down, they're trying to blame somebody else for what they did. They voted to do this. They can get bailed out by Senate Democrats. The bill is still sitting over in the Senate. And so rather than trying to figure out who to assign blame to, what they should do is go over to the Senate, talk to their Senate Democrat counterparts and say, Senate Democrats, Chuck Schumer, open up the government again. And then let's have a negotiation over our differences. President Trump, you saw Vice President Vance as well saying, we will negotiate, but not while you're holding hostages of the American people. There are real differences we can negotiate. You know, they want to talk about all the Obamacare increases in premiums that they caused families. Obamacare is the healthcare law of the land, and it's leading to higher premiums for families. There are a lot of conversations that people can have about how to fix those problems. Throwing hundreds of billions of new taxpayer dollars to things like funding illegal alien healthcare is not the answer to that problem. And it surely is not the reason for Democrats to be shutting down the government. And yet that's what they're doing. Some of their own leaders have confirmed that's why they're shutting down the government. And it's unacceptable to most American people who just want the government to work for them and deserve that. And we had a vote on the House floor. You can go look at that vote and see that over 99% of Democrats voted to shut the government down. It's a real vote that we held, and that bill is still sitting in the Senate. We stand ready to negotiate on a lot of differences. We are in a conference committee right now on 3 of the appropriations bills, and Tom Cole and his appropriators have passed all 12 of the bills out of committee. John Thune, to his credit, changed course from the old days of Chuck Schumer, when Chuck Schumer ran the Senate and didn't bring any of the appropriations bills out of committee. They're now moving those bills in the Senate. And so we can have a broader negotiation on how to properly fund government, how to properly set priorities over funding government, which, by the way, shouldn't be complicated. It's what every family does sitting around their kitchen table. They figure out how to properly budget their households. Businesses do this all the time. A small business, whether it's good times or bad, has to sit down and figure out how to make the budget work. Washington needs to do the same thing. And that means House Democrats and Senate Democrats need to stop holding temper tantrums, stop making $1.5 trillion demands for illegal alien funding, and vote to open up the government, release the hostages, and let's go get back to a negotiation over what the priorities of this country really should be. President Trump has proven he's ready to negotiate again. He brought all the leaders to the White House just a few days ago. He stands ready to resolve this, but the ball's in Chuck Schumer's hands right now. He has chosen to shut down the government, and he can't articulate any real reason except that they want to take things like $50 billion away from rural hospitals to fund health care for illegals. And the speaker laid it out incredibly clearly. It's not some hypothetical. Chuck Schumer filed an alternative government funding bill, and it includes getting rid of all the verifications on things like making sure illegals can't get those taxpayer-funded benefits. They want illegals to get free health care benefits, and they're willing to shut the government down to do it. That's not where the country is. It's surely not why we should be here right now. But we stand ready to work. We've done our job in the House. It's time for the Senate to do their job and end this madness. Keeping our members tied together, united, focused on what we need to do is our whip. Tom Emmer.
All right, so House Majority Leader Steve Scalise weighing in there as you're taking a live look there in Washington, D.C. this morning. We do have to go away for a final break, but we'll continue this on the other side. We'll be right back. Now for Fox. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Bettino. Before the break, we were listening into some comments from GOP leaders yesterday on Capitol Hill as they're weighing in on the government shutdown. We're going to head back to that discussion.
Farmers and ranchers, federal workers and their families, Americans who rely on telehealth and home care services. These are just a few of the victims of the Chuck Schumer Democrat shutdown. All because Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries care more about appeasing the radical members of their party than working in good faith to keep the government open. They are trying valiantly to claim that they are doing it to fight for Americans' health care. But their $1.5 trillion wish list, which slashes funding for rural health care, as you've heard from both the speaker and the majority leader, while giving taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens, tells a much different story. The American people see their political charade for what it is. The good news is Democrats still have time to do the right and reasonable thing. Because Republicans have done our job, there is a clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution ready in the Senate to send to President Trump's desk right now. The question is, how long? How long will Democrats hold the American people hostage to play their political games? I hope they come to their senses soon. Until then, we're going to force them to go on the record about their self-inflicted shutdown every single day. And the consequences will be theirs to own, and only theirs. With that, I'll turn it over to our conference chair, Lisa McClain.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Listen, this is really simple. There is a way to open the government today. Pass the clean Republican CR bill that we already passed. I mean, it's really, really simple. That's it. Just pass it, right? Goodness, Democrats have done this 13 times before, right? The same bill 13 times before. It's really, really simple. So what's the problem now? Ask yourself, what's the problem now? Democrats want to make their most radical followers happy. They're pandering to the radical Democratic arm of their party. And you know what? They want to spend your money to do that. They want to spend your money on government benefits to illegals. Your money. Where does that $1.5 trillion come from? It comes from your pockets. And you're going to give it to illegals. Nobody wants that except the Democrats. They're going to spend your money on a climate crusade. And they're going to spend your money on radical media outlets. Gang, this is your money. It comes out of your pockets that you work very, very hard for. And more than $1 trillion they want to spend on their radical Democratic goodies. What's more, they want to make you pay for that all while gutting historic investments in rural health care, which is really interesting, right? What's their talking point now? Oh, healthcare, right? Then ask them, why would you gut $50 billion if you care so much about healthcare from the rural healthcare, right? Because they don't have any facts. All they have is talking points, right? And they can't remember what they're talking about, right? They're talking out of both sides of their mouth. They want to take $50 billion away from rural healthcare. Gee, I wonder why. And since they didn't get any of those things on a silver platter, they want to throw a fit, a tantrum, and they want to shut the government down. And guess who pays the price for that? Real Americans do. So I ask Democrats, are you okay with this? Are you okay with mothers on WIC unable to get milk for their children? Answer that question, Democrats, because with your no vote, you are voting for mothers on WIC not to be able to feed their children. Are you okay with that? Ask them that when you talk to them. Right? And ask the Democrats, are you okay with soldiers wondering how they're going to make ends meet when they aren't getting paid? That's their vote when they vote for the clean CR, when they have a no vote on the clean CR. They are voting, Democrats are voting to make sure that troops aren't getting paid. Ask them if they're okay with that. And ask them if they're okay with delaying home purchases for families and benefits of veterans. Right? Enough. Stop the hijacking of our government. Stop the political games. That's why the leadership team behind me put a clean CR on the table. We didn't play any political games. We didn't add a bunch of our wish lists, a bunch of our pet projects to the CR. No, we said enough with the games. Let's put the exact same CR on the table that the Democrats voted for 13 times. And you know what they said? They said no. So if the Democrats really care about the American people, pass the clean CR, stop hijacking the American people, and stop pandering to the progressive, radical arm of their base. Thank you.
All right. So once again, those were some comments there from GOP leaders yesterday on Capitol Hill. And we've been asking you to weigh in here. Does the government shutdown impact your view of how our government is functioning? 61% saying no, but 39% of you saying yes. So again, we're entering day 3 here of the government shutdown, and we're going to answer your questions here about all of this. So I do want to bring in Professor Grant Rear with Syracuse University, a friend of the show, to discuss this a little bit further. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Always appreciate having you on.
Well, thanks for having me back on. Appreciate being on. Thanks.
Of course. Well, before we jump into this poll, we asked our viewers, can you just share with us, where do we stand here, day 3 of the government shutdown?
I have not read anything about any real progress. There's going to be a couple votes in the Senate today, but without any signaling that there's any real change here, I think we're going to go through the weekend under these circumstances, and hopefully next week we'll see some progress.
Right. Yeah. Not much in way of progress here, as you just said, Grant. But we asked our viewers that poll, what are the implications of a shutdown like this on the perception of how our government is functioning and the overall possibilities of bipartisanship? What's your take on that?
Well, I think I'm not surprised by the fact that there's quite a large majority that said it hasn't really affected them. And I think the reason why is because most of the people answering this poll have been around long enough that they are used to these things. I mean, this is, we've been through them before. We certainly have been through the 11th hour negotiations to avoid shutdowns before. And so I think this is, unfortunately, kind of business as usual for a lot of citizens. There are going to be people, though, that see this, and it's going to be yet one more thing that they have in their memory of why they don't really like the way the political system and government is functioning right now. And I think the big loser in this is going to be Congress, both parties, because it just the approval ratings of Congress have been in the basement for several decades now, and they just don't seem to be able to get any lower, and then they do get lower. And so I think that's, if you were to see approval ratings of Congress, I'm sure that you would see a dip in those.
And Grant, we've been sharing here just so many reactions on social media from both sides of the aisle. This one being from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, as he's saying the American people are being held hostage by Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. But also on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats saying this is the Republicans' fault. So we're really getting this back and forth, a lot of blame being put on both sides here. How can ordinary citizens like us sort out both the Republican and Democratic claims, one of them being this health care sticking point, right?
Well, one of the things that you're seeing is the claims on both sides are highly exaggerated. And so the Democrats on the healthcare side are taking some of the most extreme examples and painting those as if that's going to be the situation across the country when it comes to subsidies for the health insurance through the exchanges, the premiums for that through the exchanges. And then on the other side, the Republicans claiming that the Democrats, as you just had in your clip there, are voting for women not to be able to get milk for their infants and so on. That's not what they're voting for. They're holding out for a deal. Here's the way that I see this, the analogy I see. We're all familiar with campaigns that get overtaken by attack ads on both sides. the calculation that the parties, the candidates are making in those cases are that I'm going to burn the whole house down, that being the election. I'm going to burn it down. And my calculation is that I'm going to walk out on the other side of this, out of the fire. I'm going to be the one to leave alive. That's what the parties are doing here. It's very similar to an attack ad campaign. They're burning the house down, and figuratively, not literally, as we look at the Capitol, but they are banking on they are going to come out on the better end of this, relatively speaking. Unfortunately, the analogy works because what they're doing is they're really harming the institution and people's perception of the institution and the overall functioning of government more than anything else.
And I wanted to share this poll here once again, Grant, just because we're talking about public sentiment here, how people are feeling about what they're seeing unfold. How might these two political parties leverage what the public might be feeling, this public sentiment during the shutdown, to their advantage when it comes to the upcoming midterm elections or to policy negotiation?
Right. So each of them are hoping for a particular narrative to take hold. And so the Republicans, I think, logically have the stronger position because they are putting forward this, what we call a clean continuing resolution, nothing else attached to it. So they can come back and say, look, we already negotiated all these things in the one big beautiful bill. That was the moment to do these things about health care, and we passed that, and that's in the rearview mirror. Now the Democrats want to reopen a lot of those questions and attach them to whether or not the government is going to be funded. We just want to fund the government. By the way, in the past, the shoe has been on the other foot. The Republicans have wanted to attach things to a clean CR that the Democrats have put forward. The Democrats are feeling the pressure from their base. That piece of what we heard in your clip is correct. Schumer is feeling this from the progressive base. They want the Democrats to be more aggressive. They want them to be more combative. And so they're responding to that. And this is the way they're doing it. And so they're going to say, look, here are some really important things about health care that we're about to lose. We want those things restored. And we are going to shut down the government in order to achieve those goals. And so those are the two narratives that they're fighting over. Here's the big wild card. And this is what's different about this moment compared to all the previous shutdown moments. And that is that President Trump is planning, at least he's saying he's going to do this, and he seems to be taking steps toward doing this, to very aggressively use this moment of a shutdown to make further changes in government, to remove more federal workers, to rescind funding that's been appropriated. He's going to try to use this moment to do a lot more of that. That could change not only the way this plays out politically, but what its ultimate effects are. That's the big wild card. And that's the thing that I think we really can't predict. That could backfire on the Republicans, but it could also put even more pressure on the Democrats to ultimately go along with a clean CR. And in that instance, kind of it's a lose-lose for the Democrats. So it's hard to predict how this is going to play out.
Right. And going off that, my final question for you, Grant, we hear call your representatives all the time. I feel like that phrase is said quite a bit frequently, but really, how much is that going to play a role in bringing this to a close? How important is it to call your representative?
Well, I'm really glad you asked that question, and not very many people do. So kudos to you. It matters, believe it or not. So if people are upset about this, get in touch with your representative. Doesn't matter whether they're Republican or Democrat. Send some message to the White House. Send a message to Schumer. Send a message to Thune. Send a message to Mike Johnson. I mean, they count these things. They're not going to go into detail on your message and sort of parse it out sentence by sentence, but they categorize them and they count them. I know this for a fact. And so absolutely shower your representatives with whatever your views are. And that is the single best way in this moment that you can make a difference.
All right. Grant Rear with Syracuse University. Always appreciate you coming on.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is a new hour. My name is Christy Matino. Stepping away now for a break. Much more news to get to. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to follow this story here out of the United Kingdom. A terrorist attack unfolded outside of a UK synagogue yesterday on the holiest day of the Jewish calendar. It comes amid a growing number of anti-Semitic incidents throughout the country. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkett has more for us.
Shutdown clock.
A vile individual committed a terrorist attack that attacked Jews because they are Jews.
A deadly attack outside of a UK synagogue, now considered terrorism. It happened Thursday morning in northern England as the Jewish community marked Yom Kippur. Police say a man drove a car into a group of people and then began stabbing them. Shortly after services were expected to begin, multiple people were killed and several others injured.
The driver of the car was seen to attack people with a knife. He was wearing about his body a vest which had the appearance of an explosive device.
Officers responded within minutes and fatally shot the suspect. They also arrested 2 others in connection with the incident, but did not reveal how they may have been involved. Police praising worshipers and security staff who prevented the suspect from gaining access to the synagogue.
All those inside were safely contained until police were able to confirm that it was safe to leave the premises.
The attack follows a rise in anti-Semitic incidents across the UK. More than 1,500 were reported in just the first half of this year.
It's a bit scary. It's a bit scary because, today it's the Jews, tomorrow it's the,
As a precaution, UK officials say they are deploying more police assets to synagogues across the country. In London, Greg Palkett, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Greg Palkett. And we actually do have that press conference from Manchester Police, the latest update we have gotten here, just about 5 minutes in length. Let's share that with you on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, my thoughts and those of my officers and staff are with the families of the loved ones who have been affected by today's horrific incident on what is the Jewish community's holiest day, Yom Kippur. This attack has been officially declared as a terrorist incident, and the investigation is now being led by counter-terrorist police. As has been confirmed by CT policing, we believe that the identity of the offender has been established, but until we are certain of this fact, it is premature to set out this detail at this juncture. In addition, I can confirm that 2 other individuals have been arrested in connection with this incident, and urgent inquiries are ongoing. We can confirm that 2 members of our Jewish community have sadly died as a result of this attack. Following a rapid response, armed officers from Greater Manchester Police intercepted the offender, and he was fatally shot by officers within 7 minutes of the original call. 4 further people remain in hospital, having suffered a variety of serious injuries, and their treatment is ongoing, and our thoughts are with them and their families. Inquiries are moving at pace, and very visible and proactive policing activity is ongoing across Greater Manchester and beyond. Updates will be provided as soon as is practicable. Our priority is to keep the public safe. At this time, we know that a car was driven directly at members of the public outside the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue on Middleton Road, Crumpsall, in Manchester. The driver of the car was seen then to attack people with a knife. He was wearing about his body a vest which had the appearance of an explosive device. There were a large number of worshippers attending the synagogue at the time of this attack, but thanks to the immediate bravery of security staff and the worshippers inside, as well as the fast response of the police. The attacker was prevented from gaining access. All those inside were safely contained until police were able to confirm that it was safe to leave the premises. Yom Kippur is a day where we see our Jewish community attending their places of worship, places where they and their families should feel entirely safe from harm. I want to share my gratitude to all of those members of the public who called the police as soon as they saw what was happening. This allowed the quick response from our officers, who were able to act swiftly and bravely to bring this horrendous attack to an end. I also want to thank our partners from the other emergency services, local authorities, and the health service, who have provided their ongoing support to us throughout the day and will continue so to do over the coming days. I know that today's horrific events will have a significant impact on all of our communities, not only in Greater Manchester, but across our country. There will be lots of questions that people would like answers to, and quickly. But please understand that some of this will take time. What I can say is that the highly visible response to these dreadful incidents will be sustained as we work to understand the full circumstances of what has happened. I know that you will all join me in keeping those directly affected by what has happened in our thoughts and prayers. There are grieving families and communities at the heart of this, in Greater Manchester and beyond. I would therefore ask that people refrain from sharing disturbing and insensitive content online. If you have information, then share it with the police. We stand with all of those affected and will continue to do everything in our power to keep our communities safe. Thank you.
And once again, that was a recap there, a press conference from Manchester Police yesterday after we do know 2 people were killed. At least 3 were hurt in this attack yesterday at the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue in Manchester in Northwest England on Yom Kippur. Stepping away now for a break on Live Now from Fox. Soon, we're going to check in with our Fox 5 New York team as we do know Sean Diddy Combs set to be sentenced here today. That's next. in here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to New York City right now. This live look here, as we're going to be checking in soon with our Fox 5 New York team as Sean Diddy Combs set to be sentenced here today. It does look like that shot actually just changed for us, so let's put up this other shot here for you. So what we wanted to do right now is play out this press conference with the family of a New Jersey teen who was killed in a hit and run speaking out, and we'll check in with our Fox 5 team after that.
Good evening. The grieving parents have a few words to share with all of you. Their names are Sotirios and Fuli.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank you all for being here today, for showing up for Maria, and for standing beside me and my family during the hardest days of our lives. Your love, your prayers, and your presence mean more than words can say. My name is Fula. I'm not standing here today just as a mother, but as Maria's mother. And that is the greatest title I will ever hold. Maria was 17 years old, a high school senior, full of dreams, full of life, and full of love. She wasn't just my daughter. She was my best friend, my sunshine. The kind of girl who could walk into a room and light it up just by being herself. She had a laugh that could soften the hardest days, and a heart that cared deeply for everyone around her. Maria had a passion for all things beautiful: music, makeup, hair, fashion, but it wasn't just about appearances. Maria believed in making people feel beautiful. When she talked about her dream of becoming a makeup artist, it wasn't just about glam. It was about helping people see the beauty in themselves that maybe they had forgotten. She would practice for hours, watching tutorials, doing her friends' makeup for fun, and always leaving behind glitter, eyeshadow palettes, and a whole lot of love. She was going to graduate high school this year. She had plans, big ones. She was going to attend cosmetology school, start her own business one day. She had that sparkle, that ambition, that fire. There are no words that can truly describe the pain of losing your child. It's a silence that echoes louder than anything I've ever heard. It's waking up every morning wishing it was a nightmare, hoping to hear that sweet, "I love you, Mom, Dad." It's an emptiness in our home, in her room, in my arms. But today I choose not to speak only of grief. I choose to speak of Maria's light. Her life may have been short, but it was powerful. She loved deeply, she gave generously, she dreamed boldly. And to Maria, my sweet girl, I will miss you every single day for the rest of my life. I will picture your smile, hear your laugh in my heart, and carry your dreams in my hand. You wanted to make the world more beautiful, and my darling, you did. Just by being in it. You will never be forgotten. You will always be loved. And I promise you, your light will never go out. Thank you.
Εγώ δεν ξέρω να μιλήσω αγγλικά. Το μόνο που θέλω να ευχαριστήσω όλο τον κόσμο που ήρθε, να τιμήσει το παιδί μου και εύχομαι να μην το ζήσει ποτέ κανένας πατέρας αυτό που περνάω εγώ. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους.
Thank you. That will be all, guys. I'm very sorry. Thank you so much for coming and showing up for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're taking a live look there out of the New York area. However, we did just hear from a family of a New Jersey teen who was killed in this hit and run. They were speaking out, but we also wanted to stay in the New York area here after we did learn that a building partially collapsed Wednesday morning in the Mott Haven section of the Bronx with reports of a gas explosion in the ventilation shaft connected to the boiler in the building. I wanted to play out just a little bit of that press conference here on Live Now from Fox.
My name is Santosh from New York Communities for Change. We're out here in Mott Haven for a very obvious reason, because the side of this building has exploded. We got news yesterday about the gas explosion that occurred here at about 8:10 in the morning. And since then, there's been a lot of questions as to how this has happened, how we can keep this from happening in the future. But for us, we know that this has been a real failure from Hochul's administration to make sure our housing is safe. And we're really calling on her to take immediate action so something like this doesn't happen again, and we really fix homes for a lot of residents. Folks in New York Communities for Change are low to middle income folks. These are fixed income folks. And right now they're bearing the brunt of all the public health dangers that come with this stuff. But very clearly today, we see this is unacceptable. We cannot allow gas explosions in our homes, and we need to move off fossil fuels and ensure that we're taxing the rich to do so, to pay for that transition. So we have a few speakers here today that can attest to what's going on here, that we need change. I'm going to call up the first NYCHA resident. Who's been a stalwart activist for years, Maria Berry. You want to come up?
Hello, everyone. I'm here like I am every day, everywhere. There is need to stand for what you believe. And we are here because we need to demand from the governor to address the needs of the people that's elected her and stop just siding with the billionaires that finance her campaign. We need to have stability and dignity in our home. We have long time overdue funds for the housing. That's why they are underfunded, because they keep slashing and slashing the budget and never get to the funds for them. And we are the one who needs the public housing, because we cannot afford nothing else but that. And this is the time that we get together and demand that Governor Hochul do what is right and work for the people that elected her. ¿Lo mismo? Ok, estamos aquí reunidos porque estamos demandando que la gobernadora Hochul se haga cargo de las promesas que ella ofreció al pueblo que le eligió, y que pare de estar dándole paquetes de ayuda a los millonarios que no necesitan esa ayuda. Esos fondos muy bien se pueden usar.
All right, it does appear that is the Spanish portion of that. But once again, that was a rally there after a Bronx building partially collapsed. What we're going to do is step away for a break. When we come back, we're going to head out live to New York here, as we do know that Sean Diddy Combs facing sentencing today. We're going to be checking in with Associated Press reporter Larry Neumeister before he heads inside. That's next. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We did want to ask you, our viewers, do you think Sean Diddy Combs should be freed today or serve a prison term? You can vote here if you scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen or head to livenowfox.com/connect. You can weigh in. We'll pop this up throughout this interview here before we bring in Larry Neumeister with the Associated Press. He's been covering this extensively. And if you are just tuning in, Sean Diddy Combs facing sentencing today in a criminal case that could keep him locked up for years. So let's bring in Larry right now here on Live Now from Fox, joining us outside courthouse. Good morning to you, Larry. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Good morning.
All right.
It's going to be a long day.
It is going to be a long day. I know you're going to head right inside there after we get off with you, so we're going to try to not take up too much of your time. But let's start with this. We know several people are set to speak today, lawyers, at least one victim. Given that, as you just said, how long could this go on? Is this going to wrap up today?
They're saying it is expected to last the entire day, and they're not even sure it's going to finish. It could continue over till Monday. It really depends upon how long it all takes. You know, the defense has a video they want to show that's probably about 11 minutes in length. But they also have 4 defense lawyers who are expected to speak. And that's going to stretch it out. Also, the prosecution will speak. Oftentimes with these sentencing proceedings, they argue about things you might not expect, like how to calculate the federal sentencing guidelines that judges don't have to follow, but they're supposed to calculate them and then decide how it plays into what the ultimate sentence is. So sometimes I've seen arguments for something like that go on for 3 hours, or they could be arguing over what's the amount of money involved in the crime and how that might factor into the sentencing. You just never know what roads they might go down that might make the sentencing last a lot longer than you expect. I saw that poll that you're conducting. That was interesting because let's keep in mind, first of all, Combs has already spent almost 13 months behind bars. His defense lawyers say that's enough. He shouldn't spend any more time in jail. But the prosecution says he should not spend less than 11 years and 3 months in prison. And the probation department that the judges use as a barometer of how perhaps the evidence should be used as they make their decisions, the probation department is recommending a 12-year prison term. Oftentimes, I find the judges in this courthouse tend to cut it down the middle. If that occurred, it would mean that Combs would probably get a sentence somewhere between 4 to 6 years. But it's impossible to predict. This judge hasn't been particularly lenient since the conviction at trial. Initially, his defense lawyers tried to get him out of prison right away, or out of jail right away. He's in a federal lockup in Brooklyn. They said that because he was exonerated on the 2 most serious charges, sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, that because of that, he's only convicted on lesser charges of basically prostitution-related charges. And as a result of that, they say he should be freed now, and that they obeying the jury's verdict would be not sending him to prison more. But prosecutions say his long history of violence and all the bad things he did and the people he harmed means he should spend considerable more time behind bars.
Larry, going off of that, we do know that he's set to be sentenced for violating the Federal Mann Act. And for our viewers, that's an anti-prostitution law with a century-old history. Does that play into the sentencing at all here today? And if so, how?
Well, it's an interesting law. I mean, the defense says it's so outdated, it's ridiculous that he's even, still in jail and that he's, being considered for more years behind bars. But the prosecution says that this law was meant to prevent all the things that come with those prostitution-related crimes, like drugs, which played prominent role in the Combs case. And the prostitution, the abuse of women, which again they say played a big role in the case, and especially in the violence. Combs was on video beating up his now ex-girlfriend, Cassie. The longer name is Cassandra. Her nickname is Cassie, and Ventura. She's been very public, even writing a letter to the judge saying he should spend considerable time in jail because his victims are fearful of him, that when he gets out, he'll seek retribution against them. So, prosecution put in 7 letters from many of the, I believe 6 of them had testified at the trial, saying these people fear for their lives if he gets out. And they're not buying a letter he wrote to the judge that was submitted last night, in which he says he is a changed man. He says that when he was first locked up in August of last year, or actually September of last year, he became very depressed and considered that maybe his life shouldn't even go on. And he has been, his lawyers say, on suicide watch the entire time he's been in jail. But now he says he's full of a positive spirit. He's a changed man. He said he's not doing drugs or alcohol for the first time in 25 years. And he's not going to be the Sean Combs that he was before. And that on that basis alone, he should really be given considerable leniency. So it'll be up to the judge to weigh all these factors and decide what he ultimately decides is the punishment. I will say this, though. Even after he was exonerated on the 2 most serious charges, which one of them carried a mandatory minimum of 15 years behind bars, the others also carried life sentences. So he was visibly happy in court as soon as he was exonerated on those charges. And I think his defense lawyers expected him even to get out that day in early July. But this judge has not been receptive to their arguments that he should have even been freed on bail. And the judge has cited the violence that occurred that he used against his girlfriends, and his ex-girlfriends say that violence was used to coerce them to have these wild, sexual experiences where male sex workers would be hired to have sex with his then girlfriends, now ex-girlfriends, while he watched and some often filmed the encounters. His lawyers later tried to claim that the filming of the encounters turned him into a porn producer, and thus the charges should be thrown out on the grounds that he was exercising his First Amendment rights when he was having these sexual experiences, which his defense lawyers dismissed as just simple threesomes. But the judge rejected that argument and said the charges remain, and he will be sentencing him today and possibly Monday, but hopefully just today.
Right. And Larry, I wanted to ask you here, as we do have this poll up once again for our viewers, should he be freed? Should he serve time? As you said, he's already served a good amount of time there. But I wanted to ask you whether this wraps up today, whether this wraps up Monday, what comes next after the sentencing for not just Combs, but maybe even the other individuals who were involved in all of this?
Well, there will certainly be a long appeal that will go on for years. Especially if it's a longer sentence. And his lawyers will make a motion saying our arguments on appeal are so good that he should be freed pending appeal. Those arguments would most certainly be rejected by this judge, who, throughout has believed that Combs belonged behind bars, in part, initially when he was locked up and not granted bail after his arrest. The judge cited the fact that he had apparently spoken to some of the individuals who the government was contacting and considering using a trial against him. And the judge, believed that there was possibly witness tampering going on. And so this judge is, a lot will depend on how the judge reacts to the letter that Combs wrote to the judge saying he's a changed man, and he would never do the things he did before now. And if the judge buys that argument, he could be more lenient, but it's very possible he might see that, he has said things like that in the past, even before he was arrested, sounding like the greatest guy on the earth. This promotional video that his defense lawyers put out today, which the judge will see, about 11 minutes long, it shows him just being the greatest guy. All these clips of him playing at the beach with children and giving inspiring speeches about how to live life to children and his employees and other people, and just seeming to be the greatest guy in the world. And we all know that was when some of the worst things were happening. So it's possible the judge might see that video and say, wow, you said a lot of the same things you said in the letter to me yesterday. You were saying things like that when these videos were recorded. So, and the judge is also mindful that Combs has 8 lawyers. I mean, most defendants in this courthouse are lucky to have 1 lawyer, and he's this is, I'm sure, costing probably tens of millions of dollars to defend him. And the defense lawyers are making every argument possible and filing more papers with the judge than pretty much I've ever seen. And I've been here 33 years. So, he's got a forceful voice on his side in the form of all of these lawyers, and also some former employees and such who came out in his favor, and his family members wrote powerful letters, trying to influence the judge. So it'll be very interesting just to hear what the judge says today and how he reacts to everything that's been filed. And even if there isn't a sentence dispensed today, I believe we'll get a pretty clear indication of where the judge is headed by the comments he makes as he's listening to the various arguments, both by the defense and prosecution.
Right. We have seen he has also a twice rejected bail for Combs as well. So interesting to see how this is going to play out. Larry, before I let you go, because I know you got to run inside, just really quickly here, you have been covering this the past several months. You've been inside that courtroom. What has this been like for you as a member of the media who is covering a very high-profile case? Can you just share some insight into that? Because you have a perspective a lot of us don't have.
Well, yeah, I've seen famous people in the courtroom before. There was the Martha Stewart trial back in the early 2000s. And, we've had a lot of big cases in this courthouse where the media has paid a lot of attention to what's going on. Sean Combs is an interesting defendant because he was so engaged in his defense. He was constantly talking to his lawyers, writing them notes. When Cassie was on the witness stand for 4 days, testifying while she was 9 months pregnant, he must have written, dozens, if not 100 notes to his lawyers, probably suggesting questions. But there were also a couple of occasions where he stopped his lawyers from asking a witness questions, and actually controlled when they ended their cross-examinations. You don't see that happening very often with defendants. But remember who he is. He's this incredible music producer who's had this history of such an impact in the hip-hop world, in the music world. He knows how to produce things. He knows how to, in this instance, influence his lawyers and try to control what's happening in the courtroom. And it seems to have worked to him to some degree because, he did get exonerated on the 2 most serious charges. So we'll see what happens at the sentencing. It'll be very interesting.
All right, Larry Neumeister, I know you have a long day ahead of you. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. I'm sure we'll check in with you later on as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to follow this story. Once again, 10 a.m. Eastern time is when this is all set to begin here as you are taking a live look there outside. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as the government shutdown now entering day 3 here. I wanted to head over to Fox's Rebecca Castor as she breaks down where we stand with all of this today.
The shutdown clock has been ticking on the White House website all day. And while the Senate's next vote is not scheduled until Friday, President Trump is meeting with his budget director, Russ Vought, who is already gearing up for federal layoffs.
It's likely going to be in the thousands. That's something that the Office of Management and Budget and the entire team at the White House here, again, is unfortunately having to work on today. These meetings would not be happening if the Democrats had voted to keep the government open.
Donald Trump and Republicans have made clear they wanted to shut down the government. They want to inflict pain on the American people. They continue to engage in their retribution efforts.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats are fighting for COVID-era insurance subsidies to be included in the spending bill. But Republicans claim their proposal rolls back measures that prevents funds from going to illegal migrants.
There are things we can negotiate, differences we have, and we're not going to give taxpayer benefits to illegals, but don't hold the American people hostage with a government shutdown.
This is about health care. He is choosing to shut down the government rather than work with Democrats to fix the health care crisis Republicans created.
If Republicans can't convince enough Democrats to change their votes on Friday, Senate Majority Leader John Thune doesn't plan to keep lawmakers here through the weekend. Instead, they'll likely try again on Monday. On Capitol Hill, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Rebecca Castor. And throughout the past several days here, we have been asking you, the viewers, to write in your questions about the government shutdown. In just a matter of minutes here, we're going to be speaking with TSA about security and travel and how that the government shutdown is impacting that. And what we're doing right now, actually, my producer Markima is working on this poll here. It looks like we do just have it up here right now. And we want to know, what questions do you have for TSA amid the government shutdown? Once again, this live interview happening here in just about 10 minutes time. You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen, or head to livenowfox.com/connect. Once again, livenowfox.com/connect, or open up the camera app on your smartphone and scan that QR code. We're going to be asking your questions live to TSA in just about 10 minutes time about all of this. Stepping away for our final break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. and welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining, my name is Christy Matino. I'll be here with you for about the next hour or so. I do want to pop this back up on your screen here as we're asking, what questions do you have for TSA amid the government shutdown? It could be a question about whether travel is going to be impacted or security. We want to hear from you. We're going to get these questions answered for you live here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning in here, I have been sharing that in just a matter of moments, we're going to be speaking with Adam Stahl. He is the TSA Acting Deputy Administrator, and he's going to be joining us live here for that discussion in just a matter of moments. So once again, scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen or head to livenowfox.com/connect. And I do want to just share with you some of the live looks we do have of airports here. This is in Atlanta here today. And we are going to be bringing that interview to you once we do see Adam connect with us here on Live Now from Fox. Before we bring him on, I did want to just share some of the most recent lawmaker reactions we have gotten here as you are taking a live look. Now at Capitol Hill, we have not gotten any press conferences this morning as of yet from either Democrats or Republicans, but we do try to bring you both sides here. So what I did want to do right now, and it looks like that shot did just change for us here. So what I did want to do right now is play out a Representative Hakeem Jeffries from yesterday as he was speaking on Capitol Hill. And then after that, we will have this live discussion. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is day 2 of Donald Trump's shutdown, but it's day 256 of the chaos that the Trump presidency has unleashed on the American people. Republicans have shut the government down because they don't want to provide health care to working class Americans. House Democrats continue to be here on duty. House Republicans are on vacation. We are ready, we are willing, we are able to sit down with anyone, anytime, any place, including the president and the vice president, to try to find a path forward to reopen the government, enact a spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people, while at the same time addressing the Republican health care crisis. Unfortunately, Republicans have shown zero interest in even having a conversation. After the White House meeting, on Monday, we've seen behavior by the president that is unserious and unhinged. And Leader Schumer and myself haven't gotten a single phone call as it relates to a follow-up conversation. We're ready to have that conversation, but we need credible partners on the other side of the aisle. And Donald Trump and Republicans have made clear they wanted to shut down the government. They want to inflict pain on the American people. They continue to engage in their retribution efforts, and they have zero interest, zero, in providing high quality, affordable.
All right, technical difficulties. This is live television. Let's just get that back up for you here with Leader Jeffries right now. We do apologize.
Years, let alone do what Republicans just did for billionaire donors, which is to extend the billionaire tax breaks permanently. Of course, the American people should accept nothing less.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You said yesterday this was not about.
I do apologize. We're having some technical difficulties here. What I did want to do right now, though, we are actually getting some breaking news out of Los Angeles, and we did share this with you here a little bit earlier today. I'm just going to put up this image here for you, and you can take this live look here. It was an oil refinery fire, and this is in Los Angeles. And if you just give me one moment here, I am going to leave up the shot while I pull up some information to share with you.
Working over here. This must have been, I have a feeling this is a lot less than it was last night. I mean, just look at the heat shielding and everything, like just melted off of all this other, yeah. I need more coffee. I need more coffee. Covfefe. Oh. Oh.
All right, so we do hear a little bit of commentary there. I am going to turn down that audio there. What we do know as of right now, a massive fire has erupted last night at a refinery in Southern California. Firefighters were dispatched around 9:35 p.m. to the Chevron refinery in El Segundo after receiving calls of smoke in the area. And you're taking that live look there right now. Images from Skyfox showed large flames shooting through the refinery. And that is what we're seeing here right now. This is still an active fire here, as you can see, as they're trying to put it out still. And I just wanted to share with you a bit more information of what we do know here. Several people said they heard a loud bang, saying it felt like an earthquake or sounded like a plane crash, since the refinery is near LAX. Fire departments throughout the South Bay were called in to help as well. Luckily, no evacuations in El Segundo were issued, but as of right now, it's still unclear what caused this fire or if any injuries were reported. One resident who lives nearby said it felt like an earthquake hit, and then she looked outside her house and saw the flames nearby. And another customer telling our Fox 11 LA team that another customer nearby Topgolf described the moment she heard that bang and felt that rumbling. Several people then started to evacuate from the facility. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background here to the refinery, as it does span 2 square miles, supplying more than 40% of jet fuel and more than 20% of motor vehicle fuel across all of Southern California. It is the largest producing oil refinery on the West Coast. There are 1,000 Chevron employees and 1,000 contractors on any given day, and their very own Chevron Fire Department with 24 full-time firefighters. The refinery maintains its ability to make roughly 12 million gallons of fuel every day. That's enough gasoline to fill up 1 million cars a day. But once again, you are taking that live look there. This coming out of Los Angeles, California here today. We are going to turn up the audio just to see if we can get some other perspective here, as Skyfox is now over that fire. Let's listen in.
Fires inside the refinery area. Take a look at that. Those are master streams coming from their specialized fire trucks. And if you look at it, you can actually see there's double coming off of there. Now, that is not just a coincidence, and they don't just double it up to hit the same spot. Some of those, they basically use those streams. They are movable, and one of them is probably hitting the spot that we're seeing this fire coming from, that actually looks like it's out of a venting area. Though there's probably is gas that's burning right there, but sometimes they'll use 2 of them. They're like on this side right here, this one actually hitting the actual flames, trying to cool down the area around it, but the other one hitting other areas nearby. That's because those firefighters that are inside that plant are specially trained. They understand how the gas is refined and where the problem parts are. You don't want to have a fire here and an explosion over there. So those guys highly trained, and what they're doing right now is cooling down other parts while battling those flames. But again, this happening in the El Segundo area. I know Mario's on the ground. He'll be bringing you a lot more information about air quality, but I can tell you they did open up all the roads around the refinery. Sending it back to you all, and good morning. Not a problem.
All right, so we do continue to listen in here. You're taking that live look there right now out of Los Angeles, California, as we continue to bring you this news here that we brought you very early this morning, this massive fire erupting at a Chevron refinery in California. You can see firefighters still battling this here as of right now. And as I've been sharing, it's still unclear at this moment what exactly caused this fire. But we're going to continue to update you here on Live Now from Fox. As we do leave up this image, we are going to step away for a quick break. We're going to talk to TSA on the other side of this, answering your questions as it pertains to the government shutdown, security, and travel. It's 9:04 here on the East Coast, 6:04 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look right now out of Atlanta, one of our many airport shots that we do bring you on Live Now from Fox. And we asked you to weigh in some questions here that we can ask TSA live. And in just a matter of moments here, we're going to bring in Adam Stahl. He's the TSA Acting Deputy Administrator to answer all of your questions here. So let's bring him in right now. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it.
I want to jump right into these viewer questions. We did get a good amount of them in here. So let's pull up this first one. This is from Michael. He says, what proactive measures are being taken to maximize passenger safety amid the government shutdown with limited TSA resources available?
During this government shutdown, meaning outside of DC, that's essentially talk for that we are fully operational, right? So we have all of our individuals on the front line, same staffing as usual. And these individuals, again, our officers are focused on really prioritizing safety and security every single day. And so there has been no impact to staffing on the front lines. We're continuing to see call-out rates sub 5% again. So there's been no impact, despite, of course, Democrats' best efforts, continued efforts to keep the government shut down. We are focused, again, the Secretary's focused on prioritizing the safety, the security of the American passenger, of the American traveler.
And going off of that, Adam, could I ask you, because the last time we saw a government shutdown, about 3 weeks into the last shutdown, some unpaid security screeners, they started calling in sick. Do you anticipate, if this continues to go for a lengthy amount of time, because really we don't know how long this shutdown is going to last, do you have any measures in place here to maybe prevent that from happening again?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're continuing, again, to focus on that safety and security as the weeks and days and weeks go by. There's, of course, efforts and mitigation measures that we're taking. We have a supplemental force and officer deployment force on standby in case there are call-out rates that kind of exceed concerning or get to concerning levels. But, this may possibly drag on. We're hopeful it won't, but we do have mitigation measures in place to ensure that we're continuing to deploy our best and brightest on the front lines every single day.
All right, another viewer question here that I wanted to share from Robert.
Sure.
Going off of this, since TSA officers are still required to work without pay during the shutdown, what can passengers do to help make their jobs easier and keep airport security lines moving as smoothly as possible?
We appreciate the question and passengers' continued efforts to work with us again to make the passenger experience, the checkpoint, as seamless and smooth and as efficient as possible. I would just say, please arrive early. Please, of course, if you have questions about what to pack, what not to pack, what needs to be divested at the checkpoint, like liquids and other possible prohibited items, I would just say to just be as informed as possible before you go to the checkpoint. But our officers are incredibly professional. They work hard, come in every single day, rain and shine, to do a great job. And so they're ready to serve you guys and to keep you guys safe and secure at the checkpoint and across airlines and airports across America.
Another question that I actually was going to ask you here, but this question is, will the shutdown cause any travel delays or concerns either in the U.S. or international travel? And that was a key piece I was going to ask you here, was that international travel piece. Is there any impact there?
Yeah, so at least for TSA, we're focused primarily on the domestic security side of the house. Of course, there are elements to that are both international and as well as domestic. Again, we don't expect any delays. So far, so good. Our call-out rates and our staffing levels are really normal, as very, very normal and business as usual. On FAA, that could be a slightly different subject, but I know they're focused on contingency plans and continuing to sustain a normal operational tempo as well. And so, we're continuing to be focused every single day on ensuring that we have our folks, our best and brightest, doing their job efficiently, effectively, and securely every single day, shutdown or not.
And another question here, I'm not sure if you can touch on this one, but let's put it up anyway. How can this shutdown affect air traffic controllers?
Yeah, so as just alluded to, this is FAA, the air traffic controller environment. FAA has jurisdiction over, but I know the FAA is working extremely hard in conjunction with us and others to ensure that there is operational continuity during this period. But again, we have seen on TSA side no operational impact. Again, despite best efforts, from Democrats to keep the government shut down. Again, the secretary, ourselves, the administration, the president are getting really laser focused on continuing to prioritize the safety, the security, and continuity of operations for the American people, whether it's travel, whether it's critical infrastructure security, whether it's the security and safety of our ports and airports as well, more broadly. So again, we're focused on resiliency, operational continuity, again, shutdown or not.
All right, Adam, is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go here? Anything that our viewers should know if they are going to be traveling? I know you're saying not a whole lot of impact here right now, but anything else that they should know?
Just a few additional points. One, we would just encourage individuals if they don't have their pre-check and they want, really to optimize the seamlessness of their passenger experience, if they want to reduce wait times at the checkpoint, again, irrespective of the shutdown, we would encourage individuals to go on TSA.gov to really enroll for pre-check, as well as enroll for Real ID. We started the operationalization and enforcement of Real ID in May, and so we're continuing to enforce that. And so just to avoid any sort of inconvenience at the checkpoint, would encourage individuals to also enroll in Real ID, get your Real ID at your local state DMV as soon as you can.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on Live Now for Fox, and thank you to our viewers for asking those questions. We have been getting a lot of them, so we do appreciate you coming on the show to address it.
Thank you.
Stepping away now for not our final break of the hour, our second break of the hour. I've been on here a long time this morning. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. I did want to give you this live look there in New York. As we do know, Sean Diddy Combs set to be sentenced today. This is all set to get underway here in about 40 minutes time. What I did want to do here is our Fox 5 New York team, they have been out there all morning here, and they have been speaking with people, and we did just get an interview in from them that I did want to share with you here on Live Now from Fox. This just wrapped up moments ago as they've been speaking with people outside the courthouse.
So I'm really been speaking to a lot of great people about actually trying to do maybe a docu-series or a commentary series around the book, because the stories are extremely funny, it's very relatable, and it's taken some real strong interest. So I'm really, really appreciative of that.
All right,
you know? Yeah, maybe a part two.
I got a question for you. That was the book. I'm putting that in. So, what did you feel like when they called you to be?
All right. So again, we did just get that feed in here. Sometimes it can be a full interview. Sometimes it's the tail end of the interview. What I wanted to do, though, is just read for you here, if you are just tuning in to Live Now from Fox, a little bit about what we know about what is set to be going on here today. And we actually did have an interview a short time ago with Larry Neumeister with the Associated Press, and he was sharing with us here that we're expecting to hear from several people there in today. And so therefore, this could go on for quite a bit of time. He was even saying this could potentially wrap up Monday. That's how long this could go on for. We're going to be hearing from some lawyers there, as well as some of the victims as well. And if you are just tuning in, we are continuing to follow this as they're taking that live look there, as Combs is facing sentencing today in this criminal case. And of note here, this could keep him locked up for years, depending on what that sentencing is. He was convicted in July of flying people around the country for sexual encounters, including his girlfriends and male sex workers, in violation of the Federal Mann Act. A jury acquitted Combs of more serious racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges that could have put him away for life. Now prosecutors saying he should spend more than 11 years in prison for his conviction on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Combs's lawyers want him freed now, saying the long sentence sought by prosecutors is, quote, wildly out of proportion to the crime. The U.S. District Judge Aaron Subramanian, who will decide the sentence, has signaled that Combs is unlikely to be freed soon. He twice rejected bail for Combs, who has been jailed at a federal detention center in Brooklyn since his arrest a year ago. The sentencing comes after a nearly 2-month trial featuring testimony from women who described being beaten, threatened, sexually assaulted, and blackmailed by Combs. So that's just a quick recap here. If you are just tuning in to Live Now from Fox, I did also want to just share a quick recap of the timeline of all of the events as it pertained to the trial there. So back in May 5th of this year, jury selection began for Combs's trial. And then on May 12th, testimony began in the trial. And then jury deliberations in the trial began on June 30th. By July 2nd, the jury convicted Combs of 2 counts of a prostitution-related offense, but acquitted him of higher-level charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. A judge is scheduled to decide his sentence here again today, as I have been sharing. And this is just some of the other live looks that we are now getting outside of the courthouse here today, as we do see that there have been several interviews going on with our Fox 5 New York team, and I'm going to try to take their feed here in just a short amount of time. They are on another story right now, but they have been covering this extensively here this morning, as you can imagine. So we're going to do that in just a matter of moments here on Live Now from Fox as well. We're going to step away for another break because on the other side, we do just want to play out some more comments here as it pertains to some other stories, one of them being the government shutdown. That's next. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I wanted to share this press conference here that happened recently with Philadelphia officials as they're addressing this safety plan. It's a 5-year public safety plan. We wanted to bring it to you now. And I am also going to put up some boxes so you can keep an eye on all of our top stories here today. Once again, the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing set to begin in just about 30 minutes at this point. We're going to put that live look outside the courthouse there on your screen. Thanks for being here with us.
Orders of business was signing an executive order on public safety, calling for a 100-day plan from our Philadelphia Police Department, together with our managing director's office, to, in essence, lay out our vision for keeping Philadelphia safe. The best police commissioner in the country, our police commissioner. Yes. Kevin Bethel delivered that 100-day plan to my desk, and the Philadelphia Police Department has been busy executing on that plan ever since. Homicides are down dramatically, so are shootings. We, on our current pace, Philadelphia, we should see the lowest number of homicides and shootings in Philadelphia in over 50 years. But I want you to know that we are not resting. Today marks the next step, a shared vision for a safer Philadelphia. I am thrilled to be here as we discuss the 5-year public safety strategic plan, a powerful blueprint that moves us closer to what you often hear me refer to as the Philadelphia that I want to see become the safest, cleanest, greenest big city in the nation with access to economic opportunity for all. Since taking office, restoring a fundamental sense of public safety has been one of my top priorities. I declared a public safety emergency because our residents deserve to live without fear of gun violence, property crime, or the substance use disorder and addiction and mental and behavioral health challenges that we see in our neighborhoods, and are working extremely hard to ensure that Philadelphians have access to the services and supports that they need. Police Commissioner Bethel came up with a comprehensive public safety plan that addresses these issues. And our police commissioner, Kevin Bethel, he is not only in essence meeting that charge, but quite frankly, Philadelphia, you should know that he is creating something that has never been done before here in the city of Philadelphia. He's co-creating a public safety plan with the community. And no, that wasn't a mistake. The Philadelphia Police Department and our police commissioner, they've created and co-authored a public safety plan where the community has been at the nucleus. The community is taking an active role, not a passive role, but an active role in affirming what they want public safety to look like in our city. I also now want to use this opportunity to affirm that I have been and will continue to be absolutely unapologetic in my support for the men and women of the Philadelphia Police Department, for the strong and decisive leadership that they display on a daily basis. This administration has fully backed our department with new funding, efforts to hire hundreds of new officers, and I'm proud to say, through a new contract to improve recruitment and retention, which includes officer wellness initiatives. We are giving, that's something that we should be proud of. We are giving our police department the resources that it needs to protect and serve our city. The strategic plan, the 5-year plan, it will be evidence-based, a data-driven framework built directly upon the foundation of our initial successful efforts that we all saw in the commissioner's 100-day plan. I also want you to know that nothing has changed as it relates to Philadelphia's comprehensive the process, the elements that we include as a part of our public safety plan. And that's the core. It's rooted in what I refer to as the pie: prevention, intervention, and enforcement. So you should never talk to me as your mayor and talk about one aspect of the comprehensive plan, because one alone won't do it. We focus on all of those elements. Prevention means investing early in our youth and communities, giving young people and adults, not just young people, pathways to success and an opportunity for them to not aim haplessly on our streets. Intervention means meeting people where they are, offering treatment and supportive services to those who are struggling with addiction and violence. And you've seen our efforts as we've prioritized neighborhoods like Kensington. And I want to say a special thank you. You're going to hear from him in a few minutes, but our Office of Public Safety and our amazing director, Adam Gear, you and your team have done an amazing job. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. And the enforcement, that means restoring order, holding those who commit crimes accountable, and ensuring that our police are visibly and effectively deployed through data-driven strategies like Operation Pinpoint and increased foot patrols. The commissioner knows I'm unapologetic about supporting my community policing. I like to see officers on the beat, riding the bike, talking directly with the people that they're sworn to protect and serve, and they have been doing an amazing job. We're here because ultimately this plan recognizes that we cannot simply arrest ourselves away from the public safety challenges that we face. We must be smart in how we address public safety in Philadelphia, and that holistic community-focused approach has to be designed to make sure that Philadelphians feel safe in their homes, on the street, and in our business quarters. So the details you are about to hear represent not just the plan for the police department, but a comprehensive, all hands on deck commitment across city government, and most critically with you, Philadelphia, our community partners. I'm going to turn it over now to Commissioner Bethel, but I want to say to Dave and to Pedro and to Councilmember Curtis Jones, who along with our City Council President Kenyatta Johnson have been laser focused on addressing public safety for a very long time. Councilmember Jones, your blueprint for a safer Philadelphia that sits on our desk, along with that 100-day plan, and now this 5-year strategic plan. And we want to thank you for your leadership. You're now going to hear from our Police Commissioner Bethel.
So I have a section here, but I want to jump ahead as the mayor walks over. I'm just so grateful for the mayor's leadership. I was a guy who was not coming back to the department at one point, and someone called me and said, "Don't tell me no." I didn't get the job, but it was like, I want to talk to you. But it was then where the mayor would present her plan. A 15, I believe, 20-page document that laid out her vision for safety in the city of Philadelphia. Then that would be, I get the chaser with Councilman Jones, who had his plan, his blueprint. And then the mayor would, before he walked in the door, said, here's your executive orders, and gave us our charge. And so I just want to be very clear that what we're about to embark on in our 5-year strategic plan is really, really rooted in the mayor's vision before she came into office, and even prior to that. And so my role taking that charge now is to move that forward. So I just want to say, Mayor, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for understanding the importance of safety in this city and what is necessary to move that forward. One of the things I learned from the mayor in that moment was that, Kev, you can't do it by yourself. An intergovernmental big tent model is how you get it done. And so when I see colleagues here today, Maureen Rush, who's from the foundation, Adam Gear, who's the public safety director and runs that space, Sean, who is here from the coalition, and others, and from the William Penn Foundation, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the team. So David from the coalition and Sean from the, I just want to say thank you. I mean, Pedro's been with me since I arrived, and even before that, and the team together, all of them together, saw it was worthy to invest in us. And I just want to say, this is part of the work, and how you really get things done, understanding that space. I have members of my team here, and as the mayor say, you may say Kevin, Bethel, but she knows, and I recognize that as she does, that this is a team effort. And so I have members of my team here. Commissioner Stanford, Commissioner Massey, Commissioner Healy, he's my attorney as well, so he keeps me in line. But I just want to thank you. And most importantly, Roosevelt Poplar, the president of the FOP. You don't start down this path without partnerships and somebody who's willing to sit in the room. And yes, it's not perfect. But the men and women who move in this strategic plan are his men and women that he represents. And so I'm just want to say how I appreciate his support. And then David Zaga, I asked David Zaga, I stole him from the school district. David, for those who don't know, helped to create the strategic plan for the school district. I was involved in that process, became fully amazed in how we would be able to bring that together. And after a year of working, I was able to get him from the school district and come on our team as our executive director of strategic planning. And he is leading that space, and he'll be able to answer more of the granular questions. But as indicated, this is the voice of the community is central to this plan. This is a plan that's being developed inclusive as collaboration, involving residents, neighbors, business leaders. And I often would tell people, is it policing the community or community policing? Those are sometimes, gets lost in the conversation of how we need to operate. And no, we haven't really taken time to really stop and say, what does it look like? And to get that done, we have to do that together. We have to listen to the men and women in the department. And so we're doing a dual process. We're working with our business leaders and others, but we have to do that on both sides. And so David Zaga could come up and talk about how he's built so many, 200 men and women, both inside and outside the department, in building this process. And so it's absolutely exciting if I walk into a room, and I've been happening on my 5th floor, to walk up and see community members in our building telling us how we want you to operate. At the same time, I got police officers and sergeants and lieutenants and captains and inspectors and chiefs in a room saying, this is what we want. That collective energy and that collective bond is what's going to drive us forward as an organization, not just today. A 5-year strategic plan that hopefully turns into a 10-year strategic plan and also sets us up. So those partnerships are important. For this plan to succeed, it must be built with trust. We talk about trust, but what does that actually mean? How can you not, the mayor always said, you can't be what you can't see. Right? So how can you invest in a plan if you can't see yourself in that plan? Right? How can you invest in this work if you don't see yourself a part of that work? And so part of that is taking the mayor's vision for us and really bring it to life. Because I know how important community policing is to this mayor and to this city. And the mayor says, it's not what you say, it's what you do. Right? And that's what we're embarking on today. Understanding that policing alone cannot solve every issue. And so that's why we will continue to have this holistic approach. I have a friend behind me, Adam Gear, from the Office of Public Safety. There was sometimes people question, what is this? Like what? I was like, he don't tell me what to do, and I don't tell him what to do. But in all seriousness, I mean, we have built an incredible relationship. When the mayor talks about our PI, prevention, intervention, and enforcement, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, this is my rider guy over here on my left. He has embedded himself in our department. He's one of the most quality human beings I've ever met. His parents raised this man well. But we are working together. And so that's why he plays a central role in building our strategic plan. So we're not on an island by ourselves, but that we link all of the things that his team is doing and what the mayor is doing across the city to make sure this is an effective plan. As indicated and shared, there's 200 participants in this program, in this process. They will be helping us in the execution and creation of this plan. And as I indicated, including this panel, is community members, advocates, business leaders, and ladies and gentlemen, everybody knows my youth work. I don't do nothing without getting my young people's voice. And if you don't think they've given us a lot to talk about, Dave, they give us a lot to talk about this work. But my work around youth engagement and juvenile justice remains a focal point of that work. And so sitting in those rooms, listening to those young men and women talk about how they see policing and where do they want to see policing 5 years from now and how they want to be treated in this space. And that sets us up for the future, because if we can meet them where they are, we can be highly effective. So throughout this planning process, staff and community members have highlighted the importance of investing in our force, which I appreciate. We're making critical adjustments in our hiring, focus on our targeted recruitment for diverse force that reflects the city we serve. And we're committing significant resources to our officer wellness and professional development. If you hear the folks in the room, it's one of the most amazing things when you listen to the community. They're saying the things that my cops want: training. They know that our officers need to be trained. But guess what? For the first time, we also hear the community say they need to have wellness. They need to make sure that you're taking care of those men and women, because if they're cared for, they'll care for us. Listening to those things align are so important. So I just want to, before I end, just say that how much I appreciate everyone here. Where's Jasmine at? Jasmine Riley, where Dr. Riley at? She's hiding back here. Where's she? Oh, she's over here. Oh, I have a corporal, but Dr. Riley, I call her because she's a doctor. She got a PhD. I didn't acknowledge her, and Commissioner Slauson, I apologize. Commissioner Slauson, I see you over there, but you know how I feel about you, and she's been always supportive. But I see, Corporal Riley has been, Dr. Riley, she's been supporting Dave on this work, so I didn't want to be remiss if I didn't see you over there and acknowledge you in that work. So I'll end finally. I want to end with a direct call for action for every resident. Your input is vital. So this is a transparent process. We're gonna have a website up. We have things that are going up to let you know what we're doing. Because at the end of the day, my goal is this. I have taken the charge of this amazing leader to my left and now moved it into action. And we want that to be something that we all agree on. Because our vision, my collective team, is we all agree on this, that this is the strategy moving forward for us as a city and moving my agency forward, that you all buy in to be able to do that. And I'll be reaching out to my council members to support that with the funds as well. So we'll talk about that for another day. And so it's vital for you, the community, to be engaged in this process. We want you to personally encourage all of our community members to take the public survey by visiting phillypolice.com and clicking Learn More and take the survey. I also encourage you to visit phillypolice.com/strategic planning. That's phillypolice.com/strategic planning to learn more about the strategic planning process and get updates on our upcoming public forums and town halls. This is our city. This is a great leader to my left. This is our plan. And together, if we build a safer and stronger, more prosperous future, if we do this right. So I just want to thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to be in this position to lead this organization under you. It is one of the greatest decisions I've ever made in my life, and it's an honor to serve you and serve the city of Philadelphia. Thank
you. So a plan starts here, but it trickles down to the ground, Madam Mayor. And Monday, I saw the evidence of that plan in my district at 54th and Arlington Street. There had been a confrontation with young people loitering on the corner. The merchants were complaining. Some of the seniors were afraid to walk by them. And we complained and convened with the 19th Police District, and something magical happened. I'm riding down the street on my way to work. I see about 4 officers standing on the corner, 6 or so young people faced off, and I'm thinking that something bad's about to happen. So I pulled over like Batman. I pulled up and I said, "What's going on?" "We're just talking. They're telling us what they want. We're saying what we expect. We are trying to balance those concerns because the seniors, where we built affordable luxury housing, want to feel comfortable coming out their house." I stepped back and I said, "Well, y'all carry on." And so when you write these plans and they manifest at the local level, I see it. It's sometimes a delayed reaction, but it gets down there, and there is a correlation between trust with the community and the policing and reduction of crime. Because we all too often in uniform, see our young people on their worst day, but not at their best potential. And we're beginning to bridge that through community policing. And I'm excited about the next chapter of this plan and seeing how it impacts my district and my community. Thank you so very much for doing it.
Dave, Sean, Maureen, would you stand next to me? Can you all come down here, please?
Good morning, everyone. Pedro Ramos, President CEO of the Philadelphia Foundation, joined by Sean McCaney, Executive Director of the William Penn Foundation, David Brown, who's the Executive Director of the Civic Coalition to Save Lives, and friend and partner Maureen Rush from the Philadelphia Police Foundation. The colleagues to my right and your left are involved with the Civic Coalition to Save Lives. Sean McCaney, William Penn Foundation, and I co-chair the steering committee of the Civic Coalition to Save Lives, and David is our leader. The Civic Coalition to Save Lives came together at a time of crisis, where we, like a lot of others, including Councilwoman Parker, were not just responding to what was going on in 2022, but trying to understand what could be done about it. And it's fascinating, when the mayor launched her public safety agenda and put PIE front purpose, because I'm sure the press said, "Oh, that's cute." It's a very rigorous framework.
You got to get on the sidewalk.
The prevention, intervention, enforcement of one of the premier authorities on Thomas Ave, who lays out sort of this PIE framework that the mayor talks about. And as you never heard of Thomas Ave, but you've heard about PIE now, because the mayor has turned the idea into policy, and with the police department turned it into action. This notion that you have to balance all three: prevention, intervention, and enforcement. Because when you don't, you end up overleaning one way or the other. And that middle piece, that intervention piece, was often overlooked or uncoordinated. And in this administration, you have an office and a department built for dealing with intervention. And we've got so the coalition, was formed with the idea that the private sector,
justice or injustice today for you? What y'all think?
Business,
justice or injustice?
Needed to not just be informed,
need more than luck
about the good work, and be able to speak to when good things happen, and be able to support good things happen. And part of that is not just supporting the good thing, the specific good thing, but also making that available for the long term. So when we heard of the opportunity to partner in support of the strategic plan, we said, what a moment. I've been in this office a lot, some of you know, for the last 3 decades. And I don't know that we've had a moment like this for community safety. We certainly haven't had a moment like this in terms of violence intervention and violence reduction. And that's terrific. This is gonna, there's success here. It needs to be heard from more than the mayor's office. The rest of us have to be able to carry that. We also don't want it to go away. And that's why we've invested in this strategy. We know we've got a mayor on the right agenda. We've got partners in philanthropy. We've got not just the best police commissioner in the country. I think we could end probably our best best police commissioner in Philly. Probably may end up being the most, between the mayor, commissioner, director here, the most transformative time in the city's history for what's possible. This isn't about today's data. This is about this sticking through a generation. Everybody's talked to me in the last 4 years or the last 4 months knows all I talk about is my grandkids, right? David talks, I mean, this is not just about getting to work today or going home. This is about what this team right now is building for future generations in Philadelphia, with not just the prevention, the intervention and enforcement as one city, one coordinated city. You also have up here a different pie. You've got the passion, the intellect, and the execution, and that's what's up here. And we should take stock of this. So the Civic Coalition to Save Lives has been not just thrilled to have been supported, but as we've been hearing about how the strategy's going, and we fund a lot. We've over the years funded lots of strategies, lots of types of organizations, have sit on boards. We've been involved in this. This is one of the most impressive strategy processes, public or private sector, that I know I've experienced, and most of us as funders have experienced. This is the real deal, and we're proud to be a part of it and looking forward to what the benefit for this for years to come. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership.
Good morning, everyone. And I'll keep this short because I'm still recovering from one of those very nice words that the commissioner said about me. I hope my mom was watching. Look at the footage. It's truly an honor to be here. And you hear the commissioner start off. I always start off by thanking the mayor for her leadership. The reason why we do this, ladies and gentlemen, is because she is the real deal. We are blessed and fortunate to have her in our ushering in this new field that everyone is a part of, right? Bringing folks together. We're standing up here, and the mayor's been very intentional about bringing folks up in opportunities like this. And we know each other, right? We all know each other real well. Dave, we're having coffee later, right? Pedro, we know each other. We work together.
All right, and those were some Philadelphia officials there as they were speaking about this 5-year safety plan that we did want to just share with you on Live Now from Fox. We do know in a matter of moments here, though, the sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs set to get underway as you are taking a live look there at just one of the shots that we have into our newsroom here. And I actually wanted to bring you this live look here as we are seeing arrivals here. We actually just saw Combs's children getting out of a van just moments ago, as you saw in that watch box in the top right-hand corner of your screen. And we do actually have some comments that we're going to play out for you here on the other side of this break. We'll head back to this in just a matter of moments. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, as we are just moments away from the sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs to get underway here. I did want to give you this live look once again. As you can see here, it does look like there may be an altercation going on. Let's turn up the sound here. Let's listen in to see what we can hear.
She's throwing up her hands on me like this to defend myself. I use justification to defend myself.
She attacked you with the
yes, from on your property to across the street. From your property to across the street. Anything else? So, yeah, no problem, bro. No problem, man. They call no problem, bro.
All right, so we did just want to dip into that. This is the live feed that we are getting outside the courthouse there for Sean Diddy Combs as we are awaiting that sentencing. As I was sharing before the break, we did see a number of arrivals there as well, and you can see a very large media presence outside. And here's that other vantage point we do have coming in here outside the courthouse here today in New York, and you can see a media setup there as we are potentially anticipating some comments there once this does, after this gets underway. But we were speaking with Larry Newmeister with the Associated Press earlier, and he was saying that this could go on past today. This could go into Monday, and that's because there are several speakers that are set to speak here today, some lawyers, some victims. What I wanted to do is play out some sound that we got just moments ago here. This is from our Fox 5 New York team. They were speaking with Sheree Hayes. He's an exotic male dancer known as the Punisher, and he testified for the prosecution in the Diddy trial, telling the jury about the first encounter he had with Diddy and Cassie. And according to TMZ, this is saying that the couple hired him to create an erotic scene for them. So we did just hear from him outside the courthouse. Let's play out his comments now.
And different trauma that you get from experiencing these things, they affect you in a lot different
And
ways.
how could people reach you if they want to reach you? Because I'm going to need to reach you when I do my event in Foley Square Park on domestic violence.
Listen, all my social media is at Get Punished. That's TikTok, that's Instagram, Sheree Pun Hayes on Facebook. And I'm actually starting a podcast to talk about this type of stuff. So just YouTube at Sheree Pun, or to be the Punisher Pod, and then I'm going to try to build on this stuff.
I'll be reaching out to you very shortly. Thank you. You look very gorgeous, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, because I was getting killed online. Oh, he's horrible looking. I was like, damn,
they need to see you in person.
Gotcha.
Hi, I'm Karina Reynolducci. I'm with CBS. Do you mind talking to us? So,
do me a favor, go back in the sunlight that you were before. Thanks.
Now you're shining. So can you tell us a little bit how you're feeling today?
Listen, man, this has been a terrible couple of months for me in terms that I wasn't even aware of. You know, I was just trying to manage it and rip and run, and I didn't realize how much of a toll it took on me. So I decided to come out today just for, like, I guess my own type of closure with the scenario. And I'm ambivalent with in terms of feeling good about the situation, but at the same time, I don't know what's from here. You know, I don't know what's from here. Like this I kind of had an epiphany that, like, wow, I'm connected to Sean Combs for the rest of my life.
What do you mean by that?
Like, if you Google my name, there's nothing that's going to come up after this, and so I'm going to be managing this way after this is over. So,
what have you been doing for yourself?
Kind of not focusing on myself. Again, just, you know, even before the trial happened, I was obviously trying to push a male self-help aspect with my book and, you know, that type of stuff. So I'm really trying to focus on that aspect and move into that scenario. And hopefully I can create a lane, because I am getting a ton of positive feedback and stuff associated with it. But it's still just kind of trying to pick up the pieces, man. You don't really know the magnitude of how you're affected until you kind of able to step out of it. And I think I'm just kind of starting that process of moving away from it now that this is coming to a close.
Are you going to go inside today?
So honestly, I really thought about coming down here probably yesterday, late last night. So I had no plans. I don't even know what the scenario is to go in, and actually probably no. I'm what I'm experiencing, which is helpful for me because I kind of been locked in the house for the last couple of months. You know, just even talking to you guys and some of this kind of positive responses that I'm getting, it's actually feels validating. It feels nice to be down here and getting at least a positive response from such a negative situation.
What are you hoping from today?
I'm actually hoping for time served. And look, I know there was a lot of domestic violence and a lot of aspects of the case that a lot of people can have strong negative opinions about. But I am someone who believes in the law should be the law and the precedent should be the precedent. So I just have a hard time, of the idea of somebody basically convicted for transportation getting multiple years. Now, I know the judge can consider some of the other things, the domestic violence and the things that obviously, his legal team admitted to. But I just feel like the lengthy sentence is almost like he didn't get acquitted of the more serious charges, and he's still facing the time for it. So, I've always tried to not have any bias in regards to it. But as just somebody who understands the law and understands precedents and those type of things, again, it's just hard to kind of put that together. Somebody getting a lengthy time for, plane tickets and hotel rooms.
So you said you would like to see time served? Is that what you said? Is there anything else you want to say?
Just, for anybody who has paid close attention and gave me a chance in terms of just hearing me talk and hearing my story and judging me on that, it's appreciative. It's not an easy thing to be involved in. And then just also, man, I'm trying to do other things. My mental health was impacted. I did write a book on mental health, sorry for the shameless plug, but, just please any support that I can get. Things are going well, please reach out, buy the book. And, hopefully we see a decision that is fitting for everybody involved.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And those were some comments there just moments ago. Once again, a former Diddy escort speaking ahead of sentencing. So that was Sheree the Punisher Hayes, as he was just speaking there. So we're going to keep an eye on this here as the sentencing does get underway. Meanwhile, a live look there out of Los Angeles as we continue to follow this fire that broke out outside of an oil refinery a bit earlier today. And what I wanted to do right now is head over to our Fox 11 LA team as they have been covering this here this morning. And I just wanted to rewind the tape just a moment here for you as they head to their reporter live. So let's head to this right now on Live Now from Fox.
Manhattan.
Crews are still working to put out that Chevron refinery fire.
We've got Mario live there in El Segundo at the scene with the very latest. Mario.
Yeah, good morning. We have been watching this activity here from a residential neighborhood where we've been talking to residents who say it sounded and felt like an earthquake late last night. Just take a look. You can see here behind me from 35th and Pacific. The fire's been contained and there's no threat to nearby communities, but the flames are still going with trained fire crews there and streams of water on those flames. So take a look. Skyfox is overhead right now with another live view and the firefighting efforts right now. We know the refinery covers roughly 1.5 square miles and has more than 1,000 miles of pipelines. Those crews face intense heat and extremely flammable chemicals. Flames erupting at the Chevron refinery, sending a giant fireball into the air late last night, visible for miles across the South Bay. Officials say by the next hour, the fire was contained with no injuries reported and no threat to the public. But that blast shook homes and was heard and felt in Manhattan and Redondo Beach to the south. Witnesses describing a loud rumbling roar followed by those intense flames.
Felt like an earthquake, and then I saw red flash through our blinds on the side of the house facing the refinery. We have 2 windows there. I'm like, that's the refinery. And then I heard the hiss that is usually the safety flare, but it was way more intense than usual. So I went and got her up. We booked it out the door, and there was just nothing but a wall of fire that looked like it could cross the street and come this way towards all the houses on this side.
And as those flames continued overnight, parts of Manhattan Beach were under a shelter-in-place order until about 1:30 this morning. The city of El Segundo, meanwhile, and a Chevron spokesperson confirming the blaze never left the facility and all personnel have been accounted for. Coming back out here live now, another look at the active fire. Chevron officials say their monitoring equipment has not detected any dangerous levels of toxic emissions, but that's been a big concern for residents we've been talking to out here. Again, the fire under control this morning, and the cause is still unknown at this point. For now, that's the latest in El Segundo. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. Look at.
All right, thank you to our Fox 11 LA team. Once again, you're taking a live look there at that fire here this morning, and we brought you this news very early this morning when we came on the air. Once again, this is happening in Los Angeles, this fire that erupted at a Chevron refinery in California. We're going to continue to monitor that here on Live Now from Fox. Another feed that we are just getting into our studios here that I wanted to share with you. This is going to be House Speaker Mike Johnson, as he's going to be speaking soon on the government shutdown. Now, this will be the first press conference that we have gotten from lawmakers this morning here. I'm not sure exactly when this is going to get started, but we do see the podium set up there. We'll bring that to you live as we do get it on Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour here. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. A lot of news to get to this hour. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our top story of this hour here outside the courthouse there in New York. Soon, Sean Diddy Combs is set to be sentenced. That's going to get underway here. But again, this could take all day. It could even go into Monday. So we're going to keep following this here for you on Live Now from Fox. And what I did want to do is head over to our Fox 5 New York team, as they are now covering this extensively here. Let's head over and listen into their coverage.
Much of a gathering of the people that we saw during the trial like that. We anticipate that happening later. It is just 10 o'clock, so the proceeding, as we imagine, has just started right now. But as far as what we can tell you as far as this goes, music that you normally would see, some of that, I was coming down here to the courthouse, noticed a little bit of that, a couple of signs, but that mass magnitude that you normally would see of both supporters and those who are non-supporters of Sean Combs, that's starting to assemble a little bit now. And that's always the case when you have trials where the players, if you will, the main characters are of such degree, such celebrity as your Sean Combs, or just around the corner when Harvey Weinstein was on trial. So you expect that type of gathering down here. But as you pointed out, prosecutors were looking for no less than 13 months. That's 11 years and 3 months. The defense is saying that accounting for time served, they wanted no more than 14. He's already done a year, which conceivably means that he could be out by the end of the year. As far as what he will say when he addresses the court, well, Lisa Evers is inside. She's been covering this ever since the 8-week trial wrapped up in July, and when he was found guilty of the lesser of those two charges, the lesser of the charges, convicted on 2 counts of transportation to commit prostitution, which, as you pointed out, carries a maximum of 10 years each. So he's looking at potentially 20, as opposed to the maximum life in prison, which was associated with the charges that he was acquitted of. So that's what's going on here. We will also be joined by Seth Zuckerman, one of our attorneys who's been weighing in on this during the trial and in the months leading up, the weeks leading up to where we are today. We'll be bringing you that as well. But Dan, from here, we're going to send things now back inside to you.
Antoine, you've covered so many cases in Lower Manhattan over the years, so many high-profile figures who have been in and out of this courtroom, the federal courthouse. They're no strangers to celebrity. Can you put into context just sort of what you're seeing in terms of the media, the people out there, to some of the other cases that you've covered over the years?
Well, it's a similar circumstance, Dan. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. It's a similar circumstance as to when I covered Weinstein 1. And that was pre-pandemic. That trial started at the end of February of 2020, and then it was in January, and it wrapped up before we shut down in the pandemic, which was in March of 2020. And that was intense because you have a Hollywood mogul, studio head, accused of predatory behavior, accused of sexually assaulting multiple women, multiple actresses, like that. And that was intense. This is different because Sean Combs is, of course, from New York City. So there's going to be a little bit more intense scrutiny, if you will, because he is a homegrown product here, regardless of what side of the fence you may be on. Nonetheless, when it comes to these, Dan, I can just tell you, since you were only on the peripheral, if you will, Lisa and a couple of our other colleagues were inside, my connection to it was just, doing basically this. And I can just tell you, just be given the scrutiny, because he is a little bit more in the public eye, if you will. You see him a little bit more than you would your Weinstein, or someone like that. I mean, between the products he's produced, between the artists that he's helped launch, between his record label, which was a dominant force in the 90s and growing up to 2000s, Bad Boy Records, so a lot of that is into play. And then just that New York curiosity factor that draws people out. But as far as the media that's here, we are at 500 Pearl right across, and I can tell you this whole block right here, Mulberry is to my right, and then down to the other end, we're seeing, I believe that's Max Baxter, thank you, is right down at the other end there. So we are pretty much taking up the whole block, and it's a tight spot, tight space. You do your thing sure in this area, but again, all of our eyes are over there, because that is the podium. That's where the attorneys on both sides, should they have something to say, will go and comment. If the family members want to speak, normally we will try to, stick the mic in their face, try to run and see, do you have a comment? Is there anything you have to say? But other than that, that podium is set up just to try to keep some of the decorum, if you will, because Dan, this, it can get frantic, Now, what will make this a little bit more interesting is that the jurors have already been gone. That's done. Normally in situations like this, at the end of a trial, we have to try to get jurors to see if they want to comment, see if they have anything they have to say. Why did you feel this way? Entirely at their will, but that's not the case here. It's going to start at 10 o'clock. Judge Arun Subramanian, is on the bench. Yep. He will be listening to both sides. He will hear what the prosecutors have to say. He will hear what the defense has to say. And one of the things that we're going to get into with Seth Zuckerman when we bring him on is just how much weight does the statements that come from the victims. There were letters that were sent to the court saying, keep Sean Diddy Combs in jail. They deemed him a threat to the public. So a lot of that, we want to break that down and also find out how much of that, Dan, how much of that is going to come into play as well. So it's a lot of moving parts,
Because I know, and I'm sure you know, Cassie Ventura, of course, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, at the center of the case, the woman in that video that everyone saw. She wrote a letter to the judge, essentially saying the horrific decade of my life, stained by abuse, violence, forced sex, degradation, the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. And essentially she's saying she still lives in fear. She's asking the judge not to take any leniency. Did you get a chance to take a look at that blurb?
Only by reading it on the subway, down there, and then just watching coverage, this morning when Briella was here, whom I'm relieving just now, Briella Tomasetti, our colleague, but Dan, that's what I'm saying. Those statements, Judge Supermarian has to take all of that into consideration, and it's ultimately at his will, it's his discretion how he will choose to go. With this. And so
it's interesting.
Sean Combs can make statements, and he can, no, Dan, I was just going to say, Sean Combs can make statements. He can, say, give me a second chance. That's fine, but ultimately the judge will decide, how this will go, what he will get, and how this will play out.
It's interesting exactly what you're talking about, because we know the prosecutors obviously have asked for this longer sentence. His attorneys are asking for essentially time already served. And then we have the probation department and the recommendation. Essentially, that's the neutral body, or at least it's supposed to be the eyes and the ears of the judge. And they've kind of come in between in the 7-year range. So a lot of people are kind of saying maybe the judge will go plus or minus somewhere along those lines. Is that kind of what the sense of what you're getting when you've seen some of the coverage and talked to some of the legal experts out there?
Absolutely, Dan. Yep, that's exactly how that's going to go. I'm going to bring in Seth Zuckerman now. Seth just got to be down here to us. Roy and Dan, our colleagues out here, putting him in position in place. You may see him duck underneath the camera for just 1 second, but we're fluid. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Dan, for making this happen. So, yeah, I'm going to bring in Seth right now. Right there. Seth Zuckerman, look right at me. Good morning. You're on Newsroom Live with me. Dan Bowens is back in the station. And one of the questions that's just come up, we're talking about Judge Supermarian. You just step back just a little bit. Right there. You good, sir. Judge Supermarian and which way he could go, the impact, the weight, if you will, of what the statements and the letters were. How do you see that going in this particular case?
So the judge has a lot to weigh in this case, Anton. As we've seen, the sentencing memos that the prosecutors put forth was close to 180 pages, similar length for the defense. As I'm sure you've noted this morning, the prosecutors are asking for 135 months, which is over 11 years. The prosecutors the defense is asking for 14 months, which is in essence time served. But I think what's really important is actually what the Department of Probation has recommended. Department of Probation has recommended 70 to 87 months. And I think a judge similar to this judge, who has a little experience with criminal law, has been on the bench for only a couple of years, I think he's going to tether himself a lot to the Department of Probation recommendation. I think that 70 to 87 months that the Department of Probation has recommended is really going to weigh heavily on this judge. And I would expect to see a sentence somewhere in that range. Maybe I've been predicting a little bit lower than that, but I think that's going to be a big consideration for the judge. In addition to the victim impact statements that the prosecutors have put forth and all of the family letters that Combs has put forth, including Combs' own letter, which was submitted yesterday evening, those are all the things that the judge has to weigh in considering the sentence here. But I think the Department of Probation recommendation is going to weigh heavily here.
And when you have cases of this magnitude, and we're talking about that, and then again, the judge has only been on, I think, 2 years, a little more than that now. This will essentially also send a message about him. He's new to the bench. How do you think that would go across? And how much pressure is it on him to make the right determinate decision?
I mean, look, this is a very high-profile case. Everybody's watching. But I don't think he's thinking about that. I think he's thinking about what is just, what is the right decision based on the conviction in this case. And as we know, he was only convicted of 2 of the lesser counts, right? The 2 prostitution counts, the Mann Act violation counts. They each carry a maximum of 10 years independently, but it's almost unheard of to get that sentence for those convictions. So that's why I think it's going to come in much lower. As you may recall, the prosecutors initially over the summer when Diddy was convicted had asked for something much lower and then had raised their ask when they submitted their sentencing memo this week. So I think the judge has a lot to consider here. And I think he's got a lot on his plate here because there's a lot of factors at play. There's obviously a general deterrence, sending a message in a case of this magnitude so that the public and so that no one wants to commit
no one tries to commit a crime with similar characteristics and says, oh, well, if Sean Diddy Combs got sentenced to this, I'm going to be deterred from committing this crime as well.
His defense was trying to say, Combs' defense alluded to the fact that someone's personal actions and behavior, something they carry out in private, should not constitute, jail time and convictions like that. If you were presiding, just hypothetically, how would you receive that message?
I mean, I think it's one of the many arguments. I think the hardest thing for the judge right now is considering the conduct that he heard at the trial for which Combs was acquitted. I think that's the biggest legal issue that the judge is going to be addressing today, right? Because there was obviously all of this evidence about violence and coercion that was presented during the trial. And the judge has to weigh all of that while also knowing that the United States Sentencing Commission has outlawed the use of acquitted conduct. Now, the prosecutor's argument here is that it's intertwined with the conduct that he was convicted of. The defense says, Judge, you shouldn't consider any of the acquitted conduct because he was simply convicted of 2 prostitution counts and none of the other violence and coercion or any of those other factors matter. And I'm really looking to see what the judge says about that conduct for which Combs was acquitted, because that'll also open another avenue for appeal for Combs if the judge relies on that acquitted conduct heavily, because like I said, the Sentencing Commission just last year changed the law on this and on whether or not courts can consider acquitted conduct.
Seth, in your opinion, how damning, if you will, was the Cassie video from that hotel from 2016?
Look, obviously it's a damning video. We all and we're shocked and horrified watching it. But I think Combs' attorney did a great job minimizing the impact of it, because they admitted that he committed domestic violence. They admitted that he had assaulted her. And they said, look, he's done some terrible things in his life, but it doesn't mean he's guilty of a RICO conspiracy. It doesn't mean he's guilty of sex trafficking. So they owned those facts. Again, we can't unsee it. The judge can't unsee it. He can't unhear the things that he heard during the trial. So it'll have some impact on the judge's sentence today.
And of course, RICO means racketeering, basically organized crime or some sort of criminal empire engaging in unlawful activity.
Correct. And he was acquitted of that. That was the most serious count. It was always an aggressive count when the prosecutors brought that. I think a lot of us in the legal community were surprised that he was charged with that.
Well, a lot of you all thought it was a reach. It was a stretch.
It was a huge stretch. And obviously the jury agreed when they acquitted him of those of the 2 most serious counts, and they only convicted him of the Mann Act violations.
We know Gloria Allred is here. She's got a presence, and she's got an interest, and as far as, representing, people in similar matters like this. As far as Super Marion goes, and we know that it can go either way. This hearing could be over in minutes, or it could be over in, it could take several hours, like that.
I would be surprised if this took minutes, Anton. I would expect this to take hours. There's even some rumblings around the courthouse that this may not even complete today.
Wow.
So I would say multiple hours. I mean, I know the defense has asked for 4 lawyers to give presentations, and they've submitted a 15-minute video for the court to watch. I know that Cassie is here to speak. One of the other alleged victims, Mia, is going to be speaking. There was nothing on the docket about Jane, but Jane may ask to speak as well.
Exactly.
And the government's going to give a very, very lengthy presentation in addition to Diddy's lawyers. So I expect this to be a multiple-hour sentencing at a minimum.
Antoine,
Seth, stay right there for a second. So
quick,
Dan, as you just heard, Seth just...
As we have our legal
ahead,
expert there, we obviously are live, and we're also live on our YouTube channel. And so we have some questions from some of our viewers out there, legal related. And so one of the questions in particular is about the experience of this judge, a judge who may not have had a case as high profile as this one previously. Can you ask the attorney that we have there how much that may weigh into his decision about whether or not he sticks closer to the recommended sentencing from the probation department?
Got it. How much will a room to Super Marion's experience weigh in determining a factor? It's a question from one of our YouTube social media followers.
It's an interesting question. Obviously, he doesn't have much experience in sentencing criminal cases, and this is obviously a unique case with the high-profile nature and the facts of the case. So the lack of experience, I'm sure, will, he'll err probably on the side of caution, but I'm sure he's spoken to his more experienced colleagues on the bench. They generally speak in chambers to one another. In a case of this high profile, I'd be surprised if he didn't speak to some of his colleagues beforehand. But obviously, he hasn't sentenced anybody like Sean Diddy Combs before. And so that'll weigh some impact on whether or not he's willing to give him a lesser sentence, probably, and take a chance and giving Combs a second chance.
And then again, 70 months was the one part of the parameters recommended by the Board of Probation. Correct?
The Department of Probation gave a range of 70 to 87 months. So 70 is a little under 6 years. Right. 87 is a little over 7 years. So that's a 6 to 7 year range. I think the judge may come in a little bit under that, but that's the Department of Probation's recommendation. And they're supposed to be a neutral third party who makes a recommendation to the court based on the facts, based on reviewing his history, and they make a recommendation to the court, and that's what they did in this case.
Antoine, I know we're kind of going with
one second. Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
We're sort of going with this team coverage here, where essentially I'm asking you a question and you're asking the attorney. We're sort of making this all work together here.
It is what it is.
It's just how we're having to do it this morning.
It is what it is.
So many of our viewers this morning are sort of weighing in and say, free Puffy, they're his fans. But how will the judge use more of a general deterrence, in a sense, using Puffy's case as sending a message to the general public that this type of behavior is not tolerated, as opposed to maybe a more private citizen?
How much will the celebrity factor play into the sentencing, given the experience to this degree of Judge Supermarian?
You know, it's something that we're never going to be able to calculate. But obviously, he needs to send a message to the public, right? One of the factors the court is supposed to consider is general deterrence, deterring the public from committing a similar offense. So the high-profile nature of Combs shouldn't impact anything, but it's the high-profile nature of the case in sending a message to the public, this is the sentence you get if you commit these crimes. That's supposed to be what the judge takes into consideration.
Seth, hold on 1 second. Dan, hold on 1 second. I got a thought that's going to save both of us. I'm going to give Seth my other earbud. That's the one that I don't use. Now that one goes in you fit it in. So you should be able to hear Dan as well. So Dan, you ask another question, because we both should be able to hear you now.
Okay, fantastic. You know, it's interesting. If he were to get, let's say he gets the 6 or the 7 years, you know, he sort of sticks to that judge's recommendation. Most likely he'll get credit for the time he's already served. And then once he's in, because he's a first-time offender, maybe there's programs when it comes to drug rehabilitation and other things. How will that actually play a factor? Will that be something that he could essentially get out earlier than the 6 or 7 years?
Yeah, yes, there's obviously things that entitle him to early release. So no matter what the sentence is, unless it's a time-served sentence, he'll go back to the NDC, and then the Bureau of Prisons will designate a facility for him to serve out his sentence. And at that facility, he'll be eligible for certain programs where he may be able to get good time credit for, and then he'll be eligible for early release, potentially under the First Step Act. So yeah, no matter what sentence he gets, he will be eligible for an earlier release than whatever sentence he ultimately receives.
And Seth, explain the Mann Act to our viewers who may not understand fully, you know, what that means and what that entails.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple statute. It's transporting people across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. There's really just two factors, the state lines and the prostitution. So that's why I'm keeping my eye on what the judge says about the other conduct here today, because he was only convicted of the Mann Act violations, and the other conduct is not supposed to be taken into consideration because he was acquitted of the RICO conspiracy and the sex trafficking. And I think a lot of legal commentators are watching for what the judge says about the acquitted conduct. I know there was a lot of ink in both the motion papers by both the prosecutors and the defense talking about the acquitted conduct. As I said earlier, I think it'll give Combs more of an appellate avenue if the judge focuses on the acquitted conduct and the violence and the coercion in determining his sentence, because ultimately Combs was acquitted of that conduct.
I guess a reality check too.
All right, Dan.
Seth, a reality check. I mean, whether it's 14 months, 7 years, more than 11 years. I mean, nobody's going to be. There's going to be dissatisfaction on both sides, kind of, no matter where this thing falls. You feel like that's the case?
Well, I mean, I think if he gets the 14 months that the defense asks for, I think they're going to be elated, right? I think they'll be very excited if he's walking out the door, maybe not today, but if he's walking out the door in the next couple of weeks or before the end of the year, I think they'll be very excited about that.
Conceivably could happen.
Which is possible, right? If the judge sides completely on the side of the defense, that is absolutely conceivable. You know, he hasn't done anything to indicate that that may happen. He didn't entertain the bail hearing over the summer. He didn't take that very seriously. I shouldn't say not seriously, but he took it seriously, but he never really considered releasing him at that point. And that was a sign that he was going to give him a sentence more than time served. Because if the court was really considering a time served sentence, he would have considered bail pending sentencing, and he didn't. So I agree that unless the defense gets something close to the time served, they won't be happy. You know, the government has a very aggressive ask in this case. I actually think it's too aggressive in my opinion, and it's almost double what they asked for over the summer when they indicated that at the time of the bail hearing. So they've thrown the kitchen sink at him. And, you know, so they're asking for something that I think is way over the top. And I think that's a risky strategy because they could end up alienating the judge saying, look, over the summer, you indicated the sentencing guidelines would be half of what you're asking for now. You know, what really gives here? He hasn't done anything further wrong. Probation comes in close to where you were over the summer. So that's why I think he may tether himself close to the probation recommendation. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if the government's ever going to be truly happy here. He was convicted of he was acquitted of the most serious counts here. Right. So he's walking on the RICO conspiracy and the sex trafficking. So, you know, they're asking for a sentence as if he was convicted of all those other things, but he wasn't. So I don't know if the government's ever going to be truly satisfied with no matter what sentence he receives.
Seth, you mentioned the pathway to the appellate process. You know, would that basically essentially just be retried all over again?
Well, so no matter what sentence he receives today, his attorneys will file a notice of appeal with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. And they'll have a bunch of different arguments. Some of the arguments that they had in their Rule 29 and 33 motions to the judge about the sufficiency of the Mann Act. I think one of them is interesting is the spillover prejudice of the acquitted conduct, which the jury considered in convicting him of the Mann Act violation. And that's one argument. And the second argument may be whatever acquitted conduct the court considers in the sentence. As I stated earlier, the United States Sentencing Commission just last year outlawed the use of acquitted conduct in sentencing. And, you know, the government's argument here is that it's intertwined with what he was convicted of, so we should be able to use it. So how much the court relies on the acquitted conduct is something else for the avenue for appeal. But obviously, if he's appealing, you know, that means he's doing time at a Bureau of Prisons facility somewhere else in the country. And I'm sure the defense won't be happy with any of those options.
Seth, I just want to, we just got an update real quick, Antoine. I just want to update you real quick. We did just get an update just a minute ago. Sean Combs has entered the courtroom. He entered the courtroom Friday. He's wearing dark pants, a yellow sweater. He was allowed to wear civilian clothing, white collared shirt underneath. He waved and blew a kiss to his immediate family. All of them were there to support him, shaking hands with them. That's an update from a Washington Post reporter who's inside. And so
all right, thank you to our Fox 5 New York team for that coverage. As we did just hear, that breaking news is Sean Combs has now entered the courtroom there, as you are taking that live look here right now. We're going to step away for a break. We'll continue our coverage here shortly on Live Now for Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we do continue to cover the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs. I do want to head back out to our Fox 5 New York team. They are live on this right now, speaking with an attorney.
Statement, we said victimized again and again, not just by him. I mean, you know, we learned that there were hired male escorts, you know, that were part of these drug-fueled sex marathons, you know, to which he has been, you know, accused of, you know, of doing. And Cassie Ventura is now a mother. You know, she's since become that. So and we also want to point out, Dan, just to acknowledge the comment that you just made. Not everyone down here is a supporter. You know, and on the way up, you know, can tell you a number of people, you know, who, you know, may have recognized a couple of us, you know, like, you know, he needs to be behind bars, he needs to stay, you know, so we want to point out that not everybody that's gathered across the street, you know, is here saying free Diddy, you know, anything like that. There are a number of those who are saying no Diddy, you know, to be perfectly honest with you.
And we know that, I believe, from what I've seen, and I actually watched the video this morning of Diddy, who will make an appeal to the judge through a video, like an 11-minute video that's going to be played in court today, essentially showing him as a community leader, as a father, with some of his children, you know, different ages there. How unusual is that to be able to play a video in court? That seems like that never happens.
You know, it happens in rare cases. You know, I've done it before, but it happens in rare cases. Why the judge required the defense to share it with the prosecutors and the court last night. It was released late last night. You know, it's unusual, but they're trying to humanize Diddy, right? The judge heard so many bad things about this person from multiple different people and didn't hear from him and didn't hear from any of his family. And what they're trying to do is give the judge another side of him. That's what the letters that were submitted in support of his sentencing memorandum do. But the video just takes it to another level of trying to get the judge a feeling for who else he is as a family man, as a loving member of his community, and give the judge something else to think about, not just the person that he heard about who was committing these awful acts that he heard during the trial.
I have one for you, sir. To what degree of envy, great or small, do you see yourself where you you know, having to be in Judge Super Marion's shoes?
Look, it's tough shoes to be in, especially for someone who doesn't have as much experience as he does. But I'm sure he's going to, you know, weigh all of the factors appropriately and find what he is the most comfortable with, the sentence that he feels is the most appropriate. We're not all going to agree on whether or not it's the appropriate sentence, right? As I said earlier, I think the government's ask is extreme in this case based on what he's been convicted of. But it's the judge who ultimately makes the decision and has complete discretion. And if the sentence is excessive, that's another avenue for Combs' legal team to appeal to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. But I wouldn't want to be in his shoes in a high-profile case like this when you don't have the experience and you haven't handled cases like this before. They're tough shoes to be in because you've got very divergent perspectives here from the victims and the government on one side and from the defense and Combs on the other. They could not be more different pictures of who he is and what happened here.
Just going to have to dig his heels in, stand by his decision, and everyone else is just going to have to respond accordingly.
Yeah, that's why I think this sentencing hearing is not going to be so quick. I think this is going to take hours, if it's even completed today. Like I said earlier, there have been some rumblings that it may not be completed today. But yeah, he's gonna weigh all of those things and give it really hard thought. And I'm not envious of being in those
shoes.
Guys, the world is watching.
We just got an update. Wait, 1 second, Antoine, 1 second. We just did get an update. This is from the Associated Press 2 minutes ago. The U.S. attorney, one of the assistant U.S. attorneys, said Mia changed her mind about speaking in court after Combs' lawyers submitted a letter objecting to Mia's appearance. The letter, the prosecutor said, can only be described as bullying. The judge agreed, concluding that the tone of the defendant's letter was inappropriate and advising Combs's lawyer not to do it again. What do you make of that, Seth?
Well, I did read the letter that both the government had submitted and that Combs's lawyers had submitted. I know that Combs's lawyers took a very aggressive stance, saying that she testified under a pseudonym. They believe that she lied under oath. And they also believe that he wasn't convicted of any of the counts related to her. So they took a very aggressive stance in their letter that they submitted to the court. Obviously, the government took offense to it. She's now been persuaded, based on what you just relayed to us, that she's not going to be giving a statement today. So the government's obviously not happy about that. But, a warning not to do it again is, the case is going to be over today, right? So obviously the judge is siding with them, which is also not good for the defense because that may give an indication of where he's going to lie when it comes to sentencing. But at the end of the day, the defense feels very strongly about her role in this case. And I don't disagree with the defense's perspective of her role in this case. And obviously the judge doesn't like the way that they phrased their letter. But at the end of the day, they're zealously advocating for their client, which is their ethical responsibility. And I'm not sure any lawyers would do it differently.
When you saw the letter last night, how did you process it? Were you surprised at the wording or the shock or anything?
I really wasn't. I mean, I knew the position that the defense has taken with regards to Mia's involvement in this case, the pseudonym, the argument that she had lied numerous times under oath.
Right.
So they just reiterated those points in a sentencing letter. It's just the world was watching, right? Because the docket's been watched very closely over the last couple of days, knowing the sentencing was going to be today. It was a very aggressive letter, but I don't think they did anything, they didn't violate any ethical responsibilities. In fact, I think they were just zealously advocating for their client, which is what a good defense lawyer does.
What about the Jane factor in this?
Jane has not come up on the docket this week as to whether or not she's going to be submitting a victim impact statement. Right. There was no letter from her attached to the government's submission. So I know there's been a lot of rumblings as to whether or not Jane is going to be showing up in the courtroom today to give a statement to the judge. I think we're all waiting to hear whether or not that's going to occur.
Now, let me ask you, wouldn't that have to be part of discovery, or wouldn't the witnesses list have to be shared with both sides? She couldn't be a surprise, right?
She could be, because she's what we call a statutory victim, right? So she's one of the victims who is accounts for the two convictions that he has, right? The Mann Act violations, the prostitution violations. So she has a right to make a statement to the court today. It'd be unusual for the government not to indicate it one way or another in the lead up to the sentencing. So it's certainly possible that they didn't know. Maybe she was on the fence, just like Mia, not wanting to make a statement today. Maybe they didn't know which way she was leaning. But it was unusual that she didn't submit a letter as part of the government submission. And so we'll see if she shows up today to make a statement.
Dan, you have any other updates?
All right, thank you to our Fox 5 New York team. And once again, you are taking a live look there outside of the courthouse as we are now on sentencing watch here for Sean Diddy Combs. And another live look we're getting here. You can see that media setup in case anyone comes out to speak. We will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a break. We'll continue this shortly. On the other side, we do have some breaking news as President Trump is now giving Hamas a Sunday deadline to reach a deal to end the war. We have more on that next. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news as President Trump has now given Hamas a Sunday deadline to end the war. You're taking a live look there in Gaza right now as we do continue to read you the latest of what we're learning here. President Trump saying Hamas must agree to a proposed peace deal for Gaza by 6 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday, and threatened that the group will face more attacks if it doesn't. We do have that post here from President Trump. This is a very lengthy post, so we're going to put up just a portion of it on your screen, but I will read it to you in full. Here is what the president is saying. He says, Hamas has been a ruthless and violent threat for many years in the Middle East. They have killed and made lives unbearably miserable, culminating with the October 7th massacre. In Israel, babies, women, children, old people, and many young men and women, boys and girls, getting ready to celebrate their future lives together. He goes on to say, as retribution for the October 7th attack on civilization, more than 25,000 Hamas soldiers have already been killed. Most of the rest are surrounded and militarily trapped, just waiting for me to give the word go, for their lives to be quickly extinguished. As for the rest, we know where and who you are, and you will be hunted down and killed. I am asking that all innocent Palestinians immediately leave the area of potentially great future death for safer parts of Gaza. Everyone will be well cared for by those that are waiting to help. Fortunately for Hamas, however, they will be given one last chance. Great, powerful, and very rich nations of the Middle East and the surrounding areas beyond, together with the United States of America, have agreed, with Israel signing on, to peace after 3,000 years in the Middle East. This deal also spares the lives of all remaining Hamas fighters. The details of the document are known to the world, and it is a great one for all. We will have peace in the Middle East one way or another. The violence and bloodshed will stop. Release the hostages, all of them, including the bodies of those that are dead now. An agreement must be reached with Hamas by Sunday evening at 6 p.m. Washington, D.C. time. Every country has signed on. If this last chance agreement is not reached, all hell like no one has ever seen before will break out against Hamas. There will be peace in the Middle East one way or another. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This all coming after President Trump unveiled the plan alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this week. Hamas said on Tuesday that it would study the proposal, and President Trump told reporters then that Hamas would have 3 or 4 days to respond. His latest post on social media is another attempt to increase pressure on Hamas. So once again, President Trump just sharing this here on Truth Social as he is now giving Hamas that deadline until Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern time to respond to this proposal for peace. We'll continue to follow this on Live Now from Fox as we step away for another break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before we head back to the coverage of the sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs, I wanted to share with you this live look out of Washington, D.C., as we are expecting a press conference here from House Speaker Mike Johnson. This will be the first press conference that we have gotten from lawmakers here today. We've only heard from them yesterday, so we'll bring this to you once it does get underway. Of course, pertaining to the government shutdown, we'll bring that to you here shortly. In the meantime, we're going to head back to our Fox 5 at New York team as they do continue to cover the Diddy sentencing watch, now officially underway. Thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Christy Matino. On the other side of that is my colleague Stephanie Quinn. Stay with us.
But if they're getting the 6 or 7 years, you think they would appeal? And then where do they appeal to? Is it just the appellate court above this? Where would they appeal?
New York State Appellate, right?
No, so it's the federal. So the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is located the building behind where we are. It's on Foley Square. They would appeal to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. That is the federal appellate court that oversees the Southern District of New York, and the only court higher than that is the U.S. Supreme Court. Right. So there's 3 levels of federal court.
Do you see it getting to that level?
I would expect to see an appeal no matter what, because this conviction is pretty unique. They do have some constitutional statutory arguments that lay a foundation for the appeal, which his lawyers already laid out in their motion practice before the judge in trying to get the conviction overturned. So I would expect to see an appeal regardless of the sentence that he receives. And like I said, I believe that some of the things that have already happened in the courtroom may lay a further groundwork for the appeal.
Right.
And one of the things they argued in their motion was that the spillover prejudice of the acquitted conduct affected the jury, and the jury would never have heard it if he would only had been charged with the Mann Act violations. I'm not sure that that's a winning argument on the appeal, but it's certainly an argument that you can make.
As I said, I think you're probably familiar with it. I don't know how many clients you have down there, but where he is in custody, in federal custody over in Brooklyn, I mean, there are some high-profile people who he is in custody with. I mean, this is Sam Bankman-Fried, the cryptocurrency case. At some point, the Luigi Mangione is there as well. I mean, is he still there? Is he still in that same federal lockup in Brooklyn where some of these other high-profile people have been?
Absolutely, yeah. And in fact, he got letters of support from some of those other high-profile individuals because of of the programs that he's reportedly been running from the prison. But yeah, he's still at the MDC. And the MDC is a facility where you're held awaiting trial and awaiting sentence. So he won't stay at the MDC for much more time after his sentence is pronounced. And once the Bureau of Prisons designates a facility for him to serve the sentence, if there is an additional sentence for him to serve, he'll probably leave the MDC in the next couple of weeks. But he's absolutely still at the MDC. That is where Luigi Mangione is currently housed. That's where the Alexander brothers are currently housed. It's where Bankman-Fried was previously housed before he was moved out for his sentence. There's plenty of high-profile defendants who are still currently housed at the MDC.
And just to let our viewers know, that's the Metropolitan Detention Complex,
and that's located in Brooklyn.
So when we're saying MDC, that's what that's referencing.
And it's one of the most notorious prisons.
Yes,
the conditions are not good. I've obviously been there way too frequently. It's a place that some other judges have given people additional credit for the time served for having served at that facility, because it is such a brutal facility to serve.
Wait, Epstein was
Epstein was actually at the MCC.
MCC, okay.
Yeah, that facility is now closed because of the conditions that were there after Epstein's suicide.
And
that was right here, the MCC. That's no longer open.
Either way, that's the place where that's the place where Diddy says he has been reborn. He said he's been sober while he's been there. No matter what the conditions are, it's the place that he humbly does not want to go back to. And let's say he does get the 5 years, 5-7 years. Let's say something in that range. He's not necessarily going to end up in New York, right? I mean, if he's sentenced to federal prison, he could go. That's obviously all across the country.
Anywhere in the country.
So to go anywhere, right? I mean, what would typically happen in a case like this?
Correct. So the Bureau of Prisons is the federal bureau that gets to designate and gets to house him. They run all of the federal prisons throughout the country, and he will be designated to a location based on the security level that he's deemed, and where they have open beds. The defense is able to make requests based on being close to family. Obviously, a lot of Diddy's family is not in New York currently, right? I think his kids reside in California. I know his mansion where he wanted to be out on bail is in Miami.
Yeah, Florida.
So I don't know what they consider to be his home base these days, but the defense does get to make a request that he can be close to his family, and the Bureau of Prisons is supposed to consider that so that it is not too much of a hardship on the family.
I just want to look over my shoulder just to keep our eye, Dan, hold on one second, just to see. Got a couple of signs there. Dan Foley, our other colleague who's down here, he won't be able to zoom into that just because of the spacing that we have here with the other media there, but we are starting to see a little bit more signs. To be perfectly honest with you, Dan, as for the number of people that are down here, we know this could possibly grow. I was actually expecting a little bit more, to be honest, particularly like what happened the day that the verdict came down.
Yeah, I mean, I still thought it was pretty chaotic walking to the courthouse today. There
Oh,
were
it
hundreds,
was.
Yeah, there were hundreds of
But
supporters.
remember, they
out
were
there.
all in the street, back in July.
I think the NYPD and the Marshal Service, they've gotten this on lockdown for the moment. I did see someone getting arrested on my way over here.
They blocked the, normally we can walk around the back of the courthouse, but they blocked that off, the side entrance. They established a pit, for the media crews to be there, but everyone else has to go around and then come up, this way and then enter at Baxter. So, yeah, that's just part of the lay of the land.
There's definitely a few hundred people out here, but we'll see if that grows over time. No one knows how long the sentencing is actually going to last. So we'll see over time whether or not the amount of people outside the courthouse grows. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you guys very much. Go ahead, Antoine. Were you gonna add one other thing?
Well, no, I was just, when we were talking about perspectives, again, I remember when R. Kelly, you remember that was in Brooklyn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course.
When that happened, and I was covering that one, and it was raining. Going to Roy's point, it was raining, it was cold, but the people were still out there. Those who were his supporters, again, those who were not in support of him. So that one was a little bit more animated, if you will, and in a much smaller area, where that is. That courtroom, that's Eastern District. Yeah, Eastern District, courtroom over there in Brooklyn, Dan. So a different perspective, the same feel, and then given, similarly cousins, if you will, of charges.
Guys, two things we want to get to because people are watching. We are live, a newsroom live. We're live on our YouTube channel. Two things I want to get to. The first thing is a question that we had just a minute ago from one of our YouTube viewers. That question is essentially what you were talking about before, Seth. And I just want to point out, Seth Zuckerman, former prosecutor, thank you so much for joining us, offering some of your legal expertise on this matter. But the question is, why should anything he was not found guilty of even matter during his sentence? And I think that's exactly what you were sort of discussing earlier, right? The big decision from the judge to this morning?
Yeah, that's a great question. The government's argument as to why it should be considered is that it's intertwined with the conduct for which he was convicted. Now, obviously, there was a lot of evidence at this trial that was presented, a lot of very damaging evidence, some of which the defense admitted he did. They admitted that he had committed domestic violence, that he had committed assault, that he was a bad boyfriend, that he was an adulterer. The jury heard a lot of that evidence. Now it's for the judge to pronounce a sentence. And in coming up with his sentence, the first thing he needs to do is come up with an advisory sentencing guideline calculation. And it's basically like a number system in which the judge has to come up with a point system for how many points should be attributed to Combs. And there are all of these enhancement factors that could add 2, 3, 4 points to his sentence, and that's what the government is arguing should be added, and that's what the defense is arguing should not be considered. So what I read from inside the courtroom a little while ago is that the judge said he's going to be able to add that to his sentencing guideline.
We do want to thank our Fox 5 New York team for that coverage as we continue our coverage here at Live Now from Fox, as Sean Diddy Combs is now inside a federal courthouse for his sentencing. We have several cameras outside, and this is one of them right here outside the federal courthouse in New York City. You can see the podium set right there. As happening right now is the sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs. So we did want to share that with you. And as we do, we also wanted to give you some updates right here, because this is expected to last for hours, as several of Sean Diddy Combs's children are set to speak, as well as a reverend as well, and possibly 2 doctors who have evaluated and cared for Sean Diddy Combs while he has been in jail. So that testimony could take hours, as we are set to hear from them right there. And all of this could even be extended until Monday. Now, Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic said that one of the victims, named Mia, changed her mind about speaking in court after Combs's lawyer submitted a letter objecting to her appearance. The letter, the prosecutor said, quote, can only be described as bullying. The judge agreed, concluding that the tone of the defense's letter was inappropriate and advised Combs's lawyer not to do that again. And part of that was objecting to Mia speaking at the sentencing. That letter said, quote, virtually everything that came out of her mouth, meaning Mia, was a lie, and that, quote, she is not a victim of anything. Quote, she got to lie, she got to testify with a false identity, she got to try out her fake voice for a jury of savvy New Yorkers, but she also saw the consequences of lying to a jury. They don't believe you. So that is what the attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs submitted to the judge as part of this sentencing. We do see that Fox 5 New York is back on their coverage. We're going to dip into that as we still await a number of other live events.
As well, for joining us, offering that legal expertise. Before we wrap up, there is one thing that I wanted to get to here. Go ahead, Antoine. Yep.
Dan, one second. Becky Cook, our
yeah, that's what I was just about to ask you about the cameras, right?
Oh, that's what you're about to, okay. Yeah, about the cameras.
Because we are getting
had a chance
a lot
to check
of
my
those
phone,
comments.
and she's been texting me.
We are getting those comments a lot from our viewers.
And
why aren't there cameras in the courtroom?
I'll walk it through.
Go ahead. Yep.
I'll explain. So what happens is that I'm gonna get. Seth, you step 1 sec back, right there. Danny, can you just show the front of the door a little bit, if you will? So what happens is, now the door that we enter in, as far as the anyone who's entering that's a non-court employee, is just to the right. If you're looking at the door that you're seeing right now, you can't see it from this angle, so just give you that it's right around the corner from the one you're looking at, which is the main entrance that the attorneys, judge, court personnel go through. So once we go through that process, we have to get screened by security detail. They go through that with us, and then we show our press IDs. I'm just relating it from our perspective, and then once we go through the scanner and all of that, we're given basically like a poker chip, to then go. You take that, there are more court officers that are there, and that's when you hand them your device. And in this day and age, it's not just phones. They actually are taking the earbuds, in some cases, because they can also be, some of them are fancy now recording, so the court that you actually take.
We're listening there to Fox 5 New York coverage, but I do want to pivot as House Speaker Mike Johnson now stepping up to talk about the government shutdown.
Day 3 of the Democrat shutdown. You can see it's pretty empty around here. There's normally a lot of activity. On an average day, we have about 7,000 visitors here in the Capitol. School children and school groups and visitors and constituents, but they're not here right now. And around the country, all around the country right now, real pain is being endured by real people because the Democrats have decided to play politics. So Leader Thune and I wanted to come out and do 2 things today, just give you a brief update on where things stand with this Democrat shutdown, and then to reiterate once more, present the simple facts about what we're facing. This is necessary because the Democrats have a full-out assault to spin the facts and try to pretend as though they are not what they actually are. And some of the mainstream media are participating in this as well. I was giving our leadership press conference yesterday, and in mid-sentence, I was cut off by one of the networks, CNN. I hope you'll stay with us for a few more moments, because what I was about to say before they went to try to disclaim my remarks was I was about to point to the very page in Chuck Schumer's counter-proposal continuing resolution that proves the very fact that we've been stating. So let me go through that very quickly so everyone here has no question. And I want Chuck Schumer and Elizabeth Warren and AOC and everybody else who's been trying to spin this truth to watch and try to refute what I'm about to show you. Now here's a visual aid, okay? This is the bill. This is the counter-proposal continuing resolution that Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats filed. 2 weeks ago, mid-September, the House passed a clean, simple continuing resolution. It merely continues the Biden-era policies and spending that we're enduring right now for 7 more weeks to allow the appropriations process to continue. That's Republicans and Democrats in both chambers working together to get the government funded. We ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. We needed a few more weeks, so we sent it over. Ours is 24 pages in length. It says, let's just keep the status quo so this process, this procedure, this regular order can be done. Chuck Schumer rejected that. Senate Democrats rejected that. Now 3 times they voted against that measure, and this is what they propose in advance, in exchange for that. So instead, the counterproposal, this is page 57. This is on our website. Go to speaker.gov. You can get all these visual aids for yourself, all right? Page 57, section 2141. You see the highlighted language. There's a lot of legalese in this legislation, in these bills, but it says that they want to repeal the health subtitle changes. But what does that refer to? You read down here, Public Law 119-21. That's the one big beautiful bill. That's the American Families Tax Cut. What they want to do is repeal the very important and necessary changes that Republicans voted to put into law. President Trump signed that into law on July 4th, triumphantly on Independence Day. It was a great marquee achievement for lots of reasons. But some of the most important provisions in that law was that it eliminated fraud and abuse of our health system. Medicaid has been rife with fraud and abuse, and so we reformed it. Why? To help provide more and better health services for the American people. Because the problem with Medicaid is it's been abused. We had so many people on Medicaid that never were intended to be there. Medicaid was written for the people who need it most, the elderly, the disabled, sometimes young pregnant women who are in difficult situations. But the resources are being drained. You know why? Because there was 2 primary categories of people that should never have been there in the first place. One was able-bodied young men who are riding the wagon who should be working. We got them back to work. And the other thing that we focused on was the illegal aliens. By the CBO's estimate, about 1.4 million illegal aliens were receiving Medicaid benefits that were intended only for U.S. citizens that met the categories I just described. They were gaming the system. They were cheating the system. And what that means is that less resources were available for the people, the Americans who actually needed it most. So we did the common sense thing, the right thing, the just thing, and we put it in the law. And the president signed that, gladly signed it into law. They want to repeal it. They want to give those resources back to illegal aliens. That's exactly what that highlighted language means. On this exhibit number 2 over here, I feel like I'm back in court. Exhibit number 2, okay? This is the specifics of what that would mean. When we say they want to give $200 billion back to illegal aliens, these are the specifics. If you read the legalese here in the language in the bill on page 57 and what follows, that's what it's talking about. These are all the various provisions in the chart over here. Those are listed in millions. So you see the final total there, $192.8 billion of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats want to give back to illegal aliens. That's a fact, and nobody can refute it. Now look, what we've done is very simple. We sent over a continuing clean resolution. This is standard practice around here. And all the Democrats who are voting against it in the Senate right now, every single one of them have given impassioned speeches about how you must pass continuing resolutions, you must pass CRs, you should never shut down the government because it's dangerous and destructive and selfish and wrong. Well, suddenly they've changed their tune. We're playing, I invite you all after the press conference to go by the speaker's office in the hallway there, and you can see the highlight reel of all of them saying this passionately, as recently as March of this last year when Chuck Schumer led his caucus to vote for the same CR. They did it 13 times during the Biden administration in the previous 4 years, but suddenly they won't do it. So everybody has to ask themselves why. It has nothing to do with health care. The subsidies that they're saying is the issue is not the issue. That is an issue for the end of the year. December 31 is when that expires. So Congress has 3 months to negotiate that. Certainly we could work on it in the month of October to find some consensus and figure that out, what reforms there may be necessary to make all that happen. Republicans are committed to the health care of Americans. We have already proven that. We are making healthcare more efficient and effective and more available so that we can bring down cost and premiums and improve quality of care. We put the goods on paper. We're doing that. And the CBO analysis that came out August 25th said that these changes that we put in our bill are doing exactly that. The Congressional Budget Office is not a Republican shop, as you all know. They typically go against what I'm doing, okay, but they had to admit that this is going to make 2.3 ineligible recipients no longer on the Medicaid rolls. It's going to save $185 billion for taxpayers. That's exactly what we promised, and that's what's going to be achieved. But we have more reforms coming to try to fix Obamacare, which is not working for the people. But you need common sense, responsible Republicans who are serious about policy to fix that for the people, and that's what we're working to do. The Democrats are stalling that because they need a political talking point. And why? Because Chuck Schumer, who leads the Democrats, is terrified that he's not going to win back his Senate seat. He's afraid that the Marxist far-left corner of his base is going to challenge him in New York. Maybe many of you have noticed New York is probably going to elect a Marxist for mayor. He's terrified by that development. Chuck Schumer is a far-left progressive politician, but he's not far enough left for this base. And so he's got to show a fight against the president. He's got to show that he's fighting Republicans. And because they're playing political games and they're not doing what he himself said passionately as recently as 6 months ago that must be done, that you passed a standard bipartisan CR. Because he needs political cover, he is dragging the American people through this. And who's getting hurt? Women, infants, and children, nutrition programs that are now stalled, veterans' health services that will not be provided, people who are low-income Medicare recipients who receive telehealth and health treatment at home. Many of those programs are not being funded. We have troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol agents who are working without pay, protecting the country. And you have FEMA services, health insurance policies, for example, that are being stalled in the middle of a hurricane season because the Democrats want to play political games and try to obscure the real facts at issue. We challenge them. We challenge them to tell us why they're not trying to give illegal aliens health care again when they put it in their own bill. This is not Republicans playing games. I could have put Republican conservative priorities on the CR and sent it over there, but I didn't. And so when you all ask me, why aren't you negotiating with them? I don't have anything to negotiate. Leader Thune and I can't take off Republican priorities that we put in the CR and say, hey, is that better? Could you vote for that? Because we didn't put them on there in the first place. Why? Because Republicans are being responsible. We're operating in good faith, and we're trying to get the Democrats to do their job, and they won't. Those are the simple facts, and they cannot be obscured. I'm so grateful for the strong leadership of my colleague and partner over in the Senate, and I'd love Leader Thune to give you a little update here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker is right. We have an opportunity to pick up a House-passed bill that, if it passes the Senate, will be sent to the White House. The President will sign it, and the government will reopen. It's that simple and that straightforward, and that's all we're talking about here. All we need is a handful more Democrats. We have a majority of senators, 55 senators, have already voted for this clean, short-term, nonpartisan CR. As the Speaker said, no policy riders, no gimmicks, nothing in here that benefits Republicans. This is a straight-up 7-week funding resolution, and we need it to keep the government open. And if we don't keep the government open, you'll have all the things that the Speaker just alluded to, all the Americans who are adversely impacted by this government shutdown. Now, this is something, as you all know, as recently as the last administration, during the Biden administration, when the Democrats have the majority here in the United States Senate, the Democrats on 13 different occasions voted for this, a short-term continuing resolution. Now, I have to ask, what's changed? What's different about this? What's different is who's in the White House. That's what it's about. It's all about President Trump and the Democrats needing to pick a fight to satisfy their far-left political base, far-left activist organizations who are the tail wagging the dog right now. That's all this is about. And you have a Democrat leader from New York in the Senate, a Democrat leader in the House from New York, and you have a mayoral race in New York. You got AOC. You got all these people that are bringing pressure to bear on what should be a routine, simple, straightforward proposition, and that is a short-term continuing resolution to keep the government funded, which is sitting right now. This is sitting at the Senate desk. We will have a vote another hour or two, and it'll be the fourth time that Democrats will have an opportunity to vote to keep the government open. Now, at some point, reason, good sense, common sense has to take effect here, because that's really what this is. They brought to us, and the speaker alluded to all the impacts on illegals and free healthcare programs in this country, a bill loaded with $1.5 trillion in new spending, which includes all these provisions. And they want to load that onto a 7-week continuing resolution to fund the government. Now, what's happening right now when the government is shut down, all the things that we could be doing, the defense authorization bill, which benefits every congressional district, every state across this country, is languishing right now because we are shut down. The other appropriations bills, we have people in the Senate, both Republicans and Democrats, and frankly, Democrats, I think, especially because they haven't had a chance to be heard in the appropriations process for a really long time. When Chuck Schumer ran the Senate, we didn't do appropriations bills. We didn't put them on the floor. They marked them up in committee, and then they died. And then he wrote it behind closed doors in his office. That's the difference. We are opening this process up, and one of the things that's not getting done while the government is shut down is an appropriations process that allows us to fund the government the old-fashioned way in the light of day. We aren't working on permitting reform, which should be a bipartisan priority. We aren't working on a farm bill. We got a lot of farm policy this summer in the Working Families Tax Cuts bill, but there's more to do there. Those should be bipartisan things that we could be working together on, along with appropriations. All those things aren't getting done right now because the Senate Democrats have chosen to shut the government down. They have an opportunity, a fourth time today, fourth time to vote to open up the government and to allow us to do the rest of the work that the American people expects us to do. They have taken hostage the federal government and by extension the American people, who are the only losers in this. Everybody's talking about who wins and who loses and who gets the blame. That's not what this is about. This is about what's doing in the best interest of the American people. And what's in the best interest of the American people is keeping the government open and operating so it can continue to work on their behalf.
A few questions? Yeah, right here. Right.
The administration to block some of these infrastructure projects, to take some of these states and target them. That could backfire on the momentum you guys have, try to break the stalemate.
So the question is about the executive and the White House and what they're doing in this situation. Everybody needs to understand how this works. When Congress decides to turn off the lights, to shut the government down, it shifts the authority to the executive branch. That's how the process works. The person who has decided to put the White House in that situation is Chuck Schumer, who leads the Democrats, the 44 who keep voting to keep the government from opening up. They're voting to shut it down. So what happens in that situation? Whoever is the president, whoever is sitting in the White House, and their staffs at the Office of Management and Budget are given an unenviable task. It's a regretful situation. They have to then determine, since the spigots have been effectively turned off and there's no more money coming in, they have to then prioritize, triage effectively, federal spending. They have to look at all of that and say, you know, which things are deemed essential and which are non-essential, which priorities, policies, and personnel must be kept to keep the government operating, and which are less of a priority. So whomever is sitting in the White House gets to then apply their lenses of review. We happen to have a Republican, a conservative administration. We're very grateful for that. We're limited government conservatives. We think the government's too big. We think the federal government is too big. It does too many things and it does almost nothing well. And so it serves the taxpayers to send less of their hard-earned money to Washington and keep more in their pockets. That's what we're advancing through the One Big Beautiful Bill and all the legislative priorities that we achieve. But see, sometimes Democrats, not sometimes, all the time, Democrats don't agree with that because they love big government. I mean, listen to them. They want the government to control every aspect of your lives, and they need all of your hard-earned dollars to do that. In fact, they'd like to take them all. That's what the socialists are arguing for. That's what the Marxists believe. We believe the opposite. So here's this situation. Here's the president, the current occupant of the White House, that's been given this opportunity by Chuck Schumer. And he's a limited government conservative. He's looking at that and saying, gee, you know, this is inefficient, this is ineffective. And we'd never get Democrat votes to limit that because they never vote to limit government, ever. It's against their religion. But he has that opportunity now to say, this is a program that would serve the American people if it were not funded, because government would be more efficient and effective, and that serves everyone. So they're going to make those decisions. Now, are they taking great pleasure in that? No. Is he trolling the Democrats? Yes. I mean, yes, because that's what President Trump does, and people are having fun with this. But at the end of the day, the decisions are tough ones. And I've met with him. I talked yesterday at length with Russ Vought, who's the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Russ takes no pleasure in this. Russ wants to see a smaller, more efficient, more lean, effective federal government as we do, but he doesn't want people to lose jobs. He doesn't want to do that, but he has, that's his responsibility. So he's very carefully, methodically, very deliberately looking through that to see which decisions can be made in the best interest of the American people. That's his obligation, and that's his real desire. The president takes no pleasure in this, but if Chuck Schumer is going to give Donald Trump the opportunity to determine what their priorities are, he's going to exercise that opportunity, and that's where we are. Chad.
Square something for me. How can you say that they take no pleasure in this, and then the next minute say, oh, they're just having fun and trolling people? This is a government shutdown. On one hand, you say this is very serious, people's jobs are on the line. On the other hand, you say, oh, this is just fun and games and they're trolling.
So the effects are very serious on real people, real Americans. We support federal employees who do a great job in all these different areas, but what they're trying to have fun with, trying to make light of, is to point out the absurdity of the Democrats' position. And they're using memes and all the tools of social media to do that. Some people find that entertaining, but at the end of the day, the decisions are hard ones, and I'm telling you, they're not taking any pleasure in that. Yes, Jake.
It's the Democrats are saying they would like you and the leader to put in writing that you want, how you'll handle the Obamacare stuff.
So Jake is asking the Democrats' latest demand. Apparently, I haven't heard that, but they want us to put in writing how some of these unresolved questions will be resolved. Here's the problem. Some of the issues that they're bringing to the table and they're demanding immediate, easy answers for are not easy answers, and they take a long time to deliberate. That is the process. This is a deliberative body and a very large one. We got 435 over there and 100 over here. We can't snap our fingers and he and I and two other leaders in a room go, oh, well, this is the resolution. That's not how it works. So what we're trying to do to buy the extra time to get to November 21st is to give both chambers and this whole body 7 more weeks to figure that out. So it's not an easy solution. They know that very well. They know it as well as we do, but they're using that as a red herring because they want to drag this along so they can get political points. Yes.
Do you take any responsibility for what's happening? And what is the justification for not holding votes in your chamber this week and potentially yours this weekend when there are some bipartisan conversations happening in the Senate? Why not just stay here and work this out?
I'll give you my quick answer. I'll yield to the leader, but my quick answer is very simple. The House did its job. The House sent a bipartisan, very simple, very conventional, 24-page continuous resolution to keep the lights on. And we sent it over, we passed it, and it's been rejected by the Senate. So the House will come back into session and do its work as soon as Chuck Schumer allows us to reopen the government. That's plain and simple.
Right. Well, and as I mentioned, all the things we aren't doing, right? So we're in a shutdown posture here because of Senate Democrats. There is united support, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, a few Senate Democrats, the President of the United States, in support of keeping or opening the government back up. And right now it's being blocked by the Senate Democrats. And all it takes, as you point out, is a handful more. We get 4 or 5 more votes and we can actually pass this thing. And there are discussions going on with our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. But at some point they have to take yes for an answer. I mean, the things that people want, and I don't disagree with this at all, is a normal appropriations process, putting bills on the floor, getting conference passed bills on the floor of the House and Senate so we can actually fund the government the old-fashioned way. And I'm all for that. And we've made that very clear to them. We can't make commitments or promises on the COVID subsidies because that's not something that we can guarantee that there are the votes there to do. But what I've said is I'm open to having conversations with our Democrat colleagues about how to address that issue. And I think that but that can't happen while the government is shut down. I mean, we got to open up the government. And with respect to our schedule, like I said, I don't know how many times you're going to give them a chance to vote no. And hopefully over the weekend, they'll have a chance to think about it. And maybe some of these conversations start to result in something to where we can start moving some votes and actually get this thing passed. But there's nothing to be gained at this point by negotiating something that there's nothing to negotiate. I mean, I think that's essentially where we are. This is again, a straightforward, simple solution to keep the government open. And then all these other issues that we're talking about, we're happy to sit down and have conversations.
The president said that this is an unprecedented opportunity to make cuts to programs. Do you see that as an unprecedented opportunity? And is that helpful toward these bipartisan negotiations? You mentioned you only need a handful more Democrats.
Well, I mean, as the speaker pointed out, when you're in a shutdown situation, you have to manage the government. And any administration is going to make decisions based on their priorities. Figure out where to move money from here to here. This agency, this department, these employees. That's the situation the Democrats have put the administration in. Now, to your point, I mean, I think they're going to make decisions that are consistent with their priorities. And yes, they're going to have a different political view of the world than the Democrats might have, but that's what the Democrats have wrought by doing this. They are allowing the administration to do the very thing that back in March they said they didn't want to give them the authority to do, and that's to make decisions just like that. But that's what's going to happen. And again, why I'm at a loss to explain the strategy behind this, other than it generates contributions and activist energy support from the far left of the Democrat Party. If you're a Republican or a Democrat here in the Senate or in the House for that matter, who actually wants to get results and get things done, you're losing that opportunity by keeping the government shut down, and you're also handing the administration an opportunity to do things that probably in most cases you're not going to agree with.
Last question. Speaker. Is out with a new poll that shows overwhelming support, including among Republicans, to extend the Obamacare subsidies. I know you both said you want to reform them. So do you commit to doing something to address those subsidies so that insurance premiums don't spike for Americans?
Republicans commit to continue the work that we've already been doing and demonstrating to bring down costs and improve quality of care. We are committed to that, and we will do whatever is necessary to make it happen. This is one of many issues that have to be deliberated and discussed through our process. What we're asking the Democrats to do, I'll close as we began. Please open the government so we can do that work, so that all the members of both chambers can be here to do the work, to legislate and to deliberate. They've stopped our ability to do that with these political antics, and we hope it ends. Thank you all for being here.
We were just hearing from House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune as they're talking about the ongoing federal government shutdown now in day 3. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the ticker indicating exactly just how long this shutdown has been going on. 2 days, 11 hours, 28 minutes, and just about 30 seconds right here. We may be hearing from Democrats a little bit later on, but this is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries taking to the social media platform X, saying we are ready to debate government funding and the Republican healthcare crisis anytime, any place with the cameras rolling. Trump, Veep, Speaker Johnson, what say you? So it does appear as of now that a possible vote will not result in the end to this federal government shutdown. We were hearing from Senate Majority Leader John Thune as the Senate is just about to get in session. There is going to be a 4th vote on this very issue, but he said it himself. He said it's very unlikely that they will actually get the number of votes to end the government shutdown. So we're continuing to follow this major story right here as we take another live look inside the U.S. Capitol building, where the Republican Party leaders were speaking about this ongoing shutdown. We are going to be stepping away briefly, but we have a lot more to get to in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 11:31 Eastern, 8:31 Pacific. We are following some breaking news out of the Chicago area. Take a look. This is a live look right here, as we've learned that at least 12 people have been arrested during an Illinois ICE facility demonstration. This is a live look from outside the ICE facility, and we can see a very heavy amount of police presence right here. This is the Broadview ICE facility. We did want to share just a little bit more from our Fox 32 Chicago team. This rally, this protest, marks the 5th consecutive Friday of demonstrations at this suburban Chicago processing center. Earlier today, the scene outside this facility was quiet. There was just a single police squad car and new security measures in place, including fencing and concrete barriers along certain streets. And then at around 7:30 a.m. local time, dozens of protesters carrying signs and protective gear, they started arriving along the back entrance of this facility. Illinois State Police and riot gear and Broadview Police were among several law enforcement agencies at the scene to control the crowds, and we can see the law enforcement presence still at this hour. At least 12 protesters, according to our Fox 32 Chicago team, were seen handcuffed and taken into custody. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and U.S. Customs and Border Protection Chief Patrol Agent Gregory Bovino also made an appearance on the roof of the ICE facility, surrounded by armed personnel, and our crew there on the scene also saw an armored truck present as well. Protest organizers said that this particular center, the Broadview Center, is not intended to hold detainees for more than 12 hours at a time. The organizers of this demonstration claim individuals are being deprived of basic necessities like beds, blankets, and access to hygiene facilities. Activists also claim that ICE has blocked elected officials from inspecting the facility despite requirements they say are set by law. So to disperse these crowds of protesters, ICE agents have used pepper balls, tear gas, and rubber bullets to allow vehicles to enter and exit this facility. 5 people were previously charged in a demonstration that happened back on Saturday, including a couple who were reportedly carrying guns. So we did want to share this with you as we are continuing to follow breaking news out of the Chicago area. This is a live look at the Broadview ICE facility, where at least 12 people were arrested during a demonstration. All of this taking place earlier this morning, but still at this hour, we can see a very heavy police presence outside on the streets. We also wanted to share this social media post from Fox 32 News stating that demonstrations are expected to continue today outside this facility, where community activists and officials plan to hold a news conference demanding transparency as well as improved conditions. Now, we haven't seen any news conference getting underway. There's also no indication as to a specific time when this potential news conference might take place, but we are continuing to monitor this live look here in the Chicago area, and of course bring you any updates once they do happen. In the meantime, though, we are going to be stepping away briefly. We'll be right back. Our next live event takes us out to New York City. We're happening right now. Sean Diddy Combs is inside a courthouse for his sentencing hearing. This is federal court, so no cameras are allowed inside, but we do have 3 different vantage points that we want to share with you right here on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the exterior of the federal courthouse. We have seen a podium set up, so we are anticipating perhaps some reaction from both sides after the conclusion of this sentencing. In the middle of your screen, that's a live look from the crowds that have surrounded the courthouse as many people tried to get inside, but because there is limited seating, this is the spillover crowd as folks are just being riveted by what is happening here. And on the right-hand side of your screen is another vantage point of the courthouse. You can also see a little bit of these metal barricades that police have put into place to try and create just the calmest of situations right here, as there are hundreds of people gathering on the sidewalks as everyone awaits that sentencing. Coming up in just about 20 minutes or so, we are going to be speaking with a criminal defense attorney, and we wanted to share this with you. We want you to share your questions. What kind of questions do you have about the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing? We're going to pose some of those questions with criminal defense attorney Jeremy Rosenthal coming up at noon Eastern time. So if you have a question, all you have to do is scan the QR code on the upper right-hand side of your screen. The defense is asking for the judge to rule for time served, meaning could Sean Diddy Combs walk out as a free man, while the prosecution is asking for the full punishment. And so we've been hearing from experts, there is a general consensus possibly that Sean Diddy Combs could get 4 to 5 years in prison, but that has yet to be determined. As happening right now, there are a number of people that are sharing their statements in front of the judge. We do know that several of Sean Diddy Combs' children will be sharing their statements. We also know that a pastor is going to be speaking on behalf of Sean Diddy Combs, and possibly some doctors who have treated Sean Diddy Combs while he was behind bars. Now, we were expecting this morning to hear from one of Sean Diddy Combs' alleged victims, known as Mia. However, she has now decided that she will not share her statement live in person. She had been talking with the prosecution, and they said that she felt like she couldn't take to the stand and share what she had to say because of a statement written on behalf of the attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs. So we did want to share a little bit more with you as we are getting minute-to-minute updates by the Associated Press. So Sean Diddy Combs' attorneys had submitted a letter objecting to Mia speaking, claiming that she lied under oath. That letter objecting to Mia speaking at the sentencing says, quote, virtually everything that came out of her mouth was a lie. She is not a victim of anything. She got to lie. She got to testify with a false identity. She got to try out her fake voice for a jury of savvy New Yorkers. But she also saw the consequences of lying to a jury. They do not believe you. So she was meant to be the only accuser to speak today. However, the assistant U.S. attorney said that she changed her mind about speaking in court after that letter submitted by Combs' lawyers. Prosecutors said that the letter, quote, can only be described as bullying, and the judge agreed, concluding that, quote, the tone of the defense's letter was inappropriate and advised Combs' lawyers not to do it again. So I did want to stay on this question, as you can scan that QR code on the upper right-hand side of your screen. In just about 20 minutes, we're going to be joined live by criminal defense attorney Jeremy Rosenthal as we do await the sentencing that will be imposed on Sean Diddy Combs. A live look right here at 3 different camera angles, as in the middle you can see just the massive amounts of crowds that have congregated on the sidewalks here outside the New York City federal courthouse as we do await that sentencing. So the very last update from the Associated Press, and I'm just taking a look right here live, is that prosecutors have argued that Combs has not owned up to his crime. So the district attorney slamming Combs's letter last night that he submitted to the judge, seeking leniency, saying that Combs portrayed himself as the victim of his own bad behavior. The prosecutor said, quote, even in his submission last night, his remorse was qualified. And I did want to share just a little bit of that statement with you. And we're going to put that on your screen right here. This is a live look. This is just an excerpt, but I did want to read it to you in its entirety, just so you can get a better idea as to exactly what Sean Diddy Combs submitted to the judge. So this is the entire statement right here, submitted last night ahead of today's sentencing hearing, saying, Dear Judge, quote, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all of the hurt and pain that I have caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. In my life, I have made many mistakes, but I am no longer running from them. I am so sorry for the hurt that I caused, but I understand that the mere words, quote, I'm sorry, will never be good enough, as these words alone cannot erase the pain from the past. Over the past 13 months, I have had to look in the mirror like never before. My pain became my teacher. My sadness was my motivator. I have to admit my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. Scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to carry forever. The remorse, the sorrow, the regret, the disappointment, the shame. I honestly feel sorry for something that I couldn't forgive someone else for if they put their hands on one of my daughters. That is why it is so hard for me to forgive myself. It's like a deep wound that leaves an ugly scar. Your Honor, I thought I was providing for Jane concerning her and her child, but after hearing her testimony, I realized that I hurt her. For this, I am deeply sorry. I lost my way. I lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I have been humbled and broken to my core. Jail is designed to break you mentally, physically, and spiritually. Over the past year, there have been so many times that I wanted to give up. There have been some days I thought I would be better off dead. The old me died in jail and a new version of me was reborn. Prison will change you or kill you. I choose to live. So that is the very latest that Sean Diddy Combs shared as we continue our coverage right here. And I did want to share another live look right here of that scene as we continue to follow the very latest developments as a crowd continues to congregate outside the federal courthouse right here. We are keeping up from the very latest, and because of so many attorneys and statements that are being read, there is a discussion that this may go on for many hours. And so we did want to share that with you, as this could stretch into the late afternoon hours and possibly even on Monday. So what we're going to do is we are going to be stepping away for a brief break. But before we do so, one last time, if you have a question that you have about the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing in terms of, what he could get, what the judge is considering in terms of different factors in all of this, we, of course, will pass that to you. And also, we wanted to share this. If you're not up to date, or you may, have forgotten just a little bit, the very latest on exactly what that verdict is. And I did want to share that with you right here as we pull that up, as we take that. But we're going to get to that in just a little bit as I type in that number right here. And we are just going to share that with you. So this is the verdict that was previously reached. Sean Diddy Combs found guilty on count 3 and count 5. So both of those counts, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Sean Diddy Combs could face up to 20 years in prison, and the judge could issue concurrent sentences, which would cap his time at 10 years. So just to give you a little bit of what Sean Diddy Combs has been convicted of, and, you know, the parameters for that sentencing right here. Of course, it could be, much lower than that, all determining by the judge. So we are going to be speaking with criminal defense attorney Jeremy Rosenthal coming up at noon Eastern time, passing along the questions that you may have, as this is the legal process happening right now. Ultimately, it will be up to the judge, but the judge right now hearing the different statements being shared by one of the reverends on behalf of Sean Diddy Combs, several of his children, and possibly some of the doctors who have been treating him while he was in jail. All right, we're going to step away briefly, but much more to come right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are monitoring a number of events that are scheduled to get underway at any moment. And the first one takes us out to the Detroit area. This is a live look right here, where any moment now we are expecting to hear from the Grand Blanc Township police. This is another update into Sunday's shooting at a church. This was a Michigan church. A man there shot up that church, setting fire also to that church. Tragically, 4 people were killed when all of this unfolded. The suspect, Thomas Sanford, was eventually also killed in a confrontation and shootout with police. But police say that he drove his pickup through the front entrance of the church, got out with an assault rifle, and began shooting. So this was the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Chapel in Grand Blanc Township. And we've been hearing, in the days after following this tragedy, we've been hearing from police. So this is yet another update. You can see that the podium there is already set up and folks are seated. We don't have a specific time as to when possibly this is going to be getting underway, but you can see that the photographer right there has, zoomed in. You can also see the door. So we do possibly anticipate the police and others. We do know that this was a multi-agency investigation. The FBI, the ATF were also assisting in this investigation there as well. So we did want to share the very latest with you. And we also have an update from Fox 2 Detroit right here saying that the police briefing will be the latest development in the investigation of the mass shooting at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the county. And we do see that the update is going to be at noon. And so we are going to be bringing that to you. So we did want to share that. Now, we know that we had said that we did have a criminal defense attorney, Jeremy Rosenthal, joining us at noon to talk about the very latest from Diddy. But because we do want to bring you all of these live events, we're going to just hold him. Don't worry if you submitted a question about the Diddy sentencing. We will get to those fewer questions. But as this is going to be happening at noontime, we do want to get that. And we do see a police officer right here. It looks like he's just giving directions to the crowd, but let's just raise the audio.
When it gets rolling, can you flip the switch just to show them what it's going to look like? It's going to look like that while the video is playing. It's going to go here and here. Okay. So if you guys, that's what it's going to look like once we start playing the video. The chief's going to talk and all that. So you guys ready for that? Awesome. All right. Here we go.
Will the video be released to the media?
Yes, you guys will all get a copy today.
If anybody would rather it be emailed, there's either give us a card, put it over here, or write your email down.
All right, so we were just hearing a little bit of direction as we are set to hear from police in just a matter of moments about the deadly Michigan church shooting. And you were hearing that they are going to be turning down the lights at a certain point because it does sound like, at least according to this gentleman, that they are going to be sharing a video of some kind. Now, he didn't specify exactly what this video is. Could this have been surveillance video that we are now seeing for the very first time? We don't know, but we do see the screen there already set up, and he did indicate that they are going to be turning down the lights to make it easier for folks to actually see this video. That is slated to get underway in just a matter of moments. What we're going to do is we're just going to step away briefly and continue our live coverage in just a moment. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We did want to share this with you if you're just joining us at this hour, as coming up in just about 4 minutes time or so, we are expecting to receive an update from Grand Blanc Township Police about the deadly Michigan church shooting that happened last Sunday, killing 4 people. We do understand, according to one of the police officers, that they will be sharing a video of some sort. In fact, you can see the projection right there as we are awaiting this to get underway in just about 4 minutes time. We're going to monitor this, but it's been a very busy Friday, and happening also right now, Senator Chuck Schumer on the Senate floor talking about the government shutdown.
Want this as well. But failure to act would be devastating. And Republicans know it. Even Donald Trump knows it. He talked about it a little bit with us in the White House when we went a few days back. If we don't act now, then at least 22 million people will see their health care premiums double on average. But for many people, it's even worse than that. If these ACA premium tax credits aren't extended, the average 55-year-old couple making $85,000 a year would see their premiums not just double, but triple. $25,000 a year. How is a senior citizen, even one that has a little bit of savings and a little bit of a cushion, afford $25,000 a year? So that is all Democrats want to fix. We are on the side of the people. People know it and want it and need it. It's not complicated. Americans want it. Republican voters want it. Democrats remain ready and willing to work with the other side. We're ready to work on a path forward to lower health care costs for the American people and fund the federal government. I yield the floor.
We were just hearing from Senator Chuck Schumer, there, Democrat from New York, debating the government shutdown. We were earlier hearing from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, indicating that there is going to be a vote that is set to be held today to allow the opportunity for Democrats to side with the Republicans and end the government shutdown. However, he also said during his remarks to the media that he is not optimistic that will happen. And so perhaps the government shutdown could extend through the weekend, as we are now in day 3. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, that is a live clock indicating specifically just how long the government shutdown is lasting. Right now, we are 2 days, 11 hours, and now just switching over to 12 hours time. So we are continuing to monitor this, as many of the government departments and agencies have now temporarily shut down. Non-exempt employees furloughed because of this shutdown, and there are some concerns about how this might impact not just the various agencies, but of course the average American citizen. The sticking point for the Democrats continues to be Medicaid. However, I did want to switch here right now because it does look like the investigation update into the deadly Michigan shooting is now happening.
ROM from Grand Lake Township. I'm the public information officer for this particular event. At the conclusion, the credentialed media will get contents of the body-worn camera footage. You'll be leaving with a copy today, okay? See me, myself, over here by the door before you guys take off, okay? We're going to have 2 speakers today. First is going to be the Grand Lake Township Supervisor, Scott Bennett, S-C-O-T-T, Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T. He will be providing a community update. After that, there'll be Chief William Rennie, William Common Rennie, R-E-N-Y-E. For his updates on the McCandless Road incident, he'll be accompanied by the Michigan Department of Natural Resources Law Enforcement Division Chief Jason Haynes, Jason Common, Haynes, H-A-I-N-E-S. There'll be no questions afterwards. And I'd like to turn it over now to Grand Lake Township Supervisor Scott Bennett.
Thank you. Scott Bennett, Grand Lake Township Supervisor. Thank you to everyone in our community that's come together in this time of our tragedy. As I've said over and over, that we're not going to allow this incident to define our community, but our response to it is what we're going to be defined by. I want to speak with you about 2 important events, or 2 important opportunities to support our community. First, we have so many people that have been affected by this tragedy. The families that were attending church services, our first responders, and others in our community. If you can financially help support the victims of this shooting that occurred on September 28th, the Victim Compassion Fund is something that guarantees that 100% of the donated funds are going to go to the victims of the tragedy. If you want more information, you can go to Elga Credit Union's website at elgacu.com or go to Grand Blanc Township's official website or social media pages. There are no fees paid to any organization involved with this fund, which includes representatives of Grand Blanc Township, our police department, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc that will be distributing those funds. Unfortunately, we have become aware of fraudulent activity or scams that are working, and we're working to stop them. But rest assured, our Victims Compensation Fund is a secure method for people to give. In addition to the Victim Compensation Fund, several foundations, including the C.S. Mott Foundation, Community Foundation of Greater Flint, and the Elga Foundation are working together to make sure that every victim of this tragedy, including our first responders, get the help they need. If you know someone that needs help, please contact my office at 810-424-2692 or a member of church leadership. If you know someone who needs help, please send them our way. Thank you for making sure that we focus on helping the actual victims of the situation. Second, we want to invite everyone to an important community gathering next Tuesday evening, October 7th at 7 p.m. The Grand Blanc Better Together Community Reflection event will provide an opportunity to respectfully gather in support of all people affected by this tragedy. This non-denominational, non-political gathering will allow us to support the victims and their families and friends, first responders, medical personnel, and our entire community. It'll be an evening of healing, remembrance, and support. The event is being organized by our township, the City of Grand Blanc, the Grand Blanc Community Schools, and the Grand Blanc Chamber of Commerce. It'll feature a number of speakers, so please make plans to join us on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Grand Blanc High School at Don Batchelor Field. The gates are being opened at 6 p.m. Their program underway at 7. We have shuttles for transportation. Please check out our website for further information. Thanks again for everything that our community has done to support us, and we're coming together and proving in the process that indeed we are Grand Blanc strong. Thank you. And now I'd like to have Chief Rennie join us here.
We will never forget this incident, but I promise that we will not let this define Grand Blanc. We will strive and we will be better together. I'd like to thank the media that's present today. You've gave us space, you've allowed us to grieve, and I appreciate that. Our condolences go out to everyone in this nation who has been affected by this particular incident. And we appreciate the outpouring support and the compassion that we have seen our community come here together. It's important to me to continue to have the trust within this community, and I believe in being very transparent as well. So I have some new information that I want to provide you today. That's part of the purpose of this press conference today. So originally I gave you some times. I gave you that we had responded within 30 seconds and that assailant was found deceased by our officers within 8 minutes. After time, I've had some chance to review the body camera footage. I've also had to review the call logs. And what we found is from the time that the call for service went out to our officers, this incident ended much shorter than 8 minutes, 3 minutes and 43 seconds. I'm going to give you a new timeline now. 10:25 and 32 seconds, Genesee County 911 receives their first 911 call stating that the caller had been shot in the stomach. 10:25:48, so that's within 16 seconds. Dispatch puts out to our officers and they begin their response. 10:27:46, 10:27 and 46 seconds, Michigan Conservation Officer arrives on scene. That's a 1 minute and 58 second response time. 10:28 and 54 seconds. Our Grand Blanc Township officer arrives on scene and exits the vehicle. That's a 3-minute, 6-second response time. Now, I'm about to get to the video. I will not release the officers' names at this time, as the current investigation is being conducted by the Michigan State Police. That's standard protocol within the state of Michigan, that all officer-involved shooting goes to the state police. What they do, they review the reports, they review witness statements, they get all the digital evidence, they compile that, and then they submit that to the prosecutor's office. We are not responsible for charging officers. That is completely up to the prosecutor's office. As the officers stand right now, both of them are on paid administrative leave, meaning that they are not actively going out and responding to calls for service. Now, what you're about to see is an unedited version of the events that took place that day. It's a brief 47-second video. It has been shortened down. The reason why it's been shortened down is for the sake of this press conference. What you would see prior to the officer's response is him just responding inside his vehicle. Afterwards, for this video ending, he gets up and close and personal with the deceased, and this is not the time nor the place to review that video at that point. We have to remember people are first, and the assailant also has families that are suffering and victims as well. So what you're about to see here is two officers running to the sounds of gunfire to save lives. Very courageous actions. This is what law enforcement is trained to do, and this is how law enforcement should respond to these incidents. That's what we swear an oath to protect and serve. You're gonna hear a barrage of shots being fired, several of them, in the northwest part of the parking lot of the church. Our officers then immediately start running towards that. You'll hear 2 additional shots, which we believe at this time are from the conservation officer. You'll also see to the left of the body camera that there's a member from the congregation that's also running that way with a handgun. He does not fire his weapon. You'll hear several loud verbal commands. Drop the gun, drop the gun, drop it now. The subject refuses to do that, and then at that time our officer fires at least 8 shots. IT, if you could turn down the lights and play the video, please.
I got your back out here, man. Yeah, stay there. Shoot him. Get back, get back. Drop the gun now. Drop it. You good? CEO, you good?
Replay it one more time, IT, please.
Sorry, you guys, bear with me next. I just closed it. Hold on.
IT, they're going to receive a copy of this afterwards, okay?
Okay, I can play it right now.
No, forget it. This is the response that law enforcement needs to do. So we quickly responded. It's a hard video to watch. I know that. However, I want to touch base on our officers. The reason why we put this out is so we could all begin to heal. I know that we've received a lot of video requests through the media to get this video out. We saw no need about 3-4 weeks or whenever this officer is cleared to reopen the wounds. So we wanted to be transparent, get this out, so now we could all begin to heal. What we've done for our officers, we brought in Oakland County's peer support team. We've also brought in counselors. Again, I want to remind the public that the care center is open for you until 8 p.m. tonight over at the Genesis Conference Center. Thank you.
Go ahead and see me over here. We'll get you a copy, okay? We're not taking any questions at this time, so if you guys want to see him here, we'll get you thank you.
We did want to share that with you. The police not answering any questions from the media at this time. However, this is a live look inside the Grand Blanc Township Police Department as they were sharing for the very first time body cam video from responding officers in Sunday's deadly Michigan church shooting. And they were walking us step by step exactly what we would be hearing and seeing. But they said that would be the conclusion of today's update, stating that right now the officers involved are on paid administrative leave. That is typical for an investigation of this sort. But after that, they said there is no need to open any other wounds because this is an incredibly sensitive topic and many families and individuals are currently grieving. So we did want to share that with you. What we're going to do, though, is this is the end of this update. We're going to step away and we do have some other live events to share with you in just a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. During the break, Senator Dick Durbin was taking to the Senate floor to discuss day 3 of the government shutdown. He has since finished his remarks, but we do see that there is now a new senator there on the floor. Let's listen in.
Again, our Democrat colleagues are going to have the opportunity to vote for a clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution that would open the government and allow us to continue working on the appropriations process. Just to kind of give a little perspective on that, here are the statistics showing all of the Biden-era clean CRs that were passed. 13 of them during the Biden administration, and 96% of the Democrats voted for them. Now they can't vote for a clean resolution. How do you explain that? Unfortunately, Democrat leadership is demanding more than $1 trillion in new spending just to keep the government open. So instead of voting for this clean CR, they want more than $1 trillion in new spending in a CR that, I mean, the CR has no Republican priorities in it. It's just a clean CR. So how is it we're supposed to put trillions of dollars of Democrat priorities in a CR that goes till November 21? That's what Leader Schumer has said. And that's exactly why this is the Schumer shutdown. They've taken our government hostage with a list of demands that's really quite astonishing. They want funding for health care for illegal immigrants. They want more subsidies for pandemic-era health insurance, all while actually repealing a $50 billion health care fund for rural hospitals that was put in the One Big Beautiful Bill. How does that make sense? In the meantime, vital programs that support hardworking American families have either been shuttered or are very nearly out of money. Let's end this Schumer shutdown and pass a clean short-term CR, the same kind of clean CR, mind you, that, as I said, 96% of Democrats voted for to support 13 times during the Biden administration. And that's what this shows. Let's pass this clean CR and get back to work and move our appropriations bills through regular order. That's how we're supposed to do it, through regular order. Already, we've made progress in this Congress doing just that. The Appropriations Committee has passed 8 of the 12 approach bills on a bipartisan basis. Matter of fact, we just approved, not too long ago, 3 of them. One of them was my ag appropriations bill by big bipartisan majorities here on the floor in the Senate. Compare that to the last Congress when Leader Schumer refused to allow us to bring any of the appropriation bills to the floor. In fact, nearly a month ago now, the House requested a formal conference on the 3 bills that I just referenced that we've passed across the floor with large bipartisan majorities. And we are ready to go to conference with them and finish our work on those appropriations bills through regular order, as I just said. And our majority leader has said very clearly that he is ready to bring defense appropriations and the labor health bill, which would actually get us up north of 75, maybe even 80% of the appropriation process finished. And he's ready to bring those 2 bills to the floor as soon as we're open and operating. Mr. President, we need to reopen the government to return to our bipartisan appropriations work and get back to conducting the business of the American people. Another good example is the work we're doing for our ag producers. And I know, Mr. President, you know about that very well. Every American depends every single day on the high quality, low cost food supply that our farmers and ranchers provide. At the same time, our farmers and ranchers depend on access to markets to ensure that they get good prices for the high quality crops that they produce. This is particularly true, for example, for soybean farmers in my state of North Dakota, where we export nearly 90% of what we grow, a lot of that going to markets like China. With harvest season underway, the Trump administration continues to fight for better markets for our farmers and ranchers. But in the meantime, our producers need a bridge to stronger markets and the updated farm safety net, which we included as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Due to China's efforts to reduce commodity prices and push up the cost of production, our farmers are having a hard time right now, as you well know. As the administration works to secure better trade deals with our nation, it's critical that we don't allow China to use our farmers as a pressure point in those negotiations. That's why I've been working, along with others, with this administration on emergency assistance to bridge that gap while we seek better trade agreements and more export sales for our farmers. Along with Senate Ag Committee Chairman, Senator Bozeman, we've done a lot of work and we're ready to go when the President and the Secretary decide it's time to move forward with a plan that will help bridge that gap and keep our producers afloat. Doing so will give the administration trade team needed leverage in these negotiations with China. U.S. producers deserve to be treated fairly in the global marketplace, not to be used as a tool by China in their negotiations on fair trade, which we demand. The administration's efforts are all about securing better trade terms that not only reduce foreign tariffs, but eliminate the non-tariff trade barriers that other countries use to lock out American farmers and ranchers. And by acting now and providing assistance to our producers during these negotiations, we will send a very strong signal to China that their tactics will not work. That's how we secure better market access for our producers for the long term. And that is exactly what President Trump did in his first term in the negotiations with China. And we worked with him on the market facilitation program to keep our farmers in the game. And the result was that President Trump secured a $50 billion agreement from China to purchase our ag commodities. And that's what we're working to do again. So let's get this government back open so we can continue that hard work. And you know, Mr. President, that's just one example of the work that needs to get done for the American people. So, again, we're gonna have a vote here in a little bit, and once again, I ask that our Democrat colleagues join with us and vote to get this government open. It is a clean, short-term resolution so that we can do the work of the American people. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are 3 days into a government shutdown, and we are in the middle of a healthcare crisis entirely of Republicans making. And a new poll shows nearly 80% of Americans, that is 4 in 5, want Republicans to work with us to stop their premiums from doubling. So what is the holdup? After all, as we speak, health plans are in the middle of locking in massive rate increases, and those notices will be in the mail any day now. These are two serious issues facing our country, and yet Trump and Republican leaders are refusing to take any of them seriously. On health care, they've decided to shut down the government rather than work with us. And they've decided they would rather make up lies about illegal immigrants than talk about the actual issue at stake. The reality that Republicans are letting premiums more than double. Newsflash, Republican areas are actually going to face some of the biggest price jumps if they refuse to save health care. Small businesses are going to take a hit, not to mention farmers. 1/4 of our farmers are covered on the ACA exchanges, so this healthcare crisis is a big concern for them. Millions of families across the country are about to see their monthly healthcare costs jump by hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. And the Republicans' plan here seems to be, I hope no one notices. That is out of touch. Maybe a couple $1,000s here and there seems like no big deal when you take your marching orders from billionaires like Donald Trump. But if Republicans talk to everyday families and fewer rich billionaires, they would understand the healthcare crisis Republicans are ignoring is going to devastate folks back home. Millions of people are going to be priced out of their insurance. They will skip their basic health care. They will skimp on their medication. They will miss out on life-saving treatments. It is no exaggeration to say people will die. There is no avoiding that reality, though Republicans seem determined to try. And on the shutdown, Trump and Republican leadership are not taking this seriously. President Trump has made clear he doesn't see this shutdown as a problem to solve. He sees a shutdown as an opportunity to hurt people. He sees a shutdown as an opening to make good on even more of the awful promises of Project 2025. Trump sees a shutdown as an excuse to harm whoever he wants and do whatever he wants, even and maybe especially if it hurts folks back home. The Trump administration actually isn't even trying to hide that fact. They're targeting their cuts at blue states. They're talking about canceling Democratic priorities, and they are threatening our constituents if we do not bend the knee. No one can believe President Trump is serious about ending this shutdown when he is more focused on tweeting out fake sombrero pictures and showing Russ Vought as the Grim Reaper than he is on working on a deal. No one can believe President Trump seriously cares whether he is hurting everyday Americans when the only thing he is focused on is taking the opportunity to punish the American people with cruel cuts and cruel firings, which don't just hurt Democrats, they hurt his own voters as well. And I should mention, no one can believe Republican leadership is serious about ending the shutdown either when Senate Republicans are holding the same vote over and over while refusing to start serious negotiations. And by the way, House Republicans are not even here in town. And instead of talking about addressing health care, they're saying just wait or later. Democrats have been waiting. We've been trying to save the health care tax credits for months. We cannot wait any longer. Later is too late. The irony of Republicans telling us to wait on health care is as rich as the people they shoveled tax breaks on earlier this year. Because let's not forget, earlier this year, Republicans chose to spend a lot of time here and a lot of effort extending the tax cuts for wealthy CEOs. Those tax cuts were set to expire at the end of this year, just like the ACA tax credits we are talking about now. What did Republicans do? Did they tell the billionaires to wait? No.
We are listening into Senator Patty Murray there on the Senate floor. We've been dipping in and out as lawmakers from both sides are talking about day 3 of the government shutdown. We also want to let you know that coming up at around 1 p.m. Eastern time, we are expecting to have a White House press briefing amid the ongoing shutdown, and we'll be bringing that to you without commercial uninterruption once it gets underway. In the meantime, though, we're going to step away for a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:32 Eastern, 9:32 Pacific, and we continue to follow major news out of New York City, where Sean Diddy Combs is now inside a federal courthouse for his sentencing hearing. And take a look at this. This is interesting. This is live right here. It does look like someone has handcuffs on him. I'm going to take that full because we've been seeing a packed house out here outside of the courthouse. I'm just going to drop our lower right here to give you a better idea. But yes, NYPD now has someone in handcuffs outside the federal courthouse. You can see that that person there is having some words. So it's been a bit of a chaotic scene in a ways, as there have been hundreds of people lining the streets outside the federal courthouse, hoping to get a glimpse of what could be history. And a live look right here, we can see this gentleman now being escorted away by the police officer, hands behind his back, handcuffs right there. And it does look like perhaps he will be put inside this police vehicle. But we're going to hang on this in just a moment. You did see some of the metal barricades that police have put up around the federal courthouse to try and minimize situations such as this. They want to keep it as orderly and as safe and peaceful as possible. But because of the large crowds, and you can just get a glimpse perhaps of just some of those folks, and a lot of these people have their cameras rolling right here. So a lot of people taking this person's video, as you can see that he is now in handcuffs. Now, we've actually been seeing him outside the courthouse all morning long, and he's been speaking a lot with different people and with officers. But now it does look like he has his hands behind his back with some handcuffs right here, and police are now patting him down. So a look on the left-hand side of your screen of the federal courthouse where Sean Diddy Combs is in. We also see a podium set up there because perhaps there will be reaction after that sentencing is read by the judge. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is what has been happening. A lot of people gathering outside, hoping to get a glimpse of Sean Diddy Combs' family, some of whom are inside the court at this hour, and then, of course, some of this. So we did want to share that with you, and we also have an update from TMZ. This is an interesting development right here. TMZ reporting that prosecutors are claiming Diddy booked speaking engagements for next week in Miami. That is going to be very interesting as they discuss that in court right here, because Sean Diddy Combs is facing possibly many years in prison. So, you know, prosecutors claiming, though, that he has now booked speaking engagements for next week in Miami. That would indicate possibly a release of some sort. To talk more on this, I do want to bring in criminal defense attorney Jeremy Rosenthal to talk more on this. And Jeremy, you know, we just showed that post from TMZ. I mean, this is what prosecutors are claiming. Of course, there are always two sides of the story, but what do you make of this?
That's not good for P. Diddy. He's got his federal sentencing today, and the way that federal sentencing works is we have a trial, you get a trial, you get jurors, all of that happens. If you're found guilty, the sentencing is 100% up to the judge. The judge has a lot of guidelines that the judge can follow and the judge has to follow, but really any information like this that makes its way to the judge, it can be really, really important to be able to undermine it or cross-examine it or try to find a way to show the judge that maybe it's not true. And if it is true, that's certainly not the look that P. Diddy wants on the day of his sentencing, where the judge is thinking about, okay, am I going to go 5 years, 6 years, 7 years? And then we see something like this. That could actually tack on some real time to this sentence if what the prosecutors are saying has merit. So it's a very, very, that's not a good look. And it's kind of one of those roof caving in moments for prosecutors if that's what's being claimed, or for Diddy, rather, if that's what's being claimed.
Right, because I mean, a sticking point, of course, is contrition. You know, is you know, the person on trial, the sentencing, is he or she expressing true remorse? And he submitted a letter to the judge indicating that he truly is remorseful for everything that he did. He takes responsibility, and he also said that the old himself died in jail. There's a new one reborn. And I also wanted to share this. This is from the New York Post right here. So he's begging for a second chance, saying, I will not let you down. However, TMZ indicating perhaps this is not authentic and genuine. That is, a real concern, I have to imagine.
Absolutely it is. And a lot of what we do as criminal defense lawyers is we have to make our client and turn our client from a two-dimensional or a one-dimensional caricature into a three-dimensional human being, and not only being able to tell the story to a judge of redemption, of transformation. You've got to really show the judge, here is who I am. You've heard about the worst 20 things of my life that I've done, and in some instances with P. Diddy, maybe more. You've heard about some of my shortcomings. You've heard about some of my flaws. Let me tell you about who I really am. Why don't you hear, Judge, from all of these character witnesses, from people who I've helped, and not only just that I'm a helpful person, stories that talk about how I have engaged with different folks, how I have helped people, how I've employed people, how I've helped people come out of poverty, how I've helped other people reach their goals. And since being in jail, here's how I've done even more to do that. And here's how jail has transformed me. Because I'm sorry and I'm a different person, on their faces, that's a really thin argument. So you really have to give context. You have to give life. You have to give a third dimension to some of those character traits. That's P. Diddy's challenge. That's his lawyer's challenge. Experience tells me a letter to the judge written at the 11th hour normally doesn't do that. And we'll see if that carries any weight. But again, this is exclusively up to this judge how much time he's going to give Diddy. And so everybody is cramming as much information as they can to this judge for this sentencing today. And the judge, for all we know, has already had judges have already made up their mind potentially. So we don't know that either. But I think we're obviously going to find out very quickly here.
I also want to ask you this, because we were expecting to hear from Mia. She was the only victim, alleged victim that, was scheduled to take to the stand. She then, said, I'm not going to do it. The prosecutor said, hey, look, the letter that the lawyers on behalf of Diddy submitted to the judge saying that she was a liar was essentially, it was tantamount to bullying. And so she didn't feel comfortable. What do you make of that? And how does the judge weigh that?
It's really very difficult at this phase because you have to understand, again, federal sentencing is kind of in some ways the Wild West. The way that federal sentencing works is that the defendant meets with the federal probation department. They prepare what is called a federal sentencing memorandum. And what they do is the federal sentencing guidelines are sort of where the judge is allowed to decide what this sentence ought to be. And I believe in this instance, the federal probation department has recommended a prison sentence between 5 and 7 years, which is almost certainly where this will land. But to bring it back to Mia and to bring it back to that, one of the central problems that you have with federal sentencing is that you've got a lot of this new information that's coming out of nowhere. You've got allegations that he's got a speaking gig. You've got a victim who is coming up and saying that they're a victim now, and maybe they weren't in the indictment and maybe they weren't a part of the original trial. These triggers, in some instances, our Sixth Amendment constitutional right to confront these things in a meaningful way. We wouldn't think that it would be fair that if we're standing in front of the principal and then 14 people parade in and tell the principal how terrible I am, and we can't even make our case about that. So it is sort of a delicate balancing act. And yes, you have a lot of this information pouring in at the judge at the last minute. And so you would think also, because the judge knows that you're really not equipped necessarily to address some of these surprise things, judge probably takes it with a grain of salt. And again, there's a good chance that this judge decided during the trial how much time he would give P. Diddy. So again, because the recommendation was between 5 and 7 years, I would be really, really surprised if we saw something well above or well below that. Even though I know prosecutors are asking for 11, P. Diddy himself is asking for time served. That would be 14 months. Probably it's going to be somewhere in that 5 to 7 years.
And you know what? That was actually the question that we wanted to pose to you, thanks to Dinah M. What are the chances for appeal if he gets sentenced to the max? Now, you were indicating you don't think that he will, but you know, what can you share with us in terms of an answer to this question?
That's a wonderful question. And the answer to that is that he would almost certainly be able to appeal if he gets maxed. And the reason is the federal sentencing guidelines are advisory, but they are what are called presumptively reasonable, meaning, again, the federal judge has the exclusive ability to sentence P. Diddy where the federal judge sees fit. If the judge exceeds those guidelines, the judge kind of has to explain why, and the judge has to show why he did that's what's called an upward departure. If he goes below the federal sentence, then that's a downward departure. Obviously, P. Diddy would not appeal. You wouldn't think a downward departure. Maybe the government could potentially try to do that. But when that's why the judge really usually sticks somewhere in those guidelines. And if he's going to go above, he's probably going to go not very far above. He might go to 8 years. He might go to 9 years. But the judge is opening it up to an appeal if he maxes him, which is probably why you won't see that.
All right. So we also have some more questions that we do want to pose to you, Jeremy. This one coming from David E. saying, based on the charges, what could be the maximum sentence in New York?
Right now, so he was acquitted of the racketeering in federal court. He was acquitted and he's been convicted of transporting people across state lines in the federal courts. Normally, the state courts are sort of differential, and they sort of take a back seat to the federal courts. The federal courts usually have a much bigger hammer to hit you with on one end, and then on the other end, obviously they're sort of a rung above, right? We see this in Luigi Mangione's case, and I think we see that here. So it depends on if New York wants to prosecute P. Diddy after this. It's going to depend perhaps on this sentence. If P. Diddy if he gets let off very light and he's speaking at his Miami gig next week, well, in that instance, New York State may say, well, all right, hold my beer. Let's go get this. Now we're going to come after this guy. But if the sentence is really higher, New York State may say, you know what, we think that Diddy got, what he had coming to him here. And I know a few months ago we sort of talked about it, that look, he won on this big charge. He won on this racketeering. If he gets 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, that sounds like a victory. I guarantee you to P. Diddy, it doesn't feel like a victory. So we'll see what happens with this sentence. But yes, it depends on how badly he gets hurt here.
All right, so I do think that we have some more right here. Jeremy J. says, what factors beyond his conviction for 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution is the judge able to consider when determining the length of Diddy's sentence?
Another fabulous question. When you're talking about these federal sentencing guidelines, so when you think of it, it's a matrix, and there's an x-axis and there is a y-axis. On one axis are your previous criminal history and the problems that you've had. On the other axis, it's the severity of the crime that you're engaged with. You can actually get points added, or you can get points detracted for certain types of behaviors. For instance, if you are an organizer or you are in the center of some type of a conspiracy, which I think the judge can certainly say that he is, you're going to get points added up there. And those points are going to equate, again, to that grid, and that's going to dictate how many months that he spends in jail. Also, a lot of times, if you plead guilty or if you cooperate with the government, you can actually get relief. You actually get points taken off. That's why when we see a lot of these big federal conspiracies, drug rings, for instance, with 20, 30, 40 defendants, that's why the feds work on the people on the outside to get them to flip on the people in the center, because they have incentive to do that, because they're going to get points taken off of their guideline calculations. That's why a lot of people will participate in that type of a thing. But those are the type of factors that I think the judge can look at here.
All right. I do believe that we have one more question for you. This comes from Randy. Are there similar cases that set a precedent for sentencing?
There probably are. And when Obviously, P. Diddy is a celebrity, and obviously he's a bit of an outlier in that regard. This is the type of case that federal prosecutors probably see a little more frequently. Federal prosecutors in federal cases, they sort of fit into two really broad categories. You have a lot of what you would call street crimes, which the feds get involved when they really are sort of bigger and more massive. Take your drug conspiracies, take multi-state sex trafficking like this, take human trafficking. A lot of times you're going to see the feds get involved in that. Also on the other side, you see a lot of white collar type cases where the feds really are, that's sort of their bread and butter, if you will. Medicare fraud, Medicaid fraud, PPP loan fraud, immigration fraud, those types of things. But yes, this judge sees a lot of street type cases. They see a lot of human trafficking type cases. And even though we may not see or hear about them, chances are the judge has seen plenty of these types of cases. And usually the judge will probably consider, well, here's what I did on the last one. So here's where Diddy is similar. Here's where he's not similar. So yes, a lot of the times the judge is going to use that sort of as a base level.
And you know, going back to Jay's question in terms of, you know, what the judge factors in, I have all of these exhibits. These are the statements submitted by, you know, Cassie, by her parents, by some of the other people. How much weight do these statements carry when it comes to sentencing?
Potentially a lot. When somebody says things and you never know what's going to trigger the judge, and you never know what's going to cause the needle to move. And a lot of times a judge can understand, well, this victim wrote this down because it was too difficult for them to come to court. That's understandable, but that's also probably bad because the judge is also sort of considering, well, you know, that it's hard because P. Diddy and his lawyers didn't have a chance to really address that. One thing that I know that P. Diddy is wanting to do is he's wanting to talk to the judge, and that's what's called in federal court an allocution. That's where he basically says, when you're being sentenced, it's just like on television, does the accused have anything to say? And the accused can talk before sentencing. And that, for a criminal defense lawyer, that's where we really sort of, that's where we're kind of doing this with our fingers, and we're really sort of kind of watching through our fingers and really sort of praying that our client doesn't do anything to upset the apple cart. Because certainly we put a lot of resources in showing the judge the three-dimensional nature, the changes, the positive impact that the clients had, what they're going to do differently now, and why that should be believed. And then a lot of times the client will, and the defendant will go up there and sort of ruin it all and say the wrong thing. And more often than not, an accused person's going to hurt themselves when they allocute. And again, we'll see what happens here. If that's the case, I'm sure we'll hear what it is, what he has to say, and I'm sure that's going to be a message of contrition. And I'm sure his lawyers have gone over that with him at length to kind of take him behind the proverbial woodshed and say, look, this is how this needs to sound, and this is how it better sound. And if you're not going to say I'm sorry, if you're not going to say this, then you may as well just keep your mouth shut, and we'll just take our lumps and go from there. But it'll be interesting to see what he says.
So we're taking a live look outside the federal courthouse. As we know, no cameras allowed inside. Do you expect this to wrap up today, Jeremy?
Absolutely, and I think it'll wrap up really any time. There's only so much evidence that the judge is going to hear, and there's only so much analysis that you can have. There's no jury in the box like there was for his trial. Juries are what really cause these types of things to take a long time because there's a lot of formality, and what happens in front of a jury is very manicured, and it's very it's very particularized. Jurors have to have lunch, they have to have bathroom breaks, they have to do a lot of these things. Not that the rest of us don't. But in these instances, just a sentencing are very routine matters. They happen every day in federal court, and they tend to be fairly quick, even when they're high profile. I would think that we see something in the next couple of hours for sure.
All right, Jeremy, we appreciate you sharing with us your insight and your expertise. Jeremy Rosenthal, criminal defense attorney, and it's going to be interesting to see what the judge decides. All right, I did want to share this live look with you. The crowds, I mean, so many people have gathered outside the federal courthouse right here. Once that sentencing is handed down, we already saw one of these people being escorted away in handcuffs by NYPD. So we're taking another look outside the courthouse right here. Everyone with their smartphones taking recordings because who knows what might happen, although the police are hoping that nothing happens. There are metal barricades to hopefully try and really reinforce that piece right there. And I also wanted to share this with you as well. On the left-hand side of your screen, the outside look of the federal courthouse. We see the podium set up for any reaction once that sentence is handed down. All right, we're going to step away for a break. We have much more to come. We'll be right back. We do have some breaking news that we wanted to share. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is sharing this social media post just moments ago saying, quote, earlier this morning on President Trump's orders, I directed a lethal kinetic strike on a narco-trafficking vessel affiliated with designated terrorist organizations in the U.S. Southcom area of responsibility. 4 male narco-terrorists aboard the vessel were killed in the strike, and no U.S. forces were harmed in the operation. The strike was conducted in international waters just off the coast of Venezuela, while the vessel was transporting substantial amounts of narcotics headed to America to poison our people. Our intelligence, without a doubt, confirmed that this vessel was trafficking narcotics. The people on board were narco-terrorists, and they were operating on a known narco-trafficking transit route. These strikes will continue until the attacks on the American people are over. And part of his social media post included this, some video, apparently, of what just happened. Now, this is courtesy of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. This is the video that he shared from his post, and you can see what appears to be a vessel exploding in flames. You can also see the word unclassified at the top of this video. So we did want to share this with you as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just sharing this update. This comes as President Trump has declared drug cartels be unlawful combatants. And he says that the U.S. is now in an armed conflict with them. That is according to a Trump administration memo. So this memo appears to represent this incredible assertion where President Trump is effectively declaring that trafficking of drugs into the U.S. amounts to armed conflict requiring the use of military force. The memo says, quote, the president determined that the United States is in a non-international armed conflict with these designated terrorist organizations. The memo going on to say that the United States has now reached a critical point where we must force in self-defense and defense of others against the ongoing attacks by these designated terrorist organization. So we did want to share that with you as Secretary Hegseth is sharing this video along with a post on X saying that 4 male narco terrorists aboard this vessel that he shared in this video were killed in this strike. No U.S. forces were harmed in the operation conducted in the international waters just off the coast of Venezuela, while the vessel was transporting substantial amounts of narcotic headed to America to poison our people. So we did want to share that with you as Secretary Hegseth shared that to us just moments ago. Of course, any new updates, we of course will pass them along to you. We do have a number of other live events. I did want to share this with you right here. This is a live look inside the White House press briefing room. As any moment now, we are expecting the White House press briefing to get underway, tentatively scheduled for 1 p.m. But of course, that's in 3 minutes time. And I'm taking a live look at my email right here, because oftentimes the White House will email us an alert letting us know when specifically this is going to get underway. So taking a look, I just refreshed my email. I don't see an update from the White House. And so this might be delayed right here. This was scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We do see that folks are seated there and we see the podium ready, but this comes as the government shutdown is now in its 3rd day. So we are going to be bringing this to you without commercial interruption, but talking about the government shutdown, we do see that the Senate floor is there in session, and Mitch McConnell now taking to the podium. We're going to transition to that and go back to the White House briefing once it does get underway.
We'll have a chance to put our money where our mouth is on reestablishing deterrence and rebuilding the force required to back it up. Our investments in the common defense are a signal of our national resolve. When the American people spoke last November, I don't think they meant for their leaders to mail in a 3rd year of anemic Biden-era top line. I don't think the president assembled his policy and budget advisors with a mind to punt in the face of looming threats. When he hired civilian Pentagon leaders to restore deterrence, I think he meant more than just threatening adversaries with a catchy line on camera. I think he meant building the force that threatens them with its very existence. So the administration wants a Trump buildup, then let's build one. And once Democrat shutdown is over, let's start with serious, increased, full-year investments in our national defense.
Madam President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, America is now in the middle of the Schumer shutdown. 2 in 3 Americans oppose it. Democrats are holding the American people hostage. They're demanding $1.5 trillion in new spending, and that's just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. Well, that amounts to $48 billion a day. Here's what the Democrats are demanding. They're demanding more taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. At the same time, they're taking away money from vulnerable hospitals in rural communities in my state and in yours. Under Joe Biden, Democrats opened our borders. 10 million illegal immigrants flooded across. Under Chuck Schumer, Democrats have now closed the government. They did it to give free health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, Democrats are demanding the repeal of the $50 billion of rural hospital funds. This has been set aside as a lifesaver for our small community hospitals. That's who this fund has been set up to help, like the one I was at last week in Pinedale, Wyoming. It's our first hospital in the county ever. The closest hospital is 85 miles away. This is a needed, vital resource in rural Wyoming. In addition, Democrats are demanding $350 billion in permanent new spending for Biden's bonus COVID payments. They created these payments in 2021. They promised they would be temporary. They said they're there for the COVID emergency only. They extended them once so they would end at the end of this year. Clearly, COVID is over. And now they want these Biden bonus COVID payments to become permanent, to go on forever. These payments are riddled with waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. We have seen it. We have documented evidence. Unlike most insurance, there are no premiums, there are no deductibles, and Democrats also removed the income limit. The money goes straight from the government to the insurance companies. The bill goes directly to the hardworking American taxpayers. The Democrats' price to reopen the government are all of those things I've mentioned, plus more. What we're doing as Republicans is proposing to reopen the government for 7 weeks at the current funding levels. The House has already passed it. Republicans and Democrats have voted for it in the House and in the Senate. President Trump is ready to sign it. It takes 60 votes in the Senate to reopen the government. We have voted repeatedly over the past several days. Each time, a few level-headed Democrats have joined Republicans in the vote. It is time for more Democrats to join us today. There's only one person standing in the way, and that's the minority leader. He's holding the American people hostage. He fears retribution from the radical socialist left. Easy to see why. The radical socialist left, including Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, AOC, they have become the Democrat leaders in this shutdown. They're the ones running the party. While the government is stuck in this Schumer shutdown, the people paying the price are the American families. Veterans will face longer wait times for appointments. Members of the military and border patrol agents, they'll continue to protect our nation. They'll do it without pay. Some wildfire prevention, which is critical this time of year, will stop. Wildland firefighters will remain on the job unpaid. Mothers will lose access to vital programs that help feed their children. Sick patients on Medicare and Medicaid may lose home health care services. Small business owners will not receive new federal loans because the Small Business Administration is unable during a shutdown to process them. The American people all across this country are feeling the pain of the Schumer shutdown. Their request is simple. They're asking Senate Democrats to do what they've done 13 times under Joe Biden, to vote for a clean, continuing resolution that will reopen the government. All it takes are a few more Democrats, people who are willing to put the country first. We're about to vote today on another clean, continuing resolution, like the Democrats did 13 times when Joe Biden was in the White House, and that's the one.
All right, so we were listening there to the Senate floor. Unfortunately, that live feed looked like it abruptly changed to a different angle. of the White House as we are expecting the briefing to get underway. So we were hearing from Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming there. On the Senate floor, there is going to be an upcoming vote on a clean CR, but unfortunately, we are not able to hear him any longer as that now has been dropped. But what we will do is we'll work to get that back up on another source for you as you are taking a live look here at the White House briefing. So we're going to work to get up the Senate floor on another live stream so we can watch that as we do await the White House press briefing to get underway amid the government shutdown. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see just how long the shutdown has been going on for. 2 days, 13 hours, and 6 minutes. We were hearing from Senate Majority Leader John Thune saying that it is unlikely that Democrats will decide to cooperate. So that has yet to be seen. That vote hasn't happened yet. We do have the Senate floor now from a different look, so we are going to transition to that as we do await the White House press briefing. But in the meantime, let's listen in live to the floor right here as I'm going to pull this up for you because I wanted to share that with you as it is getting underway. So while we do await the White House press briefing, transitioning to the Senate floor. All right, so this is a live look on the left-hand side of your screen of the Senate floor as they are working to call a quorum. And we now see that more remarks are underway. Let's continue to listen in.
3 days ago, Democrats voted against a stopgap spending bill that would keep government open for the benefit of 320 million American citizens. But because they voted against it, we're now in a government shutdown, something that should be of profound embarrassment to them, as it is to the rest of us who believe we were sent here to govern, not to shut down the government and deny our own constituents access to the services that government necessarily provides in some cases. Now, if you listen to the media, not all the media, but some of the media, particularly the sympathetic left-wing media, you might think otherwise. But make no mistake about it, the blame for this government shutdown lies squarely on the Senate Democrats' shoulders. 3 Democrats voted to reopen the government the last time we voted. And other Democrats, we need 5 more, will have a chance to vote here in just a few minutes to reopen the government and to stop this charade. But the facts of the matter are pretty straightforward. The reason we're in a government shutdown is because Senate Democrats refused to vote for what's known around here as a clean continuing resolution, a clean CR. As I mentioned, this is a stopgap procedure so we can then finish the work of the appropriations bill.
All right, the White House briefing now getting underway.
Day 3 of the Democrat-led government shutdown. The Democrats continue to recklessly hold the American people hostage over their demands to give illegal aliens free health care. Republicans are fully unified behind passing nonpartisan clean funding bill, the exact same bill that Democrats approved back in March to reopen the federal government. But those same Senate Democrats are now voting against this clean funding bill and keeping the people's government closed. I understand Democrats will have an opportunity very shortly here to change course, and we hope that they will. There are significant personal impacts on millions of Americans as a result of this current government shutdown. The 1.3 million men and women of America's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force who serve honorably and put their lives on the line to defend us all are not being paid. Military families are already seeking out food assistance because of financial anxiety caused by this Democrat shutdown. According to new reporting from the Military Times, staff members at the Armed Services YMCA food pantry distribution location near Fort Hood in Texas found a line of military families stretched around the side of the building yesterday at 5 in the morning. According to the staff who work there, that is, quote, not happened ever. They've already had a 34% increase this week over past weeks. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe we have a sacred responsibility to protect and provide for our military families with the resources they need to thrive. If Democrats believe in this very simple premise too, they should end this shutdown immediately. Unfortunately, the severe impacts of the Democrat shutdown extend beyond our troops. Nearly 7 million mothers, infants, and low-income families who rely on government-run food assistance will be in jeopardy if the WIC program runs out of money in the weeks ahead. The more than 13,000 air traffic controllers who ensure that Americans fly safely in airports across the country are currently working without pay. The National Flood Insurance Program is in danger of lapsing, which could leave families without necessary help if a disaster strikes, and we are in the middle of hurricane season. Critical services offered at Social Security field offices are reduced for senior citizens and disabled Americans. Helpful transition assistance programs are not being provided for veterans who fought to defend our country and are now trying to re-enter civilian life. The economic consequences of this shutdown are piling up every day. Policymakers, markets, and even the Federal Reserve are flying blind at a key juncture because BLS and BEA data are on hold until the government reopens. Democrats shutting down the federal government to give health care to illegal aliens could lead to lower growth and higher unemployment rates for Americans. According to a new memo from the Council of Economic Advisors, the U.S. economy could lose $15 billion of growth domestic product each week. Every single week, the Democrat shutdown extends, with a month-long shutdown leading to an additional 43,000 unemployed people. Small businesses are likely to encounter delays in receiving federal loans. Mortgage applications will likely shrink. And just this morning, Business Roundtable, an association of more than 200 CEOs of America's leading companies representing every sector of the U.S. economy, put out a statement urging Congress to pass the clean CR that will once again come before them in the Senate floor in just a few moments. Quote, a fully functioning government is essential for American businesses, workers, and consumers, while policymakers continue working on a full-year funding package and other pressing issues. Again, that is a quote from the Business Roundtable. What's clear is that the Democrats' actions account to an intentional sabotage of our country and our people by shutting down our government. This madness must end. President Trump and Republicans are calling on Democrats to reopen the government immediately on behalf of the American public. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to do the right thing and to stop this shutdown. Call your Democrat senator and tell them to vote yes to reopen the government. On another matter, despite the Democrat shutdown, President Trump's efforts to make America safe again continue. President Trump believes that American cities should be the safest places on earth, and he is committed to making this a reality. We've already seen that President Trump successfully made D.C. safe again in only a few weeks. That same crime crackdown will continue to happen in cities across the country and is happening in Portland, Oregon. President Trump will end the radical left's reign of terror in Portland once and for all. The president has directed Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. What's been allowed to happen in Portland, and we saw disturbing video footage of this last night, this is not peaceful protesting, this is left-wing anarchy that has been destroying this great American city for years, leaving police officers battered, citizens terrorized, and business properties damaged. Since early June alone, Antifa terrorists have laid siege to the ICE field office in South Portland. These radical left-wing lunatics have violently breached the ICE facility by using a stop sign as a battering ram, hurled explosives and other projectiles at law enforcement, repeatedly assault and dox officers, berate their law-abiding neighbors, and have even rolled out a guillotine in front of the ICE facility. And more people should be reporting on that. President Trump has sent federal law enforcement to protect federal assets and arrest those fueling this violence. Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night after night who are ravaging this community, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that. The Department of Justice spoke with that journalist this morning, and they will be launching a full investigation into his arrest. This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city. It is not their city. It is the American people's city, and President Trump is going to restore that. I just spoke with the president about this, and he has directed his team here at the White House to begin reviewing aid that can potentially be cut in Portland. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. There will also be an additional surge of federal resources to Portland immediately, including enhanced CBP and ICE resources. Law and order will prevail, and President Trump will make sure of it. With that, I'll take your questions, and we will begin today's briefing with our new media seat, Amanda Head from Just the News. Amanda, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. On that most recent topic that you mentioned, reportedly Portland police have not been able to engage protesters to the degree that they normally would. Does the president plan on handling this from that angle as well with city leaders?
Yes. From our understanding in the law enforcement that we have here in the Homeland Security Task Force, I spoke with them this morning, and what they're seeing is that unfortunately, local police has been restricted from responding or cooperating at all with federal authorities, which is completely absurd. We have surged federal law enforcement personnel to this city to restore law and order and to work alongside local law enforcement. And we've seen the benefits of this in Washington, D.C. And all of you live here, so you can agree Washington, D.C. is and feels much safer because of the cooperation between federal and local law enforcement. They can and must be working together. And we think it's despicable that these local elected officials who swear an oath to protect their people are preventing law enforcement from doing their jobs on the ground. So that's why the president has directed his team here at the White House, and they are already on it to look into how we can cut funds. And the president wants to work with anyone. If the mayor of Portland were to call him right now and say, "Mr. President, please help us," I am sure the president would be willing to do that. He is genuinely serious about wanting to restore order in America's cities. But it's just become apparent that the local and elected officials in Oregon do not feel the same. And that's very unfortunate for the people who live there.
And then one more question on the government shutdown. Should there be some type of scheduled layoffs to maybe entice Democrats to come to the table, like every hour, another agency, another 100 pink slips? I'm sure Russ Vought has a list of folks ready to go.
Well, look, the Office of Management and Budget, as we've said repeatedly, is working with the agencies and our cabinet secretaries to identify where cuts unfortunately can and have to be made. And again, we understand there's another vote happening on the Senate floor in an hour. Maybe if Democrats do the right thing, this government shutdown can be over. Our troops can get paid again. We can go back to doing the business of the American people. But if this shutdown continues, as we've said, layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that. And Russ Vought has been in contact with our cabinet secretaries at their respective agencies to discuss that. Thank you, Amanda. Kelly.
How would this administration define what makes a Democrat agency, which agencies, and what constitutes being a Democrat agency?
I think this administration has been very clear, Kelly, that we're not going to tolerate waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. And we've also been very clear to point out when agencies or when programs do not align with this administration's values of putting our country first. You've seen that with USAID and in various other cases where there's been cuts made or funding has been slashed. And so, again, unfortunately, we're having to do a massive review of the bureaucracy to be good stewards of the American taxpayer dollar. And it's the Democrats who have forced the White House and the president into this position by voting to shut the government down.
You've talked about thousands likely layoffs coming. Do you have an update on the timeline for that? How quickly, and if the government is restored to funding and back in operation, will that list of potential layoffs still be on the table?
Look, as I just stated, the Office of Management Democrats have an opportunity to prevent this if they vote to reopen the government. That is all this administration and the president is asking for. Vote for a clean continuing resolution to keep the government open. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. During the campaign.
Thank you, Peter.
I was raised to say thank you in the White House briefing room. During the campaign, President Trump said that he did not know anything about Project 2025. Now he knows about it. Is that the blueprint for shrinking the government?
Look, the blueprint is what the president and his team and his cabinet secretaries ultimately decide. And the president trusts his cabinet secretaries to identify where there is waste, fraud, and abuse. We pointed out this morning, or Russ Vogt tweeted about this morning, a Chicago rail project that was canceled. We paused $2.1 billion in Chicago infrastructure projects, specifically the Red Line extension and the red and purple modernization projects. And it's because the administration is concerned that the Biden administration was handing out taxpayer dollars to pay for this construction based on DEI. DOT is reviewing the race-based contracting on unconstitutional grounds. And in the meantime, the Department of Transportation funds for these projects are on hold. So I guess this answers both of your questions. This would be an example of that.
And just because there's so much shutdown talk, something different. What do you guys think about the NFL's decision to name Bad Bunny as the Super Bowl halftime performer, somebody who has not scheduled shows in the U.S. because he says that he's worried that ICE is going to come and arrest his fans?
Well, look, I know there are many in this room who are very anxious to hear the president's response to Bad Bunny being the halftime show, so I won't get ahead of him. I won't reveal what he feels about this. Next time you all ask him a question, you're welcome to do that. I have my own feelings on that, but that's not what I'm up here to talk about. As far as ICE being at the Super Bowl, as far as I'm aware, there's no tangible plan for that in store right now. However, of course, this administration is always going to arrest and deport illegal immigrants when we find them. If they are criminals, we're going to do the right thing by our country. Kate.
Did the president and Russ Vogt decide yesterday in their meeting which cuts they wanted to make to agencies and which ones would be permanent?
Again, I've kind of answered this question a few different times now. It's been asked in a few different ways. Their discussions continue between the Office of Management and Budget and cabinet agencies across the board, and they are actively identifying where these cuts and these layoffs have to be made as this government shutdown hopefully does not continue.
And on Hamas, the president said that if Hamas rejects the proposal, that Netanyahu would have his full backing to finish the job. A UN report found that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Does the president have concerns about the civilians being killed, the worsening humanitarian crisis, and are there limits to what the White House would support when it comes to Israel's actions in Gaza?
Look, the president has deep concerns about all of the atrocities that have taken place in the Middle East over the past few years. It's deeply unfortunate that he inherited this mess from the under President Trump in his first term. The Middle East was on a pathway for peace and prosperity. There was the historic signing of the Abraham Accords. Israel is on a path to normalization between Arab and Gulf nations, and we hope that can continue. But right now, the president has made it very clear to Hamas that this is an acceptable and detailed proposal that they must accept, or the consequences are going to be very grave for them. And he has given them a deadline of Sunday evening at 6 p.m. When I was out here on Wednesday, I told all of you, I'll leave it to the president to make that red line, and he now has. I think the entire world should hear the president of the United States loud and clear. And Hamas has an opportunity to accept this plan and to move forward in a peaceful and prosperous manner in the region. And if they don't, the consequences, unfortunately, are going to be very tragic. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Has the president declared war on international drug cartels? And if so, or if he will, does he feel he needs congressional approval?
As the White House has said many times, the president has directed these actions, these strikes against Venezuelan drug cartels and these boats, consistent with his responsibility to protect the United States interests abroad and in furtherance of the U.S. national security and foreign policy interests. This is pursuant to his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief and the chief executive to conduct foreign relations. In each of these cases, Michael, the vessels have been assessed by the U.S. intelligence community to be affiliated with designated terrorist organizations engaged at the time in trafficking illicit drugs to our country. The president has been very clear, dating back to the campaign trail, that he is always going to do what's in the best interest of the American homeland. And he also promised the American people he was going to end the drug epidemic that has taken far too many American lives, and you're seeing those actions play out almost every single day here.
Last question on the shutdown, Caroline. Hakeem Jeffries has said that President Trump is in the Presidential Witness Protection Program since the shutdown has begun. What's the White House's reaction to that?
That's just more ridiculous fodder from Hakeem Jeffries. As you all know, because you're here every day, the president is literally working around the clock right now. I think he has a swearing-in ceremony, or he already did. He has several meetings on the books today. He literally works 24/7. Anyone who works in this place or covers this place, as you all do, knows that to be true. And Hakeem Jeffries and the Senate Democrats should get back to work in a few minutes and vote to reopen the government. Emily.
You spoke earlier about the energy and infrastructure projects that Director Vogt paused. Will the White House agree to restore that funding as part of the deal to end the shutdown?
Well, I won't make any agreements here. Senate Republicans are talking with their colleagues on the Democrat side, but right now, Russ Vought is doing what he's been tasked to do in the midst of this government shutdown, which is to look at funds that need to be temporarily halted or need to be canceled. And Chicago is just another example of that.
Caroline.
Go to Libby in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions for you. One on the FDA, but first on the shutdown.
Sure.
Will the administration, if this government shutdown ends, still move forward with firing thousands of federal workers?
Look, as I've said repeatedly, Libby, right now we want the government to be open. Layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of a government shutdown, and it's something the administration is examining. If the government is reopened, we're going to get back to doing what we were doing last week and the week before, working on the issues that the American people care about.
And then on the FDA, they just approved that new abortion pill, and it's causing a lot of uproar among Republicans. What is the president's response to that, and does the administration plan to have that FDA approved?
Well, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy, has put out several statements on this. The HHS's decision, it's not an endorsement of this drug by any means. They are just simply following the law. And as they put out in their statement, by law, the Secretary of Health and Human Services must approve a generic drug application if the application demonstrates the generic drug is the, quote, same as the brand name drug. Generic applicants are not required to submit independent evidence proving safety and effectiveness. As such, FDA's decision to approve a second generic version does not address the merits of the current safety program. HHS is reviewing adverse effects to ensure the FDA's required safety program for the drug is sufficient to protect women. This safety review equally applies to generic versions of this drug. So FDA and HHS are following the law. It's, again, not an endorsement of the drug itself. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions on the shutdown. You've argued that these impending layoffs are necessary to keep essential services up and running, but that has never been the case in any previous shutdown. You know, when the government was shut down for 35 days in Trump's first term, you've never had to lay off thousands of workers to keep essential services up and running. So why are layoffs now necessary in this shutdown?
Because we have an administration and we have a president who are wholeheartedly focused on restoring fiscal sanity to our government and doing the right thing by the American taxpayer. We are $37 trillion in debt, and the federal government is currently shut down. There is no more money coming into the federal government's coffers. And as you've also seen since the beginning, in January, this administration is focusing on waste, fraud, and abuse. And so Democrats have given this administration an unenviable choice to have to take a look at the balance sheet and identify where these cuts and layoffs can be made.
And you just said this is an unenviable choice, that this is an unfortunate consequence, but the president has described this as an unprecedented opportunity. to lay off additional workers. He's posted a video likening Russ vote to the Grim Reaper. So which is this? Is this an opportunity to fire more workers or an unfortunate consequence?
Look, the president likes to have a little fun every now and then, and I think both things can be true at the same time. The Democrats have given the administration this opportunity, and we don't like laying people off. Nobody takes joy in that around here, and if you think that, then I think that's very sad. You view the White House and our staff as wanting to put people out of work. Nobody wants to do that, but sometimes in government you have to make tough decisions. Carrie.
Going back to Portland, as far as the city council there is concerned, they appear to be very sympathetic towards the protesters who are at the ICE facility. Is the White House considering invoking the Insurrection Act for Portland? Is that something they are considering? Also, as far as the Portland City Council is concerned, are they looking at members there who are appear to be helping out the protesters as far as suggesting to get burner phones, et cetera, et cetera?
That's not something I've heard that's under consideration or discussion at this time.
Caroline.
Caroline. Who's ever yelling in the back?
Go ahead.
Me. Sure.
Thank you. Bianca Gracia here, and I have a question. This week, the Democrats have chosen illegals over hard-working Hispanic Americans during Hispanic Heritage Month, causing the White House to cancel the celebration with the president. Is the president open to letting the Hispanics who overwhelmingly voted for him have their own fiesta in the White House lawn opposed to the fancy, we don't need fancy, right? You can give us the backyard and we'll fill it all in and having our own fiesta. Is the president open to that?
I had no idea she was going to ask that question. I just want to preface that. I've never met you. I just want to say that, but welcome to the briefing room. I love your energy. I can't personally unilaterally promise the South Lawn grounds. We have some construction going on out there, but I know that everyone here views it as very unfortunate we had to cancel or hopefully just reschedule the Hispanic American Heritage Month event, and it's because we are working around the clock during this government shutdown. When the Democrats vote to reopen the government, that event will be back in the planning stages. You're welcome. Brian, go ahead.
Very much. Welcome to the briefing room, by the way. I was with the Secretary of War and the Attorney General in Memphis just the other day as we were going to a command center. And I noticed a billboard along the highway that said, "Memphis welcomes the National Guard." Now, what is your message today to Democrat mayors watching us right now that suffer from TDS and they cannot get Trump out of the way to saving their city, Portland being one of them?
They should do the right thing by their citizens, Brian. They should call the president. They should call the White House and say, we want to work with you. And in Memphis, we are seeing some cooperation. As you saw from that billboard, the people of Memphis are loving this, and they are very grateful for the federal government's efforts. And federal law enforcement is there. We're working alongside local law enforcement. We'd like to see it ramped up a little bit because we want to make progress, and we want to arrest as many bad criminals as we can. Since Monday, I do have some updated statistics from the Homeland Security Council this morning. Since Monday, 153 arrests have been made in Memphis, including 5 gang members. 48 illegal guns have been seized, and 5 missing children have already been recovered. Last night, 60 arrests were made and 21 illegal firearms were seized. Arrests from last night include a suspect wanted for rape of a child under 13, first-degree murder, breaking and entering, aggravated assault, illegal drug possession, and many more. So we continue to see good results coming in through Memphis, and the president is very excited about making Memphis safe again.
Thank you. At the top of the briefing, you made a statement about that the Democrats are interested in giving health care to illegal immigrants.
Yes, they are.
U.S. law already prohibits that. It's a 1996 law saying that they cannot give unauthorized immigrants any federally subsidized health care coverage through Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, or the Children's Health Insurance Program. There seems to be a disconnect in the messaging.
Are you denying that Medicaid money has never gone to illegal aliens in the United States of America?
I'm asking you if you can explain the disconnect in the message.
I most certainly can. The Democrats' proposal, their continuing resolution, let me just reiterate, the Republicans' continuing resolution was a clean continuing resolution. There was no partisan politics injected into it. There were no conservative wish lists injected to it. What the Republicans want and still want to this very second is a clean continuing resolution to fund the United States government. What did the Democrats want in their continuing resolution? They inserted a provision to undo a provision in the Working Families Tax Cut, the One Big Beautiful Bill, that ended taxpayer-funded health care illegal benefits for illegal aliens. Democrats' proposal would require Medicaid to pay more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than Medicaid does for American patients who are disabled, elderly, or children. And this bill would have also allowed California to continue a gimmick that funds its Medicaid for illegals program. Those are things that we ended, the Trump administration ended, with the passage and the signage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And it is an undisputed fact, a fact that under the Biden administration, illegal aliens were absolutely receiving taxpayer-funded health care benefits. In fact, in fiscal year 2024, Medicaid costs for emergency services for illegal immigrants skyrocketed by 142% from the previous year to $9.1 billion. That's 9.1 billion taxpayer dollars that were going to emergency services for illegals. Between President Trump's last full fiscal year under his first administration and Joe Biden's last full fiscal year, Medicaid spending on emergency services for illegal immigrants nearly tripled. There was an increase of 196% between 2020 and 2024. And I have a chart here for you, and I'm more than happy to email it to you. I'd also like to add, because some were asking dishonest questions yesterday about emergency rooms. In Southern California, according to healthcare professionals in 2023, under the Biden administration, Southern California's, quote, entire healthcare system was being bombarded with illegal immigrants and forcing American patients to endure longer wait times. In Denver, Colorado, the CEO of Denver Health stated that 8,000 illegal immigrants made 20,000 visits to the city's health system in 2023, leaving an uncompensated bill totaling over $10 million. So when an illegal alien goes to the emergency room, who's paying for it? The American taxpayer. The main safety net hospital in Denver had to turn away patients due to the massive influx of illegal immigrants into the community. And UC Health Hospitals in 2024 reported their system was under stress from an increasing number of migrants. As a result, according to the head of emergency departments and urgent cares across the hospital system, quote, access is impeded for everyone. These are healthcare professionals who dealt with this directly, and there's a lot more where that came from. It is an undisputed fact that Democrats want to give taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits to illegal immigrants, period.
Yeah, thank you, Governor. Is the president talking directly to Democratic senators to try and get their vote for a clean CR?
The Senate Republicans are speaking directly with moderate Democrats. I understand those conversations have become very serious, and we hope positive in the right direction so that Democrats will do the right thing.
I don't know if you saw overnight a refinery in California went up in flames. Is the president going to help the governor should gas prices spike, or could he help the governor?
Look, I know the administration and the White House are aware of that situation that took place. I don't have any announcements for you yet on that.
Has the president seen the first draft of the commemorative coin that the Treasury is doing for the 250th anniversary? It has his face on it.
Oh, I'm not sure if he's seen it, but I'm sure he'll love it. Kara.
Thank you, Caroline. It's now being reported that former President Biden's DHS and TSA placed peaceful January 6 protesters and even Americans who refused to wear masks during COVID onto watch lists usually reserved for terrorists. Most of these people were not charged with crimes. Does the White House have a comment on the prior administration violating the free speech and due process of these Americans? And where is the outrage from the left that claims to stand for due process and free speech? And after that, I have another question about protecting journalists from Antifa.
Sure. Well, Karen, to your first point, please send me that report. That's certainly very concerning. I haven't seen it myself, but if indeed that was happening, it's something I'm sure the Department of Justice and the FBI would deem worthy of looking into.
Well, journalists, as you mentioned earlier, are being increasingly attacked by leftist protesters. I was actually assaulted outside of President Trump's United Nations speech, and I think the White House is aware that a Portland journalist was almost blinded by an Antifa protester. This has been a problem that's gone on for years, and police often say that their hands are tied. Does the White House have a plan or plan on issuing a statement, maybe discouraging this violence against journalists out on the street like me and so many others in this room?
Well, I hope that my statement earlier in the briefing served that purpose, but of course, we condemn violence against anyone in this country, and journalists as well, who are exercising their First Amendment right. And there have been so many incredible independent journalists across the country who have gone undercover within Antifa and really have come to understand how this is a growing domestic terrorism threat inside of our country. And I would encourage maybe some of you in this room to get outside the Beltway and go do some of that undercover investigative reporting, because it is really incredible what they found. I met with one of them in my office yesterday, and they're doing very dangerous work in difficult circumstances. And Antifa is a very violent group, as you've experienced and that many others in the media have as well. Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Following up on Libby, sort of on the other side of the abortion debate, has the president abandoned his campaign pledge to mandate insurance coverage for IVF services?
No.
Is there any update on that? We flew by that May EO deadline for the White House to produce a plan.
I literally just read a statement from the Health and Human Services on you, for Libby at least, as far as IVF goes. I'll check in with our policy team and we'll get you some updates.
And then on Russia, how concerned is the White House that the Russian Navy seems to be escalating its provocation of NATO allies? We're talking, of course, to the several close calls they've had with the Danish military during the EU leaders meeting in Copenhagen.
It's something the administration takes very seriously, and we are constantly monitoring it. The National Security Council here at the White House is in constant correspondence with our NATO allies, and the president speaks to many of them as well.
Yes. We've seen a spate of gun violence in this country, both mass shootings. We've seen this Michigan church that was attacked, children being shot in pews in Minnesota. We've also seen politically motivated assassinations of Minnesota lawmakers Charlie Kirk. Has any of this made the president or the White House rethink gun safety prevention in this country? Either red flag laws, I know that that was a conversation in the first Trump administration, or is there anything on the table right now on gun violence?
Of course, this is an extremely pressing issue for the administration in our entire country. It's deeply alarming to everyone here, the violence that we've seen taking place all over the country, the assassinations that have unfortunately, tragically taken place throughout the last several months. There are many discussions about how to prevent such violence and how we can ensure that law enforcement has the resources they can on the ground to not only respond, but again, to prevent such tragedies from taking place. If there are red flags with an individual in a community, that they are treated as an emergency, a public safety emergency, not just, turn a blind eye to. There's many other things we can do, but the administration and the president has always also made it clear he's always going to protect the constitutional right, the Second Amendment constitutional right of Americans to own guns.
We advocate for Congress to pass a federal red flag law. Right now, they just incentivize states financially to have red flag laws. But I know Lindsey Graham has worked on this as a Republican. There are some Republicans that do support this kind of gun safety legislation.
I don't want to get ahead of the president on any congressional action or any suggestion to Congress on that matter. Andrew.
Thank you, Caroline. Two things. First, to follow up on something you said earlier about hospitals treating undocumented or illegal aliens. Is it the administration's position that hospitals should not have to treat people who come into the emergency department who are not here legally?
No, that's not our position. Our position is that it's completely unacceptable that the Biden administration paroled and encouraged an invasion of tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country and then promised them free health care. And the Democrats are on the record repeatedly stating that they believe illegal aliens should have health care benefits, free health care benefits in the United States of America. So that is a recipe for a disaster. Of course, you're going to encourage a mass illegal invasion of our country, which is exactly what happened. And we've seen the unfortunate consequence of that, where American patients are being put last, where American patients are having to wait in wait rooms, where grandmothers and grandfathers are waiting hours and hours for care because they're being put behind the line to illegal aliens. And we don't agree with that. We don't support that. That's why the administration is desperately trying to fix it and deport the tens of millions of illegal aliens that the Democrats and the Biden administration allowed into our country. And we'd love to continue doing that work so long as the federal government is reopened. And there are many federal law enforcement agents and officers right now who are working without pay. That's unacceptable. The Democrats need to reopen the United States government, and we hope that they will do the right thing on the Senate floor in just a few moments. Thank you, everyone.
There you go, the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking about a number of issues amid the ongoing government shutdown. Meanwhile, we did want to share this with you. President Trump sharing this via social media, saying, "I am pleased to advise that I reversed the cuts made to Homeland Security and counterterrorism for New York City and state. It was my honor to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT." And we wanted to share a little bit more context with you as you're taking a live look here at New York City. This comes as Representative Mike Lawler today celebrated what he says is a major victory for New York after the Trump administration announced that critical counterterrorism funding for New York City and the Hudson Valley will be fully restored. Now, earlier this week, according to his office, the Department of Homeland Security proposed deep cuts to the Urban Area Security Initiative program and other counter-terror funding. And he says that he, working alongside a number of other lawmakers, were trying to reverse this matter. So he's calling this a, quote, major win for our state and a testament to what we can achieve when we work together to push back. I would like to thank President Trump for listening to us, working with us, and delivering for our state. So that is from Congressman Mike Lawler right there, as he did share this social media post, and we were just sharing exactly what his office had also sent right there. So we did want to share that with you, and we are going to step away for a break, continuing our coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 1:48 Eastern, 10:48 Pacific. We are continuing to monitor this live look from the Senate floor as senators have been debating the government shutdown that has entered day number 3. We've been hearing from a number of both Democratic and Republican lawmakers, including Senator John Barrasso, who is a Republican senator from Wyoming, not a Democrat, as previously indicated on our lower third. They're on Live Now from Fox. So we did want to share that update with you. All right, we are going to transition now to this live look here. This takes us out to New York City, where you're taking a live look outside a federal courthouse. That is where Sean Diddy Combs is currently holding his sentencing hearing. And the court was in recess until 2 p.m. Eastern time, so for a lunch break. So it probably should be getting underway and resuming any moment now. And for more on this, we're going to dip into our Fox 5 New York coverage as they have continuing coverage outside of the courthouse. Let's listen in.
Has already secured their win. Even if in the worst case, he was sentenced to 11 years, even if there was an enhancement beyond that, we know there's not going to be a mandatory minimum of 15 years. There's certainly not going to be a sentence of life. So a lot of this is all like relatively squeezed into where we stand just with the Mann Act convictions, which at the end of the day, no matter what happens today, Mr. Combs better be very, very, very grateful that he's only dealing with what we're talking about today, as opposed to if we were here talking about
the
what's
RICO
the sentence going to be on the RICO,
because that was
maximum life, right? So, you know, I think on that end, the fact that we're here only discussing the Mann Act convictions, it's very much so a win for Mr. Combs.
Antoine, do me a favor. Either one. Now, Seth, I know you can hear me. Philip cannot. Either one of them can answer this question. But no matter what he is sentenced to, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever it is, would he still be credited with time served? Because he's been in prison now for a year since his arrest.
Yeah. He'll, of course, get credit for the 13 months that he's in. So regardless of whatever sentence the judge pronounces at the end of the day, that's part of the reason why the defense requested 14 months, right? Because he'll get credit for that, and they think he'll be out in just a couple of weeks, if not sooner.
Okay, so
he'll
say
absolutely get credit for the 13 months he's already done.
I got you. So say, for example, and you know, I'm just tossing this out here. Say, for example, he gets sentenced to 5 years. He's credited with a year. That brings it down to 4. Could he be out on good behavior in 2 or a year and a half?
He could be out on good behavior. I don't think it would be that little amount of time. You know, the First Step Act would certainly help with his release, and depending on what facility he gets assigned to by the Bureau of Prisons, he could definitely be out in less than that amount.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be less than half of the sentence.
Would he have to register as a sex offender?
I don't believe so. I haven't heard that in any of the briefing. So I
haven't heard that either.
That was at play here, because I didn't see that in the prosecutor's brief. I didn't see it in the anything from the Department of Probation, and I didn't see anything discussed in the defense brief.
And probation certainly would have put that within that pre-sentence report to the extent that that were the case, as it would have been if we would have been talking about either the predicate sex trafficking or the actual substantive count of the sex trafficking. So I don't think necessarily we're dealing with that. And to your point, generally with federal sentencing, the way that you can just averagely look at it, if we're talking about good behavior, is you're going to do 10 months on every 12 months, right? So like on every year, you can expect to at least do 10. Clearly, there can be some carve-outs if you're dealing with the First Step Act and some other areas that can mitigate the time of your sentence. But if you're doing 10 on 12, then essentially for every year, just multiply that by 10 months, and then you can kind of see, just from a general standpoint, where you could expect Mr. Combs to be based on whatever the sentence is.
Okay, Antoine, do me a favor, ask Philip to answer this one, because we've been talking about this, and they just addressed it. The fact that the judge is going to take, or possibly could take into account, the charges that Diddy was acquitted of, that really jumped out to me when I read that earlier today. Have they ever seen that happen before? Where the judge says, look, I know you were acquitted of these charges, but I'm going to take those charges into account when I sentence you.
But I'm still going to take them into account when I sentence you. Have you ever seen a situation like that?
Yes, there have been a lot of appellate matters on that.
Stand on tap.
Yeah, we've certainly seen it. And constitutionally, if Judge Subramanian were to put something like that on the record, I can certainly tell you that Mr. Combs' lawyers are going to be rubbing their hands like this as they plan their notice of appeal. I think that what he would do is strategically stay away from saying something that blatant, even if at the end of the day, in the back of his mind, he's considering said conduct. But to put that out there like that, it's not to say that the sentence would be immediately reversed on appeal, but it certainly kind of gives it not as much cemented structure of certainty if he were to start considering acquitted conduct. And that's why Mr. Combs' attorneys at the inception of these proceedings made that a signal to the judge that if you're going to do that, we're ready.
Right. And I agree with everything Philip said. I think that was the big thing that a lot of legal commentators were looking for today, is the judge going to be relying on acquitted conduct? And unfortunately, when he came out and he pronounced the initial sentencing guidelines that he found, he agreed with the government that in making his initial sentencing guideline calculation, he can rely on the conduct for which Combs was acquitted. So I think, like Philip described, that obviously doesn't make the defense team feel good, but it also gives them a further avenue for appeal. Now, last year in 2024, the United States Sentencing Commission changed their guidelines in which they stated that acquitted conduct should not be considered except in exceptional circumstances. The government's arguing that this is an exceptional circumstance because the acquitted conduct is so intertwined with the statutory convictions. The defense makes obviously the opposite argument. So I think it's ripe for an appeal, as Philip described, and because the sentencing guidelines were only amended last year, there's not much appellate case law on that issue, and the Supreme Court has not addressed this issue.
Okay. Also, do we know what prison he would be serving his time in? That's a question from a viewer.
I got it. That would be up to the Federal Bureau of Prisons to make that determination, and it could be at any one of the facilities in the country. It is not beholden to residence. It is not beholden to birth state. It can absolutely be at any one of the federally recognized, given the degree of the level, I think was the word that was used earlier, of the crime and of the perpetrator.
And when would they make
the security status, right? Whether it's low security, medium security, or high security. Yeah.
That was some good lawyering talk right there, Antoine. Good job.
Hey, I've been learning all morning.
He's been paying attention.
Got his notes down. I got my notes.
So let me ask you this.
He's going to pass the bar tomorrow.
Yeah. At what point would they make that decision, though? I mean, say, for example, he's sentenced today. Would it take them 3 or 4 days to make that determination about where he will serve out his prison sentence? How long does that normally take?
It generally takes a few weeks. He'll go back to the MDC, and the Bureau of Prisons will then make a determination as to which facility he'll be designated for. Usually it takes a couple of weeks before he's designated and moved from the MDC to whatever facility where he'll serve a sentence.
Okay. Do me a favor, Antoine. Can you show us a little bit of what's going on there behind you? And by the way, has the crowd of his supporters, has it been growing, or is it around, to me, from the video that I've seen, it's about 50 people? Am I right about that, or?
We're going to show them a look at it.
It's going to be a guesstimate?
Linda, we're going to move right out to the side. Yeah, we had it at about a couple of hundred, like around this morning, like 10-ish or so. Our photojournalist Dan Foley is giving you a look at what we can see. It has grown. I would maybe guess like maybe there's 75 to 100 more persons, there in the front. You can't see because it's just out of the camera shot. There are signs, there's some pertinent and related to this matter. Others are just, exercising their free speech like that. But Seth was telling us earlier that on his way in, he actually saw someone being, engaging with the police, possibly being taken into custody like that. Let me bring Phil back in because Linda's question was about crowd size. We know that the day that the decision came down, this was pretty much all packed. This is significantly less, but that could grow. Are you surprised, or were you surprised at the number of people that you saw down here when you came up?
With respect to today, I'm not going to say that I was surprised, but I certainly, to your point, this entire summer, anytime I had proceedings within this courthouse, I mean, navigating the hundreds of people on any given day, whether it was the podcasters, the TikTokers, clearly all of the journalists, the supporters, the attention seekers, the people that were anti Mr. Combs. I mean, it was unbelievably packed down here the entire summer. So, I knew coming down.
All right, so that was our Fox 5 New York team with that coverage. They took an abrupt break right there. We do apologize. They were showing our Fox 5 team a sign that did have some inappropriate language in that. So we did want to note that, they quickly turned the camera from that. But this is a live look here outside the federal courthouse. You can see the podium is set up should anyone respond following the sentencing hearing right here. But we were dipping into our Fox 5 New York coverage as Sean Diddy Combs is in the federal courthouse right there behind you for his sentencing hearing. It does look like Fox 5 is back after a very quick break. Let's continue to listen in.
We'll regather as the day goes on, and as, especially if it goes in late in the day on a Friday afternoon, people are getting off work. They'll probably gather around the courthouse. But when I was walking here this morning at 10 a.m., there were definitely a couple hundred people, and there were definitely some incidents between some of the bystanders and the police that I observed.
The thing too is the day that the verdict came down, it did turn into a bit of a circus there outside federal court. You had people dressed up in costumes and other people jumping around with bottles of baby oil, squirting baby oil all over the place.
Some of them are here.
Yeah. So it turned into a bit of a circus there. Hopefully that's not the situation again today. If he is actually sentenced
We haven't
today.
seen that, no.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. That's a good thing. So at this point, Seth, if Sean Diddy Combs is your client, what are you telling him right now in the lunch break? Because it's about to end. They're about to head back into court. What would you have told him?
I mean, if I was his lawyer right now, I'd be regrouping in the back. I'd probably be shifting strategy a little bit because I did not like some of the comments the judge made this morning. His comment about the lack of remorse would obviously stick out to me. The judge's comment about taking into consideration acquitted conduct would also trouble me. So if I was in the back and I was Combs' attorney, I would be regrouping, maybe changing strategy. I know after the break, we're supposed to hear from 2 more of his attorneys. I think they're probably going to deliver a little bit of a pitch different than what they planned to this morning. And then Combs, maybe when we hear from him later today, may express a little bit more remorse than we thought. I obviously think that that's a difficult situation because he does maintain his innocence on the Mann Act violation, so it's hard for him to express remorse when he does intend to appeal because he doesn't think he actually committed the crime in which he was convicted.
Right.
But I do think that there's probably some regrouping going on in the defense table right now.
So other than re-strategizing, when you talk about the re-strategizing here,
most likely Mr. Combs went back and asked them, what do you guys think, right? I mean, just based on your anecdotal experience and the way that Judge Subramanian is speaking, am I walking out of here today? And if they're going to be frank with him, as I would in that situation, I would say it's much less likely than before we started the day, just based on some of the comments that we've heard. Again, this doesn't imply that there's going to be a 10 or an 11-year sentence.
Right.
But, at the end of the day, I think that shift in strategy and just the shift in expectations, I think is very important. One other thing I'll note, I know you've seen this before, there have been situations where a judge generally comes out believing they know what they're going to do. But there are at times where the presentation, certain testimony that's given at the sentencing hearing will literally on the spot start to change their opinion of where they were, whether that's an enhancement or whether that's, a decreasal of where they ultimately were going to be. We've seen it. So, at the end of the day, whatever presentation is going to be afterwards, including if Mr. Combs is going to be able to hit that right mark in regards to, Your Honor, don't take anything that's been said by the government to mean that I am not understanding of my bad behavior.
Right.
I accept responsibility for the reason why I'm here. No one put me here except for me and the decisions that I've made. I'm sorry for the people that I've hurt along the way. I sat here throughout the course of this trial. I listened to the testimony. I understand that my actions have had very negative effects on people. He's going to have to hit that mark. His ego is going to have to let him hit that mark.
Man up is basically what you're saying.
Come on. And we know, no pun intended. And with respect to, Diddy's ego, as it has been over the course of many, many years, I think that's going to be an exercise in strength that he's going to have to do to bring it down. But to the extent that he can, that can potentially put him in the best position to at least maybe get the lowest sentence that Judge Subramanian would be prepared to give.
Yeah, if I was his defense attorney during that lunch break, I would not feel great about how the morning went.
Okay.
And I think, as Philip said, re-strategizing, regrouping, and coming up with a new plan for the afternoon to see if there's any way we could sway the judge from what he thought coming into the day.
But Seth, other than Diddy changing his tone when he addresses the judge later today, what else could they do as far as regrouping and re-strategizing? Specifically, what would they be doing? What would they change?
Well, obviously, I don't know what the two lawyers who haven't spoken yet plan to do to address the court, but they may have a different tone. I mean, it seems like they split up the four lawyers. We're all going to take a different thing. His first lawyer, addressed one thing. I think it was the commercialization and the sentencing similarities and disparities, I should say. The second lawyer addressed the impact that Combs has had in the community. So I don't know what their plan is for their third and fourth lawyer who's going to speak, but they may revise that plan. They may take a different tone and a different tack based on what they've seen so far today.
And moreover, I think just to add on that, if they tweak it as the lawyers or if they don't, the one thing I know they're focused on over the course of this lunch break is just making sure, again, that Mr. Combs is hitting the right note and that he's going in with the proper tone, with the proper remorse, because that has been demeanor, the humility, all of those things are going to have to be there because Judge Subramanian has been signaling to him since essentially this morning, I better hear something like that.
Right. So far. That's basically what he's saying, Linda.
Right. 100-page sentencing memorandums and everything that was written in there about you, I'm still not getting what I need to see. So I better hear it from you later. And if he can't deliver that, it's going to be problematic for him. Again, it won't be life sentence problematic, but it'll be problematic relative to the exposure that he has on
14 months as opposed to just
5 years or 7. All right, we thank our Fox 5 New York team for that coverage, but we do want to transition as House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is talking about the government shutdown.
57 of the chaos that Donald Trump has been inflicting on the American people since the very beginning of his presidency. We're in the midst of a government shutdown that has been caused by Donald Trump and Republicans to inflict further pain on the American people. The government is shut down right now because Donald Trump and Republicans refuse to provide health care to working class Americans. Throughout this week, Donald Trump has been missing in action. He remains in the Presidential Witness Protection Program. House Republicans are on vacation all across the country and the world, and Senate Republicans continue to vote on the same partisan Republican spending bill that's dead on arrival because it guts the health care of the American people. Donald Trump and the Republicans are not behaving responsibly. They're not behaving in a serious manner. They don't want to reopen the government, and they certainly do not want to address the health care crisis that Republicans have created throughout this year, including as it relates to their one big ugly bill that hurts everyday Americans in order to reward their billionaire donors. Democrats made clear, including at the White House meeting on Monday, that healthcare premiums, copays, and deductibles were about to skyrocket for tens of millions of Americans all across the country in an environment where the cost of living in this country is already too high. Donald Trump has already made life more expensive because of his tariffs and failed Republican policies. But that cost of living crisis is about to get worse, particularly as it relates to healthcare costs. Here are just 3 examples as it relates to the types of skyrocketing healthcare costs that everyday Americans are about to confront. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, by way of example, just one plan. Currently, this healthcare plan costs an everyday American, a working class American, $595.94 a month. But because Republicans refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit, that same plan is going to go up to $1,890 per month. How is that possible for working families to afford? That's in Virginia. In Idaho, Silver Plan currently available for $611 per month. But it's now public information that because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, that same plan, currently $611 per month, will go up to $2,083 a month in an environment where America is already too expensive, where the cost of living is already too high, where the Trump tariffs are already imposing thousands of dollars per year of additional costs. And now, healthcare costs are about to skyrocket out of control. One final example. In Georgia, the heart of Dixie, in the Deep South, current silver HMO plan from Kaiser Permanente, currently it costs $699 per month. But because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, that same plan, currently $699 per month, is about to skyrocket to $2,763 a month. This is going to cause medical bankruptcy for some, and millions of others will be unable to afford the health care that they need for themselves, their children, and their families. This is why we need to deal with the Republican healthcare crisis right now. Because the crisis is having real impact on working class Americans right now. And the notion that there's time to wait. Think about this. That Republicans spent all year focused on their one big ugly bill so they can permanently extend massive tax breaks for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected for their billionaire donors in order to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. That's what they've done all year. And these tax breaks for the wealthy and the well-off, they were scheduled to expire on December 31st. But they spent months obsessed with rewarding their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks, but now claim that the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which expire at the same time as those tax breaks for their wealthy friends, no, they can't be bothered. They can't be bothered with extending them right now. Why is this? Because Republicans just want to gut health care for the American people. And Democrats will continue to stand on the side of the American people, fight for their health care, and improve their quality of life. Questions?
The gentleman between Speaker Johnson has said that they are willing to negotiate is that Democrats don't trust that they will negotiate in good faith now when they're going to get a government shutdown?
Well, we don't view a government shutdown as leverage. Republicans have shut the government down. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They've shut the government down. Now, of course, we've made clear we will work in a bipartisan way with our Republican colleagues to try to find a path forward, reopen the government, and reach a spending agreement, but it has to meet the needs of the American people. If we're going to vote affirmatively on a spending bill, I think the American people understand it's reasonable for us to make the point that that spending bill should actually improve the lives of the American people, particularly as it relates to dealing with the Republican healthcare crisis that is present right now. And why would we believe that Republicans have any interest in addressing the Affordable Care Act based on their word? When for 15 years, Republicans have been doing everything possible to gut the Affordable Care Act, to repeal and displace people off the Affordable Care Act. And Democrats have pushed back aggressively against them. And thankfully, several years ago, with the courageous support of then Senator John McCain, we stopped the Trump Republican effort. It means that we need an ironclad legislative agreement to address the healthcare issues that we have raised, including the Affordable Care Act.
I know there's a lot of messaging going on both sides of the side of the party. The House of Cortez and Bernie Sanders, they had their feet. They seem to be getting a lot of attention here, a lot of criticism of the officials, radically, which is what they must. For what do you attribute what House of Cortez and Sanders? You guys are really criticism.
I have no idea what that question actually is intended to mean. Like, Democrats have been all over the country engaging in every possible way, communicating with the American people that we're privileged to represent as it relates to the stakes of this fight. And our position, from the most progressive member all the way through to our most moderate members, has been consistently clear. Cancel the cuts, lower the costs, save healthcare. And everybody's on board because we all share those values. And we continue to be in a more is more environment. So I think that observation seems to be the silliest thing possible when we're fighting to defend the healthcare of the American people. And by the way, anybody who understands what a more is more environment means is that you create content that can then be distributed by members to their constituents. And that's what members continue to do, speak authentically to the people that they're privileged to represent.
There's some reports floating around that Speaker Johnson might not bring the Speaker back next week. What guidance have you got next week's House cycle, and are you concerned about this further delaying the swearing in of Republican
House Republicans continue to be on vacation, spread out across the country and the world, and this makes no sense. It's Exhibit A for the fact that House Republicans wanted to shut the government down and have no interest in reopening it because they don't want to provide health care to everyday Americans. It's our expectation that Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva will be sworn in as soon as the House is back in session next Tuesday. Next. Yeah.
Congressman Khanna tweeted saying later about receiving incremental calling from the set aside. Do you have any comments on the sentiment that we put out and give us a response?
I haven't seen that particular social media post, so I'd have to talk to Congressman Khanna about it. But what I will say is that Steny Hoyer has been a tremendous public servant throughout the duration of his career. And there's a reason why his constituents continue to elect him. That's my expectation that that will continue. You got it.
The latest is that we're preparing
Well, Donald Trump and Republicans have shut the government down as part of their ongoing effort to inflict pain and suffering on the American people. This is day 3 of the Trump shutdown, but it's day 257 of the chaos that Donald Trump and his administration and Republicans have been inflicting on the American people, including mass firings that they've already done outside of a government shutdown. This is who they are. Cruelty is the point when it comes to Trump policies. And his administration and Republican control of the House and the Senate has been a complete and total failure. And the American people know it. The overwhelming majority of the American people have already come to the conclusion that the country is moving in the wrong direction, that costs are too high, that the Trump tariffs have been a failure, that Republicans have broken our healthcare system, that the flood of extremism that has been unleashed on the American people, on Black and brown communities, on law-abiding immigrant families, on the rule of law, on the American way of life itself, is out of control. And that Donald Trump and Republicans have failed to keep their core promise, which is to make life better and more affordable for the American people. Costs haven't gone down, they're going up. And healthcare costs are about to skyrocket because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits or address the healthcare crisis that they've created. Well, Donald Trump has behaved in a deeply unserious and deeply unhinged manner. And it's evidence of the fact that Republicans have a weak argument. So they've resorted to deep fake videos and to lying about the nature of the policy discussion. They've refused to bring House Republicans back to Washington, D.C. It's all evidence of the fact that Republicans are unserious. They know that Democrats are standing on the side of the American people by fighting to defend their health care, defend hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health centers that are closing all across America because of the Republican action taken in their one big ugly bill. They're on defense because they know that they enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. They're on defense because Republicans know that as a result of their actions, the country is about to face a $536 billion cut to Medicare at the end of the year if Congress doesn't act. They're on defense because they know the Affordable Care Act tax credits are popular with the American people because the American people know that we should be standing on the side of working class Americans. That's what Democrats are doing, as opposed to Republicans always being on the side of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected.
Thank you, Leader. You've taken a hardline stance on this Affordable Care Act tax subsidies. It impacts roughly 5 to 6% of the population. Is it really worth burdening the rest of the country, the rest of the 95% of the country, government shutdown over something that impacts 5 to 6%?
We've made this healthcare fight about all of the things, all of the people. And by the way, just to be clear, everyone is about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles because of the Republican healthcare crisis. Everyone in America. And as that happens, they'll know that this is a result of Donald Trump and failed Republican policies who have launched the largest assault on healthcare in American history. It's a Republican assault on the healthcare of rural America, urban America, small town America, the heartland of America, and Black and brown communities all across America. It's an unprecedented Republican assault on healthcare and a massive crisis that impacts everyone, which is why we've been very clear. We're fighting for everyone. And the reality is, the dramatic increases in healthcare premiums that the American people are about to experience, some are connected to the Affordable Care Act tax subsidies and tax credits that Republicans are unwilling to renew in states like Virginia, a purple state, in states like Idaho and Georgia. These are red states. So is your question, we shouldn't be fighting for the people of Georgia and Idaho who are about to experience dramatically increased healthcare costs? Is that not a good fight for us to wage? We're standing up for Republican constituents because Republicans won't stand up for their own constituents. But this is everyone in America. Everyone in America is suffering because of the cost of living crisis caused by Donald Trump's failed policies, and everyone in America is suffering from the Republican health care crisis. Everyone. Yeah, I haven't had a conversation with Ralph Norman and seen that legislation.
If they don't, would you still bring House Democrats back into town where we did this week?
Yes. Here's the problem with Republicans. They continue to try to jam their extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people. When will they learn their lesson? I mean, this is about the health care of everyday Americans. They continue to try to confuse the issue. We're fighting for hard-working American taxpayers to make sure that working-class Americans don't continue to suffer from the Republican healthcare crisis. And now Republicans want to inject other issues. These aren't serious individuals. They want to keep the government shut down. They shut it down, and now they want to keep it shut down. And the American people know it.
Jeffries, could you elaborate on what you meant by when you said the president was in the presidential program?
Donald Trump continues to hide behind deep fake videos since the meeting in the Oval Office on Monday. And it's reasonable for the American people to wonder what's going on. Why is there no presidential leadership? Vice President Vance offered to come up to Capitol Hill. I've been here all week. We've heard nothing. Radio silence from the White House, radio silence from House Republicans, and radio silence from Senate Republicans because they're not serious. They wanted to shut the government down. They want to inflict pain on the American people. They want to continue the chaos that has been unleashed from the very beginning. They don't want to do anything about the cost of living crisis that Republicans have created, making life more expensive, groceries more expensive, housing costs more expensive, electricity bills skyrocketing and through the roof all across America. And now, because of Republican inaction and the cruelty of their policies connected to the healthcare crisis that they've created, premiums, copays, and deductibles are about to skyrocket as well. This is the consequence of complete control of government in Washington, D.C. by Republicans. And the American people, everyday Americans, are suffering. And the only group of people benefiting from Republican policies right now are their billionaire donors. Thank you.
That was House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries talking about the government shutdown now going on day 3. Right now we are 2 days, 14 hours, 27 minutes right there. And earlier today we were hearing from Republicans. This is from House Speaker Mike Johnson saying it's day 3 of the Democrat government shutdown. Watch Leader John Thune and I summarize the simple truth. Senate Democrats get another chance to open the government today. The question is simple. Will they do the right thing for the American people or keep caving to their radical base? So we did want to share that with you. And this is a live look right here of the Senate floor as there is a test vote happening right now to see whether there will be enough votes to end the federal government shutdown. However, we were hearing from Senate Majority Leader John Thune earlier today, and he was stating that he is not optimistic that there will be enough votes to end that. So happening right now, there is a test vote, and you can see many of those lawmakers just chatting with their colleagues as the votes are being tallied right there. All right, we are going to step away briefly. We have a lot to get to in just a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. In New York City, the mayoral race continues to heat up with candidates continuing to campaign all across the various boroughs. Mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo taking a moment earlier today to have some remarks and speak with reporters, also sharing this, saying that he was honored to earn the endorsement of the Asian Wave organization, a leading voice for New York City's Asian American communities across all 5 boroughs. We share the same priorities: safe streets, excellent schools, thriving small businesses, and dignity for our seniors. And he did speak with reporters, and I did want to share his remarks with you right now.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the Asian Alliance very much for their endorsement today. I've been working with them for several months. And, you know, the priorities for families across the city, doesn't matter where you are: education, public safety. Education, public safety. And on education, those gifted and talented programs are so important to allow children who can excel to excel. And same with the specialized high school. And that's why I would double both. And on public safety, that whole political movement to defund the police was exactly wrong. They reduced the police force so low. They're working so hard. You have the highest attrition rate. Hire 5,000 police, get it back to full force. If you want to have a future, you need a safe city and a city that provides a quality education. Period. I was HUD secretary. I worked with cities all across the country. And that is always a constant. Quality public education will keep me safe. Number one. Number two. Questions?
Mr. Cuomo, you mentioned in there that you're skeptical of the closing Rikers plan. I'm just wondering, are you saying you don't see a need at all to close Rikers anymore? And then I want to get one more question in too about Frank Jerome. It's kind of been freelancing for you recently, calling governors, asking them to line up behind you. Are you encouraging Mr. Jerome to do this? Have you been in touch with him at all? Or are you expecting him to join your campaign?
I called for Rikers Island to be closed like 10 years ago. Don't hold me to the date, but roughly 10 years ago, because it was such a debacle and ongoing human rights violations. The city then came up with their plan, closed Rikers, new jails, and per usual, right? I think it started during the de Blasio administration. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's late, it's over budget, it's everything. It is the stereotypical government waste and abuse, right? They say the jails now are going to be ready 2032. I mean, who believes that, right? So I think you have to look at it. Rikers as it exists today is only getting worse. It is intolerable. It has to be fixed. But I think you have to look at the whole plan, because I don't think this plan is going to happen in our lifetime. I'm sorry. The Mayor Adams, I am going to speak to Mayor Adams. I would like to have the support of Mayor Adams and the support of Mayor Adams' supporters. Voters, supportors, like Frank Carone, etc.
Have you encouraged him to go out and call donors on your behalf, or is he just striking out on his own?
No, I've encouraged Mayor Adams' supporters to support me and to help me. I was with a group in Brooklyn this morning who had supported Mayor Adams. They're now supporting me. They're working on my behalf. They're distributing literature. They're canvassing. So yes, I'm encouraging supporters to actively support me, canvass, hand out literature, fundraise, tell their family, tell their neighbor.
Why reevaluate the Chinatown jail when you know everyone here wants it gone? Why not just say, that's it, it's gone, we'll pick a new place?
You have to reevaluate the whole plan. Because it's not just what you don't do, it's what you do. You need an answer to Rikers. The current plan is not an answer that is feasible, practical, or probable in terms of execution. So you need, I think, to take a look at the entire plan and come up with a new plan.
But you don't think the people here who don't want it, you're not ready to say, I'm shutting it down?
No, I said the location was always extremely problematic from the first time it was announced. But beyond just this one location, the entire plan is problematic. The cost, the dates, the practicality of it. I mean, who really believes that it's going to happen?
Like, that needs a soundbite on Trump reversing the Homeland Security cuts. I don't know if you've got some news on that, but they're asking for a comment on Trump reversing the Homeland Security cuts.
Did I see you yesterday? Yeah. Yesterday we talked about, I thought it was irresponsible and reckless for the president to cut those funds. They were counterterrorism funds that went to the NYPD. I said I thought it was reckless. It endangered public safety, not just of New Yorkers, but of all Americans.
Bring it back. Bring the money back. New York's getting the money.
I know. Yesterday, when it was that he had cut the money, I said I thought the cuts were reckless and endangered public safety. Today, he's saying he's restoring it. So, obviously, I agree with that because it's the exact thing I called for yesterday. We're in the same place?
You have criticized Mandani for changing his views on education, but you yourself have changed your views on like teachers' education fund and education reform and teacher evaluation. You have changed your views on that.
No, I didn't change my opinion. I didn't get them passed. I proposed it, I didn't get it passed. That's the difference.
This is a question from Marshall Kramer. Certainly with NYCHA, this comes after the collapse that happened in Bronx the other day.
Well, I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question?
NYCHA, NYCHA.
Look, NYCHA is Immigrant Inquiries, the HUD secretary. HUD is in charge of public housing authorities all across the country. I've worked in public housing authorities all across the country. At one time, NYCHA was the best public housing authority in the United States, believe it or not. It's now far from one of the best because it has not kept up with renovations and replacements. You know, you had housing authorities that were in far worse condition. Chicago Housing Authority, where we basically rebuilt the entire housing authority. You have buildings that are 50, 60 years old, right? There has to be a process, which never happened, but there should have been a process where you are repairing, replacing, and building new. NYCHA is actually a great opportunity to build more affordable housing. The way they built public housing authorities are on what they call super blocks. A super block is where they would put two blocks together and they left a lot of green space as an architectural concept to offset the density of the public housing. So you have green space available where you could be developing new units, and you have to be replacing or rehabbing the old units. But NYCHA just has not been functional the way it should be. It's management, you know. A lot of government is in the competence to actually accomplish, right? It's not so much about brilliant new ideas, right? NYCHA is affordable housing. Housing is, you take a brick, you put cement, you put another brick, right? It's in the doing. It's in the competence. It's in the management capacity. Why didn't anyone replace LaGuardia Airport? It was terrible. It was disgusting. Well, because it's hard to do. Why didn't anyone replace the Tappan Zee Bridge? It's hard to do. Why didn't anyone raise the minimum wage? It's hard to do. And that's the obstacle for so much of government. Just incompetence or the inability to take on the politics of it, or the controversy of it, or the risk of it. And that's where we are. It's a lack of competence. That's why experience makes a difference. You know, my opponent has never managed anything. He's managed 5 people. You're now going to take over an organization that has 300,000 employees, no experience whatsoever. You'll have more of the failure. If you look at the common denominator of failed mayors, de Blasio, no management experience whatsoever. Talked a lot, public advocate, politician, rhetoric, but never accomplished anything. What happened as mayor? Talked a lot, played politics, accomplished nothing. You know, my opponent is just a shorter de Blasio. The gifted and talented programs, I also want to offer, and doubling these specialized high schools, and I want to offer preparatory courses for the tests. So if you want your student to have a preparatory course to help prepare, we'll make that available.
All right, last question, guys. What is your plan for pedestrian? This is for a colleague of mine. Your plan for pedestrian and cyclist safety, and then a quick one on your subway safety plan. Anything different than what's already being done you want to talk about?
get you those plans rather than try to
Get
go
the sound bite. My colleague put the sound bite.
Your colleague needs a sound bite?
Colleague put the sound bite.
What do you want to tell them?
Street safety and how you're
We're going to make them safer.
Did you say you've spoken to Adams today or since he dropped out?
No, I said the opposite.
You're about to speak?
I said I'm going to speak to the mayor. I would like to have the mayor's support. He said he might support one of the candidates. I would like to have his support. But I have been speaking to supporters of the mayor.
When do you plan to speak to the mayor?
I don't have any definitive plan, just in general.
Would you come back to Chinatown for Q&A?
Yes.
All right, so mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo talking to reporters right there, also saying that he's interested in speaking with Mayor Eric Adams because he would like his support in this race now that Adams has dropped out. And these are the three remaining candidates right there: Zohran Mamdani, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa right there. We are going to step away briefly. We do have some breaking news when it comes to the government shutdown. All of that coming up in just a moment. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news about the ongoing federal government shutdown right here. The Senate press gallery sharing this. By a vote of 46 to 52, the Senate did not invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to Cal 167 Democrat CR proposal upon reconsideration. Senator Coons and Warren did not vote. So we did want to share that breaking news update with you. Not necessarily surprising right here, but the Senate test vote to end the government shutdown has failed to pass. Senate Majority Leader John Thune predicting that earlier this morning when he and House Speaker Mike Johnson were addressing the media, talking about the government shutdown, and so he did expect this to happen. Caroline Leavitt, press secretary at the White House, saying the Democrats continue to hold our country hostage over their demands to give illegal aliens free health care. Democrats are intentionally hurting Americans to help illegals. This madness must end. President Trump and Republicans want the government reopened immediately. So that is one of the major stories that we are going to be continuing to cover on this very busy Friday right here. And for more on all of this, I do want to bring in my colleague, Josh Breslow, who is going to be taking over coverage for the next several hours. So, Josh, two major stories, of course. We have the ongoing federal government shutdown, but also I know you're keeping a very close eye on the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing hearing, as that could wrap up in a matter of hours.
Yeah, no surprise here, Stephanie. You've done a great job, of course, of covering both of those stories. As we've seen the developments, we know right now that test vote, as you said, did fail. And it actually would have been very surprising if we'd seen it pass, because this was anticipated. Right now, there is no end in sight for the federal government shutdown. It's not clear if we are going to see more of these votes take place today. We're going to keep an eye on that and bring you all of the live feeds as we do get it. As you mentioned, another big story that we've been following throughout the morning is the sentencing hearing for Sean Diddy Combs. He does face the possibility of up to 20 years in federal prison as a result of his conviction back in July. So we're keeping an eye on that. Important to note, cameras not allowed inside the federal courtroom, so we don't have a camera inside, but we have plenty of reporters who are there providing all of the updates. They were in a short lunch break just about an hour ago, but it appears that they are back in the courtroom. Now, we've heard from family members of Diddy who have asked for a lighter sentence. We do know prosecutors have said that they want 11 years behind bars for Diddy. And we've heard from the defense attorneys who have said they want about 14 months at most. So again, we're all going to watch, this and just see how it plays out. And we'll make sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox as we get it. Two very big stories here on this Friday.
And it's also interesting, Josh, because right before the recess, the defense had one strategy, but we've been hearing from experts because it fell flat in the courtroom right there. We were having reporters stating that it just didn't seem genuine, particularly with prosecutors claiming that Sean Diddy Combs actually was booking events next week in Miami. So it's going to be very interesting to see how, now that the lunch break has ended, how that strategy is going to shift. And of course, it's all up to the judge to see whether, he really goes to the extreme, or he lets Sean Diddy Combs off perhaps on a lighter sentence. But I just, while we have you here, Josh, I did want to just share this with you. This is the New York Post right here, but take a look at this, saying Sean Diddy Combs has speaking events booked for next week. Feds reveal at his sentencing, quote, "That is the height of hubris, Your Honor." So clearly not a good look for Sean Diddy Combs, as we are also, Josh, and I know you're going to be keeping a very close eye on this. He's going to be addressing the judge later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and what's interesting, as you mentioned, those speaking engagements, it caught a lot of people off guard, but it shows that he feels fairly confident there that he's going to be let out, that he's going to be free. And it's not clear if the judge takes any of that into account, but that's a question that a lot of people are going to be asking. And there was also some discussion when you were playing the Fox 5 New York coverage about exactly what role the other charges that he was acquitted of could potentially factor in to that sentence. So again, the possibility of up to 20 years in prison for Sean Diddy Combs. We're keeping an eye on that. And it appears that they are in that sentencing hearing once again right now. So we're waiting for the update, Stephanie.
All right, Josh, we're going to check in with you in just a little bit as you continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. A live look outside the federal courthouse in New York City. That is where the sentencing hearing for Sean Diddy Combs has resumed after they did take a lunch break. And in fact, you can see a podium set up right there with just about a dozen microphones as the media and the world really just waiting for reaction once the judge decides on that. But happening in the next couple of hours, we do know that 3 attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs will be speaking and addressing the judge. And then finally, Diddy himself will be speaking right there. So a lot to get to on this Friday afternoon, and stay with Live Now from Fox as we will be bringing you all of those developments. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief moment, but Josh Breslow is going to be continuing our coverage right here on all of those major stories and, of course, all of the breaking news on this Friday afternoon. We'll be right back.
And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11:55 if you are joining us over on the West Coast, 2:55 on the East Coast. As we approach the top of the hour here, we are taking a live look over the Capitol. We know the Senate taking that test vote a short time ago. It did not pass. All of this related to the government shutdown. We are now in day 3 of that shutdown with no end in sight as Democrats and Republicans not really seeing eye to eye on a permanent or a temporary solution. If you are just joining us here, my name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Friday. I'll be with you to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world over the next several hours. Again, do want to take this live look here on the Senate floor as discussion is underway. We're going to bring you all of the comments that we do get from lawmakers here over the next several hours. Now, a short time ago, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt began a briefing by breaking down the consequences of the shutdown. Now, she said that military families are seeking food aid as troops go without a paycheck, adding there's been a stop on nutrition assistance for women, infants, and children. Air traffic controllers are working without pay, and a federal flood insurance program is lapsing. I do want to get more opinions on all of this here, so let's bring in Congressman Vince Fong, a Republican representing California. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. I know there is a lot going on, so we appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so first off, the big question I do want to ask you here, I want to get your take overall on whether or not you see an end in sight to the shutdown, because as of right now, it appears the answer's no.
Well, we shouldn't even be here. This shutdown was completely avoidable. The House has passed a continuing resolution to November 21st to provide time for negotiations to occur for a long-term bipartisan funding plan. So my hope is that we do get out of this as quickly as possible. There is an immediate solution. There is a continuing resolution that is nonpartisan, that is sitting on the Senate's desk. It's unfortunate that for the 4th time, Chuck Schumer has shown that he's beholden to his progressive base and not allowing his rank and file members to vote to end the shutdown. But we need cooler heads to prevail. We need adults in the room, and unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any adults on the Democratic side of the Senate.
What is it that is the red line, so to speak? What are Republicans willing to give up, to compromise on, and what is a non-negotiable?
Well, I think that's the false choice. I mean, look, there's negotiations that are happening right now to fund the government long-term, to finish all these appropriations bills, what we refer to as the irregular process, how a bill becomes a law. We negotiate, we pass these bills through the House, we get it to the Senate. The Senate, of course, either changes it or we get to a conference committee. That's what we're doing right now. And so this is the process playing out. But what we're seeing in the Senate is that Senator Schumer is holding the entire country hostage. He's holding the government hostage to add $1.5 trillion in new spending to provide health care to illegal immigrants. I mean, these are things that are non-starters. But if we're going to have a conversation, let's have that negotiation when the government is open. But let's not create this false choice. We can open the government immediately, fund the government long-term, and deal with these challenges as we move forward. But Senator Schumer seems to think that we can only do one thing at a time, and he wants to hold the entire government up and close it down. And you read and reported on the real consequences. This is not an academic conversation that we're having right now. There are real Americans that are being affected, that are being hurt with this shutdown. And again, don't take my word for it. Actually, read the words back from Senator Schumer, who has himself said that shutdowns are a terrible way to govern and that we should avoid it at all costs.
And I did want to ask you touched on this right there, but what would you say to Democrats? What is your message on why this needs to end now and they should essentially give in, so to speak?
Well, I mean, look, the continuing resolution was a nonpartisan continuing resolution to fund the government to November 21st to allow these bipartisan negotiations to occur and to happen and to mature and to try to get these funding bills done. So for Senator Schumer to say, okay, hell or high water, we're only going to do these things, and if I don't get these things, I'm going to shut the government down and harm the American people. That's not the way to govern. Again, as I've said before, we are elected to govern. That's our focus. We are to deliver results for the American people. And what Senator Schumer is doing is that he is kowtowing to his progressive base. His progressive base wants to fight for the sake of fighting. But again, this is not the way that we handle our business in Congress. This is not the way that we govern as a country. We need to open the government immediately. There is a clear path. You vote this continuing resolution today, tomorrow, whatever day that the Senate wants to pass it. The government opens immediately, and then we can begin to continue those conversations about how we fund the government and all the other challenges that both sides of the aisle want to achieve.
Going back to what I asked you here off the top, wanted to ask, as we talk about the test votes that are taking place, the Democrat vote there, the Republican vote, we know right now that the GOP shutdown resolution does not appear to have the votes. That is not necessarily surprising at this point, right?
Well, I mean, look, 13 times this continuing resolution process has passed the House and the Senate to avoid this very situation. So what has changed over time? The bipartisan continuing resolution that passed in the House has been done numerous times. Senator Schumer has advocated for it. It was done in March. It was done in December. Again, the only thing that's changed is that Senator Schumer has been criticized relentlessly by his progressive base, and they want to have the shutdown. And this is the unfortunate consequence of not having an individual in the Senate that will prioritize all Americans instead of his base. Again, this is something that is completely avoidable. There is a bill sitting in the Senate right now that will immediately open the government. And it's something that has been supported bipartisan historically. And look, shutdowns are not the way that we do things. I mean, look, we've seen the consequences in the past, and we should learn from that history. This is not the way that we should govern as a country. There is a path forward, but the Schumer shutdown has real consequences, and we need to stop this partisan brinksmanship and begin to focus on the well-being of all Americans.
What happens next week? House lawmakers do return. What are the first steps there, assuming the government shutdown is still underway at that point? We're talking several days in as House lawmakers do return to likely discuss all of this.
Well, as we go back, man, we are talking to our Senate colleagues. We're talking to our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And I think that as I talk to my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, they know this is a bad course of action. They know that shutdowns are not the way that we govern, that this is not the way that we should do things. And so hopefully the rank and file members of the Senate will begin to see the error of their ways, and that Senator Schumer will release them to do the right thing, to be good stewards of tax dollars, and to open the federal government. We've seen a few of them now begin to vote to support reopening the government. I think you're going to see more and more Democrats begin to realize that this is not the right course of action. And hopefully next week, the Senate will pass this continuing resolution, send it to the president for his signature, and then we can begin to continue these conversations about funding the government and other issues. But again, it's a false narrative to say that there isn't negotiations happening, there isn't conversations happening on both sides of the aisle. The Appropriations Committee has been working with both sides and all voices, especially those in the Senate, to try to find ways to fund the government and finish these 12 appropriations bills that we currently have to do to keep the government open, not only immediately, but in the long run.
My last question here before I let you go, what message does all of this send to the American public, the voters out there who are watching all of this unfold and maybe don't fully understand exactly what's happening? But even if they do, what message does it send?
Well, right now we got to govern. I mean, that is the message that I think we're hearing loud and clear, and that we're trying to emphasize to the American public and to Senator Schumer, is that we need to focus on governing. Right now, if you're going to try to appease and appeal to your progressive base, then the consequences are very real. We need to get past rage politics and Senator Schumer trying to anger his base to the point where he gets some political benefit. we're beyond that. We need to focus on governing. We need to stop the partisan brinksmanship, and that's the message that we need to emphasize to the American public. Governing is the most important thing to do right now. Our number one priority is to reopen the federal government and get these programs and get these agencies operational.
All right, Congressman Vince Fong, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything we missed, anything you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
Well, I will say that these consequences of the federal government shutdown is very real. I have military installations in my community. I have vulnerable families that rely on these programs. We have, the flood insurance program that certainly is impacting the homes, home builders and home construction here in our community. There's a tremendous amount of impact and consequence of this Schumer shutdown. And so we need to get out of this as quickly as possible. There is the nonpartisan continuing resolution that is sitting on the Senate's desk that will immediately open the government. And I implore Senator Schumer and the rank and file Democrats that are in the Senate to vote this resolution and get it to the president so we can immediately open the federal government tonight.
All right, Congressman Vince Fong, thank you again for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And I do want to take you out to this post right here. As we mentioned, the GOP CR did fail, 54-44. The shutdown will drag into the weekend. We actually just saw Senator Thune speaking just a couple seconds ago. It looks like it was a very brief comment, but if we see him walk back up, we'll make sure to bring you those comments. But it looks like another vote not expected, as now the GOP CR did fail 54-44, right after we saw the Democrat CR fail as well. Time now is 12:07 if you are on the West Coast, 3:07 on the East Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but a lot more news coming up here as we track several big stories and live events on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.